Italian and Mexican. When you go to the Southwest, you become more Mexican. I used to be Italian and now I'm Mexican. This is true.
Ya es muy tarde, son las 11 y no llega. ¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan? Ha pasado mucho tiempo y no sabemos qué es lo que él está haciendo, cuándo va a comenzar. Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan, la canción está sonando, vamos ya a comenzar. Cuando al fin dice, en Los Ángeles, California, es un día bien hermoso, gracias por aquí estar. Como siempre, un tal nombre gris pregunta por qué eres millonario y él empieza a gritar.
What's going on, everybody? Everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from rainy California, Los Angeles. Live on the live, folks.
¿Cuánto tiempo estaremos esperando a Hasan? Todos los días cuando entro yo pregunto ¿dónde está el hombre turco? Y me pongo a llorar. Y de repente mis pantallas se refrescan.
All I gotta say, I'm live and alive, and all I gotta say is, y espero que todos los niños, niñas y envies estén teniendo un día fantástico. That's right. I'm wishing you all a día fantástico. Because today's a beautiful day. It's a fantastic day. It is yet another day. It's a Monday. Monday. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a Monday. Here in California, Los Angeles, Monday, January 30th, 2023, 11:37 a.m. And I'm a little late and I apologize. It's because I had a bunch of big business deals. All right, I'll fucking say it. Business deals. I had a phone call with my manager. Some cool projects coming down the pipe, you know. It was just, can you wish me a happy birthday? Happy birthday, V-Swans. You know, I was doing big business deals. That's why I'm late, but it's okay. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on. You sure you're Mexican right now? You're looking Italian as fuck? I'm always looking Italian. But, like, honestly, Italian, Mexican, it's all the same, you know? They're all Turkish. You know? Ultimately, they all got that Turk in them. If you're POC or POC adjacent, you're Turkish. Anyway, this is part of the broadcast where I tell you a little bit about my personal news, about what's going on in my life, about what's happening, what I've done in between the period that I click stop streaming and then click start streaming. Also, the Bradley Martin, Hasan Piker, and Will Neff Get Raw interview is up on the Fear and podcast. That's right. That episode is live. Shit is a banger. You know, we had a lot of talks, some personal moments, up close and personal. You know, we got into it. We talked about fitness. I think you guys are going to like getting rawed, honestly, by me, Will, and Bradley Martin. Anyway, very cool shirt. Did you thrift it? Oh, this shirt? I don't know if it's technically being considered thrifting when you get it from your co-host, because your co-host's wife has a very successful fashion brand, and then you just get it for free from them. What is this? Casually dropping a 4,000 damage Valo game without telling us? Oh, was that after we left? Wait, what? When was this? Was this last night? I don't even recall. I mean, I must have blacked out. But yeah, I played a little bit of Valo. I did something that I said I wasn't going to do. Hey, HasanAbi, just your accountant checking in. Do you still want to pay for your Daily Wire subscription? Happy Marketing Monday. Can you imagine thinking that would be embarrassing? No, I mean, it's a funny joke, and I get what you're trying to do here. But, like, I probably should get a Daily Wire subscription so I can see what the fuck they're saying behind the paywall, to be honest. Get that juicy extra racism, if you know what I mean. Because I'm a racist. Do you even buy clothes anymore? I do buy clothes, yes. I do actually buy new clothes every now and then. That's part of the reason why people don't yell at me as much now, because I've realized that, like, even if you buy, what the fuck is going on? Twitter is broken again. From what I understand, at this stage, like, I realized if you buy expensive shit, as long as it like kind of looks good and people don't make a big stink about it because it kind of looks good, that's it. Your shirt was my favorite carpet to play with when I was a little tot. That's what it is. This is a daycare after all. Daily Wire will send you a mug saying woman piker. I'm not even kidding. What? Anyway, what brand was the protein cinnamon roll? Legendary. So that's the brand. I don't know like if their macros are adequate and stuff. So I just like kind of don't want to. I don't want to promote them that much because like sometimes those places have like suspicious macros. Anyway, yesterday I broke the seal. I did it. I fucking promised I wasn't gonna play Valorant on stream again, and then I did because Blau texted me. Ray texted me. A bunch of people were like, hey, you want to play Valo? You want to play Valo? You want to play Valo? And honestly, like, I did. So I fucking did. And the first game we played on stream, we got our cheeks clapped a little bit on Haven. The second game, I don't feel like I played that well this game, to be honest. Like, the first game we lost. It was okay. Second game, I don't remember myself playing all that well, but I guess I was popping off. It's one of those weird ones where you just like don't even think about it and you just kind of pop off. I did 4,000 damage. It's a lot of damage. And that's it. That's what I, hold on one second. Did I upload? Oh, my story didn't upload. God damn it. 14-16 popping off. Yeah, that's pretty good. Wait, what do you mean? What? 14-16, 9 assists with 4,000 damage? I guess you think this is like Call of Duty or something. That's like, that is, yeah, that's really good. That's a 23 to 16 ratio. That's like, negative is so, no, that's not negative. No, you're supposed to add the assists as well. Anyway, 14K in a plat lobby is good. Like, and I did 4K damage. Like, that's pretty fire. Anyway, regardless though, like that was, I don't know why people are, trying to bring me down here. I didn't even realize. This is not the good shirt. This is Teddy Fresh. No, you are supposed to mention assist. I'm an initiator, dog. What the fuck? Like 90% of my job is literally assist. This is a team game. As an initiator, I'm not supposed to be top fragging anyway. My goal is to literally get information. Go in, get information, have people figure out exactly where people are. That's like half of my fucking tools. Like my most valuable tool is that. Anyway, I mean, these are pretty good. These are both pretty good games. I think I played well. And that's great. I think like taking some time off certainly helped. Negative assists don't count. Wait, what? Oh, I think this guy's just being a hater. Anyway, regardless, take space and get your entry for your team too. I actually had like an insane 3K round in this one in Haven on stream. You guys probably saw it, but are you back to silver too? I think so. I think I am. What's a good agent to learn as a new person to Valo? Don't do it. I recommend you don't do that. Anyway, so that was Valo. And then, of course, everyone is excited for the One Piece updates. Let me tell you, we're still in Ennie's lobby. The Buster call has been initiated, and god damn, are things getting scary. I will say one thing. I think Nico Robin's retribution was incredibly silly. I don't know why. I want to see like cut heads. I know that this is a shonen and it's like, its consumption is supposed to be for the broadest audience possible. It's for like children, you know what I mean? But I do want to see like when Zoro beats Kaku with like the Asura, 9-armed demon moveset. I'm just thinking to myself, like, I want to see a moment where he just fucking goes, whoosh, and then, Kaku is just like cut into pieces, turns into a fucking cloud of mist and dust, you know what I mean? And blood, pink mist. Like, I want that. I want that out of One Piece. I know it's probably not going to happen. Maybe it will. I think that third gear, finally, like Luffy doing second gear, third gear, which is such an antiquated trope at this point in every anime. I'm glad that I'm glad that is happening. It's still goofy as fuck, as is the case with Monkey D. Luffy. His power is so fucking goofy. Like his third gear is so goofy, bro. It's so fucking goofy. It's like unimaginably goofy. I thought he was gonna do like a AOT style, like he just bites in his fucking. He bites into his thumb, and then all of a sudden he just becomes this like monster or some shit. Even Hunter x Hunter has like becoming like a jacked adult. You know what I mean? Like looks cool. Luffy, on the other hand, still insanely goofy ass motherfucker. No Super Saiyan shit whatsoever. Okay. So yeah, that's fine. It only gets goofier, probably. It's all good. What else was I gonna say about that? I think like half the reason why I don't like Usopp is because of his voice, because now that he does the Sniper King voice, I do legitimately feel like he's a little bit cooler. Like the Sniper King when he talks with more confidence. But like it's a little bit better. I just hate how fucking insecure and how vulnerable and how weak he is. Oh fuck, I spoiled it. That's my speculation. I don't know if Usopp is Sniper King. I don't know if Usopp is Sniper King. I just don't know. That is my speculation. Okay? Sorry. It's technically not a spoiler. We just don't know. We still don't know. It seems like they're different people, but like, I don't know. Now I'm starting to feel like they're the same person. Especially because Sanji and Zoro both call him Usopp in this episode. And Luffy is a reference to the journey to the west. He has to be goofy as the Monkey King. Okay. Hit me up when we stop discussing the merits of children's cartoons. Brother, life is terrible overall. I don't know if you know that or not. We talk about it all day, every day. So if something that's like a little goofy gives you a feeling of coziness that you can watch and like kind of tune out all of the other noise with, like why the fuck would you turn around and yuck that? You know what I mean? Why would you turn around and be like, nah, dog? Hit me up when we don't talk about children's cartoons. I mean, clearly a lot of people appreciate the One Piece updates, which is part of the reason why I do it. I'm not like defending it overall. Shut the fuck up. I'm not defending One Piece on main. If you don't want to watch it, don't watch it. It's not for everybody. I like that it's cozy. Personal news-wise, because I don't really do anything else, because I just work out and watch anime when I'm offline, that's all I talk about. Anyway, Valo was good. One Piece was great. Went to bed. I literally find myself dying by the end of the night every day. I think I'm just like super exhausted all the time. Partially as a consequence of my cut. I think I'm like finally dieting well. I think my body's no longer holding on to the weight. So that might be the reason. But I am so tired by the end of the day. I'm like worn out. And then I wake up in the morning and I did some deadlifts today. Did some cardio today. Good lower body. Well, good full pull day. So that was good. And that's it. I have not watched Last of Us. The chat, I would rather get to the news, which has been only like mass shootings and police murdering people in 2023. Shaking my head, yeah. What's the brand of ice cream you found that's like better than Halo Top, please? Nyx. No, the buzzing noise is not Murad, it's landscapers. It's it is a weird. I don't usually like promoting brands like that. Not because like they're not giving me the bag. Okay, well, you know, it would be nice if they did give me the bag. But the reason why I am, yeah, Nyx makes me poop too. I don't know what the fuck they put in it. It makes me poop. Something in that I've noticed that too. Like my poop schedule is literally a machine. Okay, my body is phenomenal with pooping. I eat the same thing every day, and I wake up in the morning and I shit at the same time. It's like, you know what I mean? It's like a goddamn machine. I'm actually, as a matter of fact, like very proud of my consistent dietary habits and my bowel movements. I will openly talk about it, right? Nyx, if I eat a full pint, I'm getting diarrhea. Straight up, I said it, and I'm waking up at the middle of the night at like 2 a.m. So I've decided the way to combat that is by cutting it in half. Average streamer conversation. I mean, this is like, it's health. We're talking about health. We're talking about diets. You guys asked me for it. You guys asked me for like what I'm eating as far as the new ice cream that I'm eating. The consistency is really fucking good, and the taste is really good. It's like better than Halo. It's better than Halo Top for sure. I'll tell you that. Surprisingly so. Is everyone else's Twitter broken too, or is that just me? Twitter links, when you guys link me Twitter links in the chat, it like is broken. It's weird. Anyway, what the fuck was I gonna say? Oh, dog, how much did they pay you to say that? Lol. What? Pay me to say what? That this like new ice cream I'm experimenting with that I think is better than Halo Top makes me shit diarrhea at like 2 a.m. if I eat the entire one? You think that... What? This is the grossest thing. Is it $10 a pint? Yeah, it's definitely expensive. Guys, this is the other reason why I don't like fucking telling you the shit that I eat. Because, like, I don't want you to... This is the most disgusting thing I've ever heard by Jordan Peterson. But, like, the other reason why I don't want to talk about that, I'm not lactose intolerant. The other reason why I don't like talking about it is because, like, I don't want people to think like this is sustainable. You know what I mean? This shit is expensive. 100%. Some sugar substitutes they use in low carb foods can't be digested by the human body, so they just pass through and give you gas and diarrhea. Yeah, it's probably sugar alcohols that's doing that. Anyway, we'll talk about the disgusting tweet from Jordan Peterson. Someone has to stop him. Anyway. Actually, fuck it. Like, even before I blast off, I'm tweeting this out. I'm going to say... They should take his license away just for this tweet. Bro, okay, I can't even blast off yet. I have to talk about this. As you guys know, Jordan Peterson constantly fucking complains about like his license being taken away because of the way he tweets. This is the worst thing I've ever seen. This is unironically, bro. I'm not kidding. This is the worst tweet that he has made. This is like, maybe it's because like the trans stuff is like so commonplace. Okay. It's so normalized, like anti-trans hatred is so normalized. But this motherfucker literally said, freeze the wagyu, a Japanese A5 wagyu. Look at how beautiful the marbling is on that thing. by the way. Oh my God. Look at how beautiful the marbling is on that. Like, this is literally a fucking cow that was massaged and listened to classical music, never moving his entire life, specifically so that the perfect marbling could be achieved on this delicate cut of meat, okay? What I'm talking right now, my mouth is watering. Like, when you go to a fucking really, really nice restaurant, that's the type of fucking A5 Wagyu they walk out. Like, the garçon will come over on a fucking slab and show you the meat before they cook it because they want you to celebrate. They want you to look at this and go, this is a fucking experience. Okay? This is going to be an experience that you are not ready for. Okay? Now, I'll tell you this much. And for those of you who've never had it, like this, I don't know how to describe it. Like the cut, this A5 Wagyu, oh my God. It's like, it's so delicious. It's an incredible experience. It's like absolutely fucking worth it. I'm not even kidding. Like, I love food so much. I love food so goddamn much. But like, maybe I'm going a little overboard, but it is like you're eating meat, but it's melting in your mouth and has the taste and consistency of butter almost. Okay? Now that is, someone looked it offline, that's $140 meat. I believe it. This is the highest scale. If it's real, and it seems like it's real, this is the highest cut of meat. It's the most expensive and best tasting, and like the that's it, the top of the tippy top. You will never, ever look at a filet mignon ever again. First of all, filet mignon, here's a fun fact. It's a shitty cut. Filet mignon is seen as a good cut. No chef worth their salt, no butcher worth their salt would ever tell you that the filet mignon is the best part of the animal. It's not. Ribeye is infinitely better than filet mignon. So just understand that real quick. Let's stop that nonsense immediately, okay? Dead in its tracks. Ribeye, especially a well-marbled ribeye, is going to always taste way more delicious than a filet mignon. The filet mignon is supposed to be a healthier alternative. I believe that when it first came out as a cut, when they were like launching it, when they were trying to use like different parts of the animal, I believe that they were like celebrating it or selling it, marketing it as like for women, like women that want to, diet and, not gain a lot of weight, like try the filet mignon. I think that like that literally was the early way of like marketing the filet mignon. Specifically because it's not a very fatty piece of the meat. Okay. I mean, that's what it is. Filet mignon. It's small. It's a small filet. So the worst wild venison from Oregon is 11 times better than A5 Wagyu? No, it's not. You're talking to someone who has had every different type of fucking meat, dude. That's not. It is significantly less. Anyway, filet mignon is significantly less flavorful because what gives it the flavor is the fat. Now, why did I describe all of this to you? Okay? Why? Why did I describe all of this to you? The reason why I described it is because Jordan Peterson looked at the best, like literally the best marbled meat on the fucking planet and said, freeze it, air dry it at 450 and drain the fat. I'm not even kidding. This is like inviting stochastic terror to your home. Like some chef is going to fucking try to kill Jordan Peterson now after this, okay? Like this is probably, perhaps, the absolute worst thing you can do to an A5 Wagyu. Like just toss it on a fucking pan, dude. Light the pan on fire. Literally toss it on a pan. Two sides, nothing else. Maybe a little bit of salt. And that shit's going to be an experience that you will never forget. And this motherfucker found a way to mathematically ruin What makes the A5 wagyu the best cut of meat that you can have? Here. I'm like, I know we're gonna get to news in a bit, and I haven't even blasted off yet. But this is something I genuinely like. This is like personally so disrespectful. Yeah, just boiling. Like the only thing that would be worse to do with this fucking meat is just boiling it, dude.
Produced in Japan and prized for its rich marbling and buttery taste, high-grade wagyu can cost up to $200 per pound. And the cows themselves can sell for as much as $30,000. But what is it that makes...
A chatter just said venison is better than beef and they're legit insane. Yeah, no, they're fucking stupid. Like, they just don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Hot pot? You don't hot pot wagyu, man. What the fuck? Even when they do hot pot, they don't hot pot wagyu. They bring a fucking slab of like lava, like a lava rock or whatever, and you put the fucking wagyu on it for like 3 seconds, and then you give it to people. You don't hot pot wagyu, do you? The fuck they do? You can use wagyu for shabu sukiyaki, which retains the most flavors. What Jordan is saying here is insane. I don't know. I think it's disrespectful. Anyway. And yeah, I don't think it would be A5 like snow beef. They're not taking fucking snow beef and hot potting it. That would be disrespectful to the meat. Wagyu shabu is a thing. The broth can be kick-ass. Disrespectful to who? Just the cow, okay? And also, hot pot is not just like boiling it. It's broth, you know what I mean? But even then, I would not go that way.
The meat's so expensive. The term wagyu literally translates to Japanese cow, and it generally refers to 4 main breeds. These cows were bred for physical endurance, giving them more intramuscular fat cells. The fat is distributed more evenly throughout their muscle.
That's the main point, which is why what Jordan Peterson is suggesting here is a crime. Like, do not step foot inside of Japan, Jordan Peterson. Don't fucking do it, motherfucker. Okay? Someone is going to fucking try to slice him with a katana like they did with that socialist dude on TV. You know what I mean? They're going to Shinzo Abe his ass. The entire purpose of this fucking meat is the fat. He said drain the fat. This is literally like thousands of years of breeding cows and like food science. It's tradition. Actually, I don't know how many years it took for people to figure out like A5 Wagyu, but it literally, like the entire purpose of this, it's tradition for sure, okay? The entire purpose of this fucking meat is, the uniqueness of the fucking meat is unironically how well marbled it is. Like, that's why it's $200, you know what I mean? Like, it's fucking pissing me off, dude. What the fuck?
Which is why Wagyu beef looks pink and tastes so tender. And the Japanese government tightly regulates Wagyu production
Not
to protect the
years.
value and quality of the meat. Wagyu is graded on 2 main factors: how much meat can be yielded and the quality of the marbled fat.
Yeah.
Only A3 to A5 Wagyu is certified for sale in Japan. And the higher the grade, the higher the price. Wagyu beef has gained almost legendary status, and there are many myths about Wagyu farms and the way the animals are treated. From getting daily massages to being...
I'm not gonna lie, I think the grossest part of like these raw meat diet motherfuckers out there, and like these people that are, you know, supposedly doing the carnivore diet, like they just don't know how to eat meat. And it disgusts me. It's pathetic, dude. If you're gonna fucking make a push to like get other motherfuckers to eat meat for some reason, like, which is a delicacy in general, and I think we do consume it far too much and all this shit, right? Like, at least don't be so fucking silly and advocate for the dumbest ways to eat this shit. Like, this is an experience, okay? I'm I don't eat a lot of red meat. You guys know this. I eat a shitload of poultry. I'm a big chicken boy. I eat a pound of chicken, straight white chicken breast a day, and then I eat a fucking another rotisserie chicken at night, okay? So I'm just eating chicken on top of chicken all day, every day. Part of the reason is because it's the most efficient vehicle of protein for me, okay? But these motherfuckers who, like, also advocate for red meat, which I personally think should be, like, an experience, okay? It should be... It's not that healthy for you. You shouldn't be eating red meat all the goddamn time. You will have a litany of health complications if you do that. But these guys who also advocate to eat red meat all the goddamn time don't even know how to experience it. Like, it's disgusting. I'm truly disappointed. Like, Jordan Peterson is a piece of shit in every way. He's like an oil lobbyist. He's a massive transphobe. He constantly cries all the fucking time. But this is uniquely frustrating for someone like myself, okay? Yikes. It's crazy.
Being fed beer, but these often aren't true. The cows are raised very differently in each region and by different farmers, but they're often raised by a breeder until they're about 10 months old and then sold at auction to a fattening farmer. By the time the calves are sold at auction, they can already fetch 40 times the price of US cattle. The fattening farmer will keep the animals in small pens and feed them a mixture of fibre and high-energy concentrate made from rice, wheat and hay. They're often fed this 3 times a day for almost 2 years, until the animals are almost 50% fat. Only the pregnant cows and breeding cattle are allowed to graze on pasture. The length of the fattening process and the import prices of the huge amount of concentrated feed increases the cost of the beef. And over this fattening...
I can excuse oil lobbying and transphobia, but to dry the lawn and preparing red meat's wrong? Yes, dude. Yes. That's what I'm saying. I mean, that's a joke. But, like, also this shit is nasty as fuck. And if you are, like, a Jordan Peterson glazer who thinks, like, you know... If you're a Jordan Peterson glazer and you're like, oh, I love being a macho man and, you know, doing a fucking carnivore diet or whatever, like... you know, even you can understand that this is just wrong. And this should be a starting point for you to recognize that Jordan Peterson is wrong on a lot of shit, okay? I just don't get it. I don't get it. I don't understand. It's like, how do you fucking eat meat for years and years and years and then come up with like that level of awfulness in your preparation? What's so great about straight white chicken? You should try a gay BIPOC chicken for a change. Good one. My dad has been doing only red meat now for 6 months and is really messing with his mental state. Yeah, he should also get blood work done because he's going to fucking have heart disease, okay? That's insane. What the hell is wrong? Oh, God. This is the other aspect of this, like, carnivore-only diet shit. Like, it makes me so mad when people just... This is basically foie gras for cows? No, this is the opposite of foie gras. What do you mean? These cows are literally living in the lap of luxury before they get assassinated, brother. Foie gras is like a torturous protocol where... Foie gras is a torturous protocol where they unironically shove a fucking thing down the gut and throat of a duck and pump it full of lard so its liver gets extra fatty. This is the exact opposite of that, where these cows are literally just like being massaged all day, every day, and being fed.
Period, each cow will eat 5 tons of feed. If and when a cow goes to auction, it can sell for as much as $30,000. Comparatively, Black Angus cattle, which are considered the cream of the crop in countries like the United States and Australia, typically don't sell for more than $3,000. And depending on the kind, the wagyu can fetch close to $200 per pound. High marbling is the common goal, but the approach varies by farm and area. While there are more than 300 varieties of wagyu available, the most notable cuts come from 10 regions. One of the most expensive cuts is Matsusaka Wagyu from Mie Prefecture.
Do we have a blast off meme, by the way? Do y'all have a blast off meme for the boy? Or no?
Exclusively from virgin female cows and highly prized for its tenderness. In 2002, one Matsusaka cow sold for 50 million yen, or roughly $400,000. However, the best known cut of Wagyu is Kobe beef, which comes from the city of Kobe in Hyogo Prefecture, and is made exclusively from steers or castrated bulls. Although Kobe is commonly seen on US restaurant menus, customers should be wary of items like Kobe burgers, as authentic Kobe beef is too tender to be formed into a patty. Several US restaurants are actually serving hybrid Wangus beef, from domestically raised Wagyu and Angus cows. The highest ranking Wagyu is A5 Miyazaki, a two-time winner of the Wagyu Olympics. A5 Miyazaki will cost you $100 or more per pound. At Sakamai in New York City, it's the Wagyu of choice. The restaurant is best known for serving it in an $85 katsu sando, a popular Japanese-style sandwich.
Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm gonna die. I can't, dude. Oh, fuck me, dude. I want that so fucking bad, dude. God, I love food so much. Oh my god. Oh my god. Look at how well. Oh, that shit is so good, dude. It's so fucking good, man.
On a busy night, we probably serve about 25.
That's raw meat, bro. Brother, I don't think you understand. I would literally bite that cow in the ass, okay? I don't give a fuck. Motherfucker said that's raw meat, bro. Dude, shut up. You don't understand. You don't understand. You're too vegan or vegetarian to understand it. And it's okay. It's fine. You're not a big fan of the food. And it is what it is, okay?
Of them at $85 a pop. Because Wagyu is so difficult to find in the US, yes, we do have a number of customers coming to us just to try the Wagyu. Sometimes Two Top will come and just order the sando by itself. There are a lot of tariffs and quotas on Japanese beef imports, and it's actually not allowed to import live cattle, so it is very difficult to source Wagyu.
So is it worth it? We decided to have our team give A5 Miyazaki Wagyu a try.
Holy shit. It's so good. It's really like, it's like buttery. It's like as if it was like coated in butter, but
right. But it wasn't. It was literally just salt and pepper, which is crazy.
And there might be something even more sought after than the A5 Miyazaki.
There is no meat on the planet that just tastes that good with just salt and butter, dude. I mean, not even butter, just salt. That sandwich is now $95. Just check. Dude, I'd pay. I would pay it in a heartbeat. I don't give a fuck. You will never convince, dude, life is too short not to get excited about. Life is too short not to get excited about delicious moments like this, okay? It is unironic. For me, this is what life is about. It is infinitely more important to create experiences like this for others and for yourself, especially if you have the opportunity to do so, than anything else, dude. There's no other reason to live. Like, what the fuck do you mean? Do you regret missing the beef Wellington lunch in London with Will Neff? Yes, I do. I think about that a lot, actually. I'm not even kidding. It's a missed meat moment, you know? It's a missed opportunity for more meat, delicious meat. Also, I posted, we blasted off a little bit late in the game, you know what I mean? It is what it is, but We're freaking live. We're freaking alive. You know what I'm saying? Here you go. Let's blast off. New audit, the audit. Cops arrest grandma for feeding cats. Oh my God, that's insane. News broadcast, by the way. I mean, it's not always just news, man. Chill out. Like, we fucking cover other shit. We cover a variety of different things. Also, what sparked this conversation was newsworthy. Jordan Peterson's insane tweet about like draining the fat of an A5 Wagyu is newsworthy, brother. It is. They should literally take his license away. I personally didn't give a fuck about his license one way or the other. I just thought that he should, stop tweeting insanely transphobic stuff in general. But personally, I think this is a war crime, and therefore this has to be a crime in Japan at least. What the fuck? Please tell me that's a 5. Yeah, I don't think that's a 5, man. That's like half fat. Yeah, that's the point. Never Wagyu or never Valo. Never Valo. Easy. Improves my life immediately. And then I can have all the Wagyu I want, which also improves my life immediately. New Wild Jubilee just dropped. If white men were 100% honest, oh no. Bro, why do you blast off so late? I don't want to miss One Piece parasocial updates. Then fucking, I don't know, turn on my notifications on Twitter or on Twitch or something. I literally blast off before I go live on Instagram. I blast off on Twitter for the rest of the Normans. But unironically, I'm blasting off all over the place. But definitely, it's Twitch. I go live around the same time every day. Like after 11, my ass is about to be live, Mr. Beast responds to your critique. Oh, I forgot to talk about this. He didn't respond to my critique. He saw a lot of people talking shit, and I think he read it. And normally it doesn't even matter because like he has billions of fucking fans at this point. So like it gets lost in the sauce. But I think this is one issue where he's just like, even he as Mr. Capitalism, even as like an appreciator of capitalism, he recognizes that like, what the fuck's going on with this shit, Which is true. It's a good take. It's a good tweet. It's a good take, and I stand by it. I agree with it. I don't need notifications. I actually just sense a disturbance in the force when you come on. I've never missed a personal One Piece update. Good. Anyway. Yeah, but his solution is still capitalist. Wait, what? No, it's not. Asking the governments to step in and help, like, pay for medicine is not capitalist. That is literally the exact opposite. You're trying to say that you are trying to maybe say that like even his analysis on why this would be helpful is capitalist, in which case you are correct. Plenty of capitalist social democracies have made it so that healthcare is at least like completely affordable, or at the very least, free. You know, if not completely affordable, free, which is supposed to be. So the replies on the clip of what you're saying exactly are on a different level of bootlicking. Yeah, this shit went off on livestream failed by a fan. Like someone posted this on LSF, and because people are just like, I think, so brain damaged to like understanding what I have to say and you know, read everything I say in the least charitable way possible, that they were literally yelling at me for this. Twitch streamer Hasan explained why he's filled with rage from watching Mr. Beast's news video where he cures 1,000 people's blindness. Now that's clickbait. Like they did that to clickbait, and people are so fucking dumb that I don't even think they watched the video. I don't think they watched the clip even and understood what my perspective was, because everyone was like shitting on me originally, and now people are like, nah, never mind. He's actually spitting. No, at first it was literally people going fucking bananas mode on it. People were losing, all the top comments originally were like people losing their minds who did not read and were just like, dude, fuck you. You're a fucking idiot. Why don't you also get 1,000 people and cure their blindness? You watch the video, you go, oh, how cute and how nice. I watched the video and I'm filled with rage.
What's wrong with you?
That we shut off access to a 10-minute procedure because we paywalled it and decided that like some people just simply can't get it. It is so insanely frustrating that it like it's up to like one YouTube guy to like decide to make content out of it that people who are too poor can't just fucking see. That's insane. Common Hasan L says, you didn't watch the video, did you? Nope, just impression farming. I've never watched Hasan in my life. Dude, I hate that. I wanna fucking kiss myself when I see that. I'm not even kidding. Like, this is like 98% of the commentary surrounding whatever the fuck I say. I hate this so much. I hate it so much. It's like most of wait. No, this is old. HasanAbi's TikTok has made it into college lectures once again. This is old. Those are children, brother. Yeah, well, children deserve to be punished. Do you even have enough money to do shit like this and monetize it? Yes, I could. Yes, I could. I do have enough money to do this. The reason why I don't do it is because I already work with charities and I already work with causes that I care about. But if I were to switch off everything and do a Mr. Beast style, I'm just going to do a video where I, cure 1,000 people's blindness, people would destroy me. Understandably so. Do you get it? Do you understand? Like, that's crazy. It's like whenever people say, Hasan, you have a fucking home. How dare you buy a house? Instead, you should build an apartment complex and become a landlord. I'm like, what? That is like antithetical to what I believe in. My argument is that Mr. Beast should not have to do this. My argument is that the system, if worked normally in the way that it's supposed to, okay, would not have a need for this kind of this kind of philanthropy, okay? It's so frustrating that people always think, oh, this guy's making analysis on structural inequality. Fuck that. He should do it on his own. One man can solve it. What is this? Shouldn't some of it? I'm not saying he should give all his money away. He could use the money to improve his content, but no, he gives it an overpriced car and an overpriced house. Think of all the money that Hasan gets could have actually gone to something productive. I want to die, dude. That's it. It's always the same shit. Isn't that the same argument for people who don't vote? What do you mean? Don't get stunlocked. The fact that you're not donating 99% of your profit to charities is ridiculous. Wait, what? Dude, why are you gifting me subscriptions? Like, it's got to be a joke, right? Like, this person is joking, I assume. Okay. I don't know why people think socialism means you're in a poverty cult. I mean, I do know why. It's Red Scare propaganda. But it is very frustrating. It is very frustrating when people constantly think that this is an own or an argument. You know, you need to take a break from streaming. Yeah, probably. These people are saying, I don't see Hasan doing anything to help these people, but Hasan literally donates charity on the regular, and the people complaining sure as hell aren't doing anything. But it's like, but even if I wasn't even donating, which I do, but even if I wasn't, like, it's such an insane thing to say to someone who you agree with, or you ostensibly should be agreeing with. Like, what are you, anti-fucking healthcare? Like, I don't understand. I'm like, hey, healthcare should be free. You, a person who literally would benefit from that, you go, pah, if you think healthcare should be free, why don't you pay for everyone's healthcare, you fucking rich guy? Mr. Daddy Warbucks over here. I'm like, what? What is happening? Funnier version of these tweets. What is this? I can't even see this. Good point, but since I don't like Hasan, I will disagree. 811 likes. I don't even know if this person blocked me. So I don't even know if I fucking think it's funny or not. I can't tell if that's serious or not. Why do you think give these people attention? Is it hard to ignore them? Who cares if their opinion is that you know yourself? Just keep on doing what you do. No, this stuff is important because, like, a big part of what I am doing, like almost all of what I do, is try to convince people, try to change people's minds. And it's so odd that, like, charitability is a fundamental role of that, okay? Charitability has a fundamental role in me being able to successfully convince people, okay? And if they were to just, instead of have this immediate disdain, instead of having this, like, immediate disdain and immediate, like, negative reaction to anything I say or do, if these people were, like, a little bit more open-minded, they'd be like, yeah, I agree with what he's saying. I mean, the argument that it's free healthcare means compelling some people to pay for other people, which isn't necessarily bad, but at least be upfront about it. This guy has no idea what insurance means. Like, this, he doesn't understand that, like, all matter of healthcare is basically subsidized by other people. You know what I mean? You just don't understand it. You're describing taxes and you're describing insurance, even if you don't describe taxes. Like, you don't know what you're talking about. There is a reason why pretty much every other fucking Western nation, pretty much every other developed nation, and even developing nations have decided that healthcare should not be paywalled. You are never, this will never be a negative to you. Okay? This will never be a negative to you. In an insurance pool, everyone pays the same premium. What? I think this chatter is literally 3 years old. There's no fucking way. If you were an adult, you would know that you are just wrong, like objectively wrong. What are you saying? No. Listen. On the other hand, you have normies in that same thread realizing how unhinged your haters are. I hope. He must be on his like parents' insurance or something. Having a hate boner for an act of kindness, then victimizing yourself if you were to do an act of kindness is a way to get out of doing a sad act, Lamau, but keep consulting with your incel bubble. Wait, first of all, I know Jimmy. I never hated on him for doing this either. You are just blinded by hatred that you have towards me, that you, one, mistakenly assume that this is an incel audience. Get it right. They're femcells. Okay? And two, I'm not even fucking hating on him here. I'm not mad at Mr. Beast. I'm mad at the system. Not only am I not mad at Mr. Beast, I agree with Mr. Beast. He already tweeted exactly what I was frustrated by. He said, I don't understand why curable blindness is a thing. Why don't government step in and help? Even if you're thinking purely from a financial standpoint, it's hard to see how they don't ROI on taxes from people being able to work again, which is literally the reason why capitalist social democracies have healthcare, because it improves the workforce. It improves the labor force. So it doesn't even make sense from a capitalist perspective unless you literally are just like, I want to extract profit from every facet of society, including facets of society that have inelastic demand, because it's Econ 101. Inelastic demand implies that there has to be market regulation. You cannot leave it up to the market when there's inelastic demand, because companies can always price gouge. That's the entire point. That's that's neoclassical economics. You don't have to be a Marxist to understand that. I'm using your terminology and your understanding in a supply and demand structure. Okay? I don't think you've considered that maybe the blind deserve to be punished and possibly are blind because of sins in a past life, my lord. Exactly. Your toxic trait is believing that your haters have a high school understanding of economics. No, I think people have a high school understanding of economics, but they still are like, I just don't like Hasan, so I'm going to use it as an opportunity to shit on him anyway. Like, there's no way. Anyway. Another crazy thing to think about. Like the fact that people will just like, the fact that people could be, the fact that people could be like anti-fucking healthcare is mind-boggling to me. I just don't understand it. And I don't know. I don't know how you can just like advocate against your, I don't know how you can advocate for your own demise. Like, I don't know. You are not Mr. Blue Cross Blue Shield, okay? You're not even a real streamer. Your shirt is fascist and anti-philanthropy. What? Okay. The schizos need to be tamed, okay? Just dial it back. I know that, there's some crusty ass anarchists in the chat right now. They need to fucking dial it like 11 steps back. I'm sorry, please. Just You got silence for the truth. Stop saying that. You're giving in to them. You're making them think that they're right. Please, I know you're memeing, but please stop. Okay, this is literally my friend's shirt. It's not. Please. There's also no, like, there's nothing. You can wear whatever the fuck you want. What did he say that was wrong? One day? Okay. Matt Iglesias, we give the police more money, they'd have less incentive to steal. Noah Smith, if we make the police more professional, we'll get better results. Adolf Hitler, both of those ideas sound good to me. This is insane, though. Everything can't be free. Nothing is free, dude. One day you'll get it. Your mom also free tonight? I got dibs tonight. I already have the weekend booked before anyone tries to steal her. I got Valentine's Day, so I'm smashing the whole day. Nobody bother us. That's awesome. When a doctor tells me an anarchist to shower, that's an unjustifiable hierarchy and healthcare is evil. I agree. The only argument against nationalized healthcare that has a shred of merit is profits drive healthcare innovation. That's not true. That is literally the easiest to dunk on. If that was the case, then there would be novel chemical compounds that the United States is responsible for per capita that is significantly higher than any other country. That is if we even refuse to recognize the reality that publicly funded research is what drives medical innovation across the board. Okay? No, that's not true. It's just not true at all. That is objectively a falsehood. That is heritage foundation propaganda that people just rip out nonstop. Okay? The United States makes the most novel chemical compounds, yes, because it's a massive fucking country. But that's why I brought up the per capita novel chemical compounds. There are so many examples of like truly game-changing medical innovation that has been conducted from literally penicillin to insulin that was never created with the interests of like driving for-profit healthcare. It was just not done for that reason. People don't understand. Someone in the comments explain the clip easy. Valkyrae reaction, glass half full. Hasan, glass half empty. This is the biggest picture. No, that's not true. That is when I understand why leftists get mad at Mr. Beast then. That is the moment where that is the moment where I disagree and it becomes indefensible. Because I don't think Mr. Beast is making this to do poverty porn propaganda. I think that he, in his own mind, as a fan of capitalism, like billions of people, okay, thinks this is probably an ethical way to both drive clicks, but then take all of those clicks back and like fund the same problem that he is like talking about, okay? To be as charitable as possible. He's like doing awareness in that regard, okay? But the moment that you look at stories like this and say, oh, no, you're not supposed to point out the structural issues, okay? Then you all of a sudden are getting, you're turning this into a moment for propaganda that is pro-capitalism and let's not even agree with these let's not even look at the structural problems. Yes, the cured people don't give a fuck that it's a video they just want to see again. Yeah, I agree with that, my man. I'm not saying it's wrong to fucking pay for people's surgeries, you fucking weirdo. What? Dude, I have paid for people's surgeries. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Shut up. Yeah. There was a really funny tweet I saw about this that basically, I mean, it's exaggerated, but perfectly describes the situation. Hold on. I think I saved it, maybe? Thought it was funny. I did, yeah. Every heartwarming human interest story in America is like, he raised $20,000 to keep 200 orphans from being crushed in the orphan crushing machine, and then never asks why an orphan crushing machine exists or why you need to pay to prevent it from being used. Like, literally. That's how it goes. It's always like, this classroom raised funds so that this 5-year-old could eat at the school cafeteria and not be saddled with lifelong school lunch debt. And it's like, why is that a thing? I see that story and it zaps my fucking brain. I'm like, why? Are you fucking joking? Children should not go hungry at school. Children should not go hungry in general, but especially not at fucking school. They should not have to pay school lunch debt. It's psychotic. It is an insane concept because it is insane. A lot of aspects of capitalism where people are desperately trying to eke out as much profit as they possibly can lead to, when you think about it, insane avenues. It's a straw man argument. Eli Lilly doesn't price gouge for research. Insulin already fucking works. Yeah. The irony, of course, is that like a big chunk of what these massive pharmaceutical corporations utilize all of their vast amount of resources on is basically newer delivery mechanisms so they can fucking game the IP system and extend patents. That's it. Which, by the way, keeps medicine more expensive. Like every part of this, or advertisement, of course, but every part of this argument is just so wrong, so fundamentally wrong. When I see like a story, a feel-good story that is designed to make you go about like how an 8-year-old opened up a lemonade stand so he could pay for his fucking parents' cancer treatment, I lose my shit. I'm like, that's not feel-good, that's feel-bad. That's a feel-bad story. Because there's something severely fucked up about the systems that we exist under that a fucking 8-year-old has to like raise money, raise funds for his parents' cancer treatment. It's bananas, dude. Then you look like an insane asshole for not being happy about a kid doing something good. No, the kid is doing something beautiful. It's wonderful. It's great. It shouldn't happen. It should not need to exist. That's what is frustrating about it, okay? Obviously, I'm not mad at an 8-year-old. You have to be a psycho to make that assertion. Yeah, this was the tweet that I was thinking of. Every heartwarming human interest story in America is like he raised $20,000 to keep 200 orphans from being crushed in the orphan crushing machine, and then never ask why an orphan crushing machine exists or why you'd need to pay to prevent it from being used. And then when you ask why the orphan crushing machine even exists, Americans act bewildered that the large hydraulic device with a chute labeled insert orphans here could be mistaken for an orphan crushing machine. You put orphans in and the label suggests it crushes them. It's even named the Orphan Hammer 2000. If you're foolish enough to put orphans in it, the American responds. Oh, there's a subreddit named after this? Anyway. I don't know. It's socialized healthcare is one of those issues that impacts every single human being. You know what I mean? Almost exactly what he said. Yeah, 9-year-old selling lemonade raises $6,000 in 2 hours to help pay his brother's medical bills, dude. There you go. They found it. Yeah, here's my idea for like global socialism, dude. We just keep watching Mr. Beast videos until Mr. Beast single-handedly can fund the entire American healthcare system. You know what I mean? He just makes a YouTube video that so many people watch that like literally it generates enough revenue so you can start funding the American healthcare system. That's how it is. I think we're all severely underestimating how undereducated the American populace is. This isn't even about education. This is about propaganda and how successful propaganda is. Because like, you don't have to be educated to know, hey man, I'm dying. I need help. Why the fuck do I have to pay for this? This system is insane. It's like probably the most human thing you can feel, as a matter of fact. If you've ever been poor, if you've ever had an issue with like bills, in any capacity, that feeling of desperation, that creeping feeling is pretty real, okay? But every facet of propaganda that is designed to make the material realities that we all exist under seem normal has been working on overdrive since your moment of birth, that like you don't even think about the real reasons why this is fucked up and how things could be better, and immediately run defense for the system itself because change is scary and you don't want to try change. And also change might be socialism, and socialism is bad. I've learned that it's bad. I can't wait for the Mr. Beast lays 50 miles of new asphalt for rural North Carolina town video, 100 million views via Twitter. It's just insane, but it's true. It's like, the fuck? Mr. Beast is not the government, dog. Why the fuck is he supposed to be doing what the government's supposed to be doing? The government's supposed to be doing this. Or you can pay taxes to the government to do it instead, Mr. Beast. Instead of Mr. Beast, HasanAbi, America, let's watch Mr. Beast. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that that's like the actual solution, dummy. That's a joke. I'm saying that like Americans would rather watch Mr. Beast enough times to have him fund fucking socialized medicine than actually force the government to do it. Also, that is not even socialism. Like, advocating for free healthcare is not socialism. It is inherently anti-capitalist in many ways to want to, nationalize and destroy the profit motive within a massive industry. Yes. Okay. But it's not socialism. That's precisely why a lot of these social democracies in Europe are not socialist nations. They just have better amenities. They are closer to what a socialist governance would look like. Doesn't mean that they're actually socialist. They're still not socialist. And they also entirely hinge their existence on the same kind of third world exploitation that every other country in the first world benefits from. One of the funniest cucked takes that I hear, that I don't really hear that much, but I know Steven Crowder has cut a video on this because I criticized it a long time ago, okay, was the idea that Americans actually subsidize the rest of the world's healthcare and the rest of the world's pharmaceutical prices, you are so stupid, dude. I cannot comprehend how fucking stupid you can be. That is patently false. Okay, that's not true. That is literally a Heritage Foundation talking point that made its way into your dumb baby brain. And you're just repeating it because it makes you feel comfortable as you defend the structures that we exist under, instead of recognizing how grim the reality actually is. You are just sedating yourself with falsehoods. Wait, I thought he said we subsidize their military? No. This is another argument. That's one argument. Americans pay so much in military because we subsidize everyone else's military and protection. That's one dumbass argument. The second one is Americans pay more in pharmaceuticals because that's the only way to drive innovation. Wrong, okay? And also that we subsidize other countries so they can pay less for their medicine. Also wrong. Completely wrong. That argument comes from the Heritage Foundation directly. So you'd rather end up paying taxes for more mediocre healthcare with longer wait times? In Canada and England, patients literally die waiting. That's another falsehood. That's made up. Canada is the only country that has some form of socialized medicine that has wait times that are comparable to the United States of America, whereas every other country has better wait times in the United States of America. Nobody goes to the fucking emergency room and goes, "Oh, I'm dying," and the doctors go, "Sorry." First of all, we do that here in America. We have to triage regularly in our emergency rooms, especially when you consider rural hospitals that do not even have adequate fucking healthcare in most of the goddamn country because, hey, it's not profitable to have a fucking hospital in the middle of nowhere, okay? So that's number one. Number two, what you're describing is people waiting for not like life-saving medication. What you're describing is people that are waiting for like hip replacement surgeries and whatnot. The wait times can be a little bit longer for some of those surgeries. However, it's fucking free. Do you understand? You're advocating to paywall something. You're either advocating to ration it off by who needs it the most, or you're advocating to ration it off by who can pay for it. And let me tell you something, motherfucker. You're not winning in the who can pay for it argument. That's so stupid. And the only reason why we have those wait times is because of a lack of investment. Exactly. You don't know what's happening in Canada, so shut up. No, I do actually know what's happening in Canada. I don't know why you think I don't know what's happening with Canadian healthcare when I've like literally fucking promoted. What are you talking about? Of course I know. I probably know better than what you know, what you think you know about what's happening with healthcare in Canada, you fucking idiot. Every aspect of socialized medicine is oftentimes underfunded by capital owners who desperately want to cripple that socialized system so they can privatize it, okay? The problem with Canadian healthcare is not because it's socialized. It's because not enough resources are going into it. Same with the NHS in the UK. Shut the fuck up. Most of the time, though, those issues are also provincial. It's the provincial governments that end up doing that sort of thing. You are doing the same dummy... Dude, I'm invading Canada. Fuck it. This motherfucker spoke too much. It's done. It's over. California is invading Canada, and we're going to privatize your entire system, dude, so you can fucking feel what it's like to live under a truly capitalist system. You know what I mean? You fucking wannabe Euro cuck bitch having a fun little time up there, don't you know? You don't know what it's like, okay? It's done. It's over. Every aspect of Canadian healthcare that is absolutely fucked is not fucked because it's socialized. It's fucked because people refuse to fund it. Politicians refuse to fund it. Same with the NHS in the UK. And the reason why they refuse to fund it or underfund it regularly is so they can substitute it with private healthcare. Okay? That's it. Mr. Know-It-All, come and take it next year. You will be gone as the snow comes. Yeah, that's the other problem. That's the other problem with like invading Canada is too much snow. The premier of Ontario is literally privatizing our healthcare system. We will be America 2.0 in 10 years. It's hilarious hearing you talk about how great it is here. I never said it's great. I know it's not great. Literally just 2 hours ago, friend of the show, Jugmeat Singh, says, you, not CEO profit, should be the priority of Canadian healthcare system. Conservative attempts to privatize it are putting that at risk, and Justin Trudeau is going along with it. What's happening in Canada is man-made orchestrated catastrophe. It's disgusting. Yeah. It's happening, again, in the UK as well. It's happening all over the place. You want to know why? Here's why. Because profit and the rate of profit has a tendency to decline. No matter what happens through tech, through innovation, profits are always going to decline. So when that happens, when profits decline, you have to find new avenues to extract profit, okay? Whether it be whipping your workforce after it becomes more efficient and cutting it down, shaving it, and then the remaining people have to work extra hard with the same technological advancements, or whether it be trying to find new avenues of privatization that were previously controlled by the government. Okay? That's the reason why it's happening in the UK and in Canada, and it's going to continue happening everywhere else. I think it's time for you to make a trip up north to our little sister that is Canada. Fuck no. The reason is that people have less power in those countries now. This wouldn't have happened decades ago in those countries. I mean, labor always has less power, but the real reason is because they are looking for new avenues to generate revenue, to generate profit, to boost profit margins. That's it. And you know all about that, especially at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break, okay, where you look for new and unique ways of avoiding those ads. But I tell you, you can avoid them by subscribing for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime. By connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Or you can use someone else's Amazon Prime account and connect it to your Twitch account. You can also get gifted a sub. Thank you, MP Sharky. Thank you, Psycho Pomp Pan and Freddie Nunez for allowing 15 people to no longer see the ads. Wait, friend of the show? Yes, Jugmeat and I are homies. Okay, Sussy Sock Them. Thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to also no longer see the ads. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Stony P 1803. Thank you for the 5 get the subs as well. Yeah, I mean, we are not good by any metric. The only thing, you want to know what America excels in? Like, the American healthcare is bad by every metric, by every design. Our life expectancy is worse than these other countries. Obviously, that's a more complicated matter because our diet is shit too, you know what I mean? Our lack of walkability in our cities contributes greatly to that. But the only thing we're good at is like our hospitals are nicer. I will admit this, usually. Okay. And also cancer treatment. I think like brain cancer or like certain kinds of cancer treatment, America is like very good at. But other than that, it does not excel in any way, shape, or form. America has better treatments due to a shit ton of money being charged for it? No, that's not true. That's not true. What? I'm confused. If socialism is not the problem, the free healthcare in Canada, wait time being the major problem, and if that's the fact, and if the fact that the government is not funding these public institutions, isn't that the main ideology of socialism not working? Wait, what? This is why I said socialism is not the government doing things, okay? Something can be against the profit motive, even though Canadian healthcare is not entirely anti-profit motive. It's not nationalized. Spend more per capita for shittier healthcare, evidence-based fact in the United States? Yes. Overall ranking, access to care, care process. Access to care in the United States is at 11. I don't know how the fuck you can do that at 11. Wait, does 11 mean best or worse? Comparative healthcare system. Norway, Netherlands, Australia, UK, Germany, New Zealand, Sweden, France, Switzerland, Canada. And Switzerland has like the closest system to the United States. And even then it's like heavily subsidized. The United States is the lowest performing. Exhibit 3 shows that while spending as a share of gross domestic product, GDP, has increased in all countries, spending growth in the U.S., by far the worst performer overall, has greatly exceeded growth in the other 10 nations. In 1980, high-income countries spent between 5% to 8% of GDP on healthcare, but as U.S. spending accelerated over the decades, the U.S. was spending a substantially larger share of its GDP by healthcare in 2019 in comparison to every other high-income country. The United States currently spends 16.8% in 2019. In 1980, it was 8%. Still higher than everyone else, but not as bad. While all these other countries have remained relatively stable, the United States healthcare system has shot up. It's so odd that people act like healthcare is not an issue in this country when like nonprofits that normally operate in African nations literally come to the U.S. in the Appalachian region and set up shop inside of stadiums to offer healthcare to like motherfuckers living in West Virginia. You know what I mean? Like they do like one-stop shops for the day. Like that's how big of a failure it is here in the United States of America, the wealthiest nation on earth. They do like dental care. We watched a documentary on it. Yeah. Anyway, It's insane. And yet we still act like this is, you know, just normal. This is supposed to be the way it's supposed to be. Anyway. Jordan Peterson tweet triggers me. Okay. Let's get started on the rest of the news. Growing calls for police reform after the release of Tyre Nichols' arrest video.
We're going to begin this morning with the fallout from the deadly beating of Tyre Nichols. Over the weekend, we saw mostly peaceful protests nationwide after Memphis police released body cam video of his arrest. 5 of the officers involved are now charged with second-degree murder after they were fired. 4 others who arrived on the scene, including 2 firefighters, are also now under investigation. Now, we have to warn you here, we're going to show you some of this video, and it is extremely difficult and disturbing to watch. Elise Preston is in Memphis with more on the story. Elise, good morning to you. So here's a question. How has the community responded after looking at the footage?
Well, Gail, there has been outrage, prayer, and protests over the death of 29-year-old Tyre Nichols, a father who loved photography and skateboarding. The question everyone seems to be asking is, how did a traffic stop escalate so violently?
Say his name! Tyre Nichols!
A wave of demonstrations demanding police reform from Memphis
No justice! No peace!
to Los Angeles
No justice! No peace!
to New York.
Something like this should never happen to anybody.
Followed Friday's release of video showing the brutal beating of Tyre Nichols. It began as a traffic stop on January 7th for what officers said was reckless driving. Police pulled Nichols from his vehicle. They then pepper spray and attempt to tase him.
I'm just trying to go home.
Before he breaks free.
That was the first interaction, by the way. Remember, that's the first altercation. I don't know if the new cop that was charged is actually that cop that instigated this or was responsible for the original altercation. I don't know if it was the white cop. Escalate the violence. Didn't they start the traffic stop violently? Yes. Good. You're learning. That's good. You're absolutely correct. That is a very clever way that the media tricks you into thinking that the first interaction is not violent. For some reason, that's normal police protocol. But to the obvious, to the onlooker, you literally look at that and you go, what the fuck do you mean? They were beating his ass silly in the first interaction. That should have never happened. That should have never happened. So much so that he literally, understandably ran away because he was like, what is going on? What's happening? What's happening? What's happening? New 6th officer named Preston Hemphill, who participated in the murder of Tyre Nichols, has been placed on leave, but not yet charged. Okay.
Free and flees. Police caught up to him less than 100 yards from his mother's home.
Watch out, watch out! Watch out!
Dude, I don't know if this is guys. I've seen the speculation floating around that this was personal. You can't be out here doing that. Okay? That's not confirmed, especially because what you're failing to recognize here is that this isn't any different than any other police beating, okay? That's what you're don't jump to oh, this was personal. This was probably personal. And they did it because they knew Tyre Nichols personally. When it's not. They want you to think that this behavior is out of the norm when it's not. It is so normal, whether it be with their hands, with batons, or with weapons, less lethal weapons that still can kill, or actual fucking mag dumping into an unarmed person. Cops kill more than 3 people a day in this country. it's 33.4 per 10 million people that die in the hands of the police in this country on average. That number is insanely high in comparison to even Canada. And I'm giving you per capita numbers. In Canada, it's 9. The number is supposed to be 9 per 10 million. And that's the highest. Most countries have 0. We are not even thinking about, like how this is beyond the norm in comparison to other countries. Okay? Is it effing? Not on my end. That's a your end situation, I think. It was fine for me. I believe my internet is fine. Anyway, not in Illinois. Good. That's who I want to talk to. My Illinois chatters anyway. How would you stop the current ungodly amount of crime? Eliminating the police right now seems dumb to people who go outside. First of all, I'm not saying we need to eliminate the police, okay? I'm saying that we need to create a system of accountability and change the rules, change the training from the jump, and change the way that police currently operate. Secondly, you said ungodly amount of crime. Most of the crime that you are considering to be an ungodly amount of crime is done as a consequence of your material conditions. Crime is created through socioeconomic conditions. People are not going out and like doing serial killings all the time in the way that you think they are. Okay? Robberies, theft, all this shit is done because people are poor. And it doesn't have to be that like they're Jean Valjean and they're stealing a loaf of bread, even though they do sometimes do that. Okay? All matter of theft, for the most part, is done specifically because there's no other alternative for these people. Okay? Oh, just work hard is stupid. If you want to truly solve crime, you have to offer opportunity and you have to offer material restitution. Okay? So if you truly care about eliminating crime, then that's the best way to do it. Now, having said that, as far as police and the way that they operate, as far as the police and the way that they operate in this like brutally violent way, there is crime everywhere. And it seems like cops are only violent in America. America is not like just this uniquely criminal country. It's not this uniquely criminal nation. Unless you look at, unless you change what you consider to be the dynamics of crime. Like, for example, we're unique in our wealth theft, okay, wage theft. We're uniquely brutal in our labor conditions in comparison to other countries. We are uniquely armed, that's for sure. And our police violence is unique. Yes, we are number 1 at police violence. But it doesn't make sense. Sorry.
A poll camera shows officers kicking, punching, and striking Nichols with a baton while he is being restrained for roughly 3 minutes. He is then dragged and propped against a car without first aid where he struggles to stay upright. It takes at least 20 minutes before an ambulance arrives. Nichols died at the hospital 3 days later.
I could only look at it one time. That's all I needed.
I wanted to see the background on her because, like, No, the police don't have very little training. I mean, the police do have very little training, but the training that they get is also incredibly violent training, okay? Gotta fucking put this on. Jesus Christ. And also, it is expected of the cops to be violent. They are supposed to be violent. It's a part of their job. And there is no systemic accountability brought upon them when they are behaving in the violent way that they're expected to behave. So why the fuck would you change anything? When your expectation, the expectation given to you by society is that you're supposed to be violent. You're the violent enforcers of brutal and oftentimes unjustifiable laws. The fact that they use taxpayer money to resolve lawsuits is ridiculous. Yeah, I know. So, like, not only do you pay for these dudes' salaries, and in a lot of places, in a lot of big cities, almost 50% of the budget goes directly to their salaries, their overtime, their benefits packages, their nice cars, their weapons that they use on you. And then they end up creating enclaves in edge cities where they have, like, the best kind of education for their children because they're getting paid fat salaries. They then turn around and beat the shit out of you with the money that they get from you. And then they fucking get sued when they are doing unjustifiable, ungodly amounts of fucking violence. And then they get sued, understandably. And then the city has to pay those damages. And that's still coming out of your fucking pockets. It's crazy. A huge problem is police don't live in the area they police, in my opinion. That's one aspect of this. Is a smaller, tiny fraction of it. In your idealist society, will there be any form of law enforcement? Of course. Of course they would be. Of course. Crime still will exist. There are still, not every single aspect of crime is directly linked to your material conditions, okay? There are still certain things that are going to happen no matter what happens, okay? There's still going to be like serial killers and shit. You still need detectives. You still also need an understanding that, like, there is some level of law and order. Like, there needs to be an enforcer, okay? Every time I talk about police brutality, motherfuckers come in here and they go, dude, so you just don't want cops. You want to abolish law enforcement in its entirety. And it's like, no. I've been taught to yell, stop resisting and drop your weapon after firing a gun because bystanders will remember you said it, and their memory will automatically reverse the order of events you make to make it make sense. Their testimony will support yours because of this. I've been told to loosen up and have fun. It's fun. Why are you so serious when doing a shoot, don't shoot scenario training? I've been told that de-escalation techniques will get me and other officers killed. And as a smaller law enforcement officer, I was justified escalating my use of force faster than my colleagues because I was always in danger, so I should use it. Okay? Which, by the way, this is all consistent with, like, not only killology or however the fuck you say it, but also just like training in general. This is consistent with the outcome that you see. They literally, from start to bottom, talk about how cops are constantly in danger. They're constantly in danger of the elements, whether it be fentanyl, laughable, or every person that they're dealing with being like a violent criminal who is out to kill them. Killology, yeah. And by the way, De-escalation is seen as a burden and is seen as a bad thing in police forces. We talked about the case from, was it West Virginia, of the military veteran who joined the force after touring, and then they fired him because he refused to kill a guy who was trying to do a suicide by cop. They fired him. Shit like this happens all the time. It's not that there are more good cops and the bad cops are just like kind of spoiling the bunch or whatever. It's that there are some good cops, sure, but they get fucking fired, killed, or are forced to quit. Yeah, he settled against the state and won $175,000 for being fired unjustly. Deputy Chief Sarah Lynn C.J. Davis is an innovative and highly qualified leader in the Atlanta Police Department. Yeah, I think, like, is it true? I don't know if she actually got fired from the or relocated from the Atlanta Police Department because she was covering up a sexual assault. But that's what I heard. And she's the one who advocated to start the Scorpion unit to begin with. So everybody who's like thinking that she's great, is not necessarily correct in that. Oh, pedo stuff. Oh, I thought it was just sexual assault. Anyway. Skip intro video about We Own the City. I don't know what skip intro is, but We Own the City is my favorite. We Own the City, as I've talked about, is my favorite, like, favorite piece of media to watch that very quickly shows you the truth about how cops work. It's a real story. It's not even a story. It's a real thing that actually happened. A journalist in Baltimore covered every detail and every conversation taking place in the gun trace task force in Baltimore that was, incredibly corrupt. It's very similar to the Scorpion task force. A lot of times these like specialized forces, a lot of times these special forces in the police are seen as earners, producers. They're like, they can do insanely violent shit. They're plainclothes officers. They have unmarked cars. The guy that wrote The Wire, David Simon, is the one who actually, directed this. And it's very, very, very good. What is this? This video includes scenes of graphic violence. Cops from around the world react to U.S. policing. I mean, I don't want to do that right now. So Scorpion unit tactics are all too common. They're not unique. Okay.
Interview with CBS News, the Memphis police chief said she felt outraged watching the footage and questioned the reason for pulling Nichols over.
I hate that they just like
Very
show this
puzzling
footage
for me
over and over again.
That I don't have the information that I need to at least understand what started this.
The 5 former.
I love that, like, cops and priests, like, they relocate. Anytime a cop or a priest fucking relocates, know that some sussy ass shit happened. You know what I mean? Yeah, it turns out the Memphis police chief, Sarah Lynn Davis, CJ Davis, fired from previous Atlanta job after botched sex crimes probe. The chief of police in Memphis, in charge of the 5 officers who fatally beat and tasered motorist Tyre Nichols, was fired from a previous law enforcement job after a botched probe. Sarah Lynn Davis became the first female police chief in Memphis history in 2021. Everyone was like, oh man, that's so brilliant. That's so great. Liberalism. You know what I mean? We did it. New York Post, bro, you might want to double check that. Brother, New York Post loves to sensationalize shit, and they certainly are not anti-cop, okay? If you know anything about New York Post's history, then you understand that, like, despite the fact that they love sensationalizing shit, they're not going to fucking write a fake story altogether. And not only that, but, like, it's not like they're fucking anti-cop, dumbass. So if they're writing about a police officer like this, understand that it's most likely fucking true. Half of their coverage is literally a black guy is dangerous in public. Literally, like half of their coverage is unironically about, like, anytime a black person even sneezes in the direction of someone, God forbid a white person, New York Post is going to cover it in the most racist ways possible, okay? Yeah, look, racism didn't kill Tyre Nichols. Moronic, poorly trained cops did. Boom, NYPD cars vandalized an anti-cop slogan in 3rd straight day of attacks. Tyre Nichols' case, Memphis police chief was once fired from the Atlanta Police Department. She was reinstated on appeal and eventually left for another department. The chief of Memphis Police Department had a lengthy career in Atlanta that nearly ended her 2008 firing in connection with a botched investigation involving the husband of a police sergeant. Now Sarah Lynn Davis finds herself in the spotlight again. The 5 officers involved, all of whom also are black, were quickly fired and indicted Thursday on second-degree murder. She says she was outraged. We all know that. Parallels were made to the Rodney King beating. Mr. Nichols was able to get away from these officers, and they found him again at another location, Davis said. Now, let's take a look. She got her start as a patrol officer in Atlanta in 1986. She quickly advanced through the ranks, holding various titles before eventually being named deputy chief. As a commander, she led Atlanta's Special Operations Section, which includes SWAT, mounted patrols, motors, APD's helicopter unit, vice, and narcotics. Understand that this is when you're the top cop like this, okay? When you're the top cop like this, you have your hands in every fucking violent aspect, including, and I heard about this as well, the city's infamous Red Dog unit. This is a particularly incredibly fucking brutal squad. In 1988, the Soviet Union controlled Eastern Europe, and crack cocaine dealers controlled many of Atlanta's apartment complexes, including the city's 37 public housing projects, some public housing residents terrorized by nightly gunfire. Okay. We'll look more in the Red Dog unit as well. She also served as Atlanta's Police Department's Internal Affairs Commander. Now, understand that the person in charge of like more of the violent specialty units also suggested similar structures within the Memphis Police Department when she became police chief there. She is the reason why they even had a Red Dog unit style Scorpion unit in Memphis. So for her to like say, oh man, we really fucked up here, let's disband it, that's just her covering her own ass. And the fact that the media is not talking about this is just insane to me. They are simply doing propaganda. When they say these 5 cops that were fired were uniquely brutal, different than other kinds of cops who actually do a really good job, they're doing propaganda. I told you, as soon as I saw the video, As soon as I watched the video, you saw this on stream, I told you, this is violent. It's horrific. It's inhumane. But the one thing it's not is unusual. It's not unusual that cops behave this way. And you can see on camera that it's so not unusual that they're openly talking about it on their body camera footage. They're openly talking about it. You want to know why they're openly talking about it? Because they know this is normal process. They didn't even think that they might get punished for this. They didn't even think they would get desk duty for this. They didn't even run damage control immediately. That's how you know it's not unusual. If you want further proof that it's not unusual, the first 3 different cruisers that were involved in the original traffic stop that were just as brutal as the 5 that got fired did not get any kind of punishment until later. Now they're starting to involve the other cops that ripped him out of the fucking car, beat the shit out of him, tased him while he was on the ground. And the unfortunate and sad reality, the real sad part about this, the additionally sad part about this is that if Tyre Nichols hadn't died, or if there wasn't the poll camera footage that was accessible to like all parts of the department, we would not have had this be a nationwide story. You want to know why? Because this happened with Sandra Bland. This happened with Elijah McClain. This happened with Philando Castile. This happens 3 times a day in the United States of America. So don't fucking tell me that this is beyond the pale, beyond reason, so unusual, so different. Okay? The Red Dog unit that she oversaw was disbanded. It was controversial. Despite complaints involving Red Dog officers, Turner said at the press conference that the disbanding was not prompted by recent allegations. The raid on the Atlanta Eagle in September 2009 was conducted by the APD's Vice Squad, which called in the Red Dog unit for backup. Patrons of the bar that night, who later sued the APD, including many Red Dog officers, said members of the paramilitary unit used anti-gay slurs against them. This is a Stonewall, this was like targeted against a gay club, a queer nightclub in 2009. Used excessive force and searched them without probable cause. None of the patrons were arrested during the raid. The city settled a federal lawsuit with the Eagle plaintiffs in December for $1 million. Okay? For $1 million. The settlement also included reforms to APD's standard operating procedures by mandating no more illegal search and seizures, as well as an internal investigation into all the officers involved in the raid. The investigation is set to be concluded by May. I would love to hear who got fucking fired there. And that's taxpayer-funded settlements, by the way, remember. I'm relieved that the new city officials, mayor, and the police chief see the need to make the changes. I'm glad they did. I'm glad they finally recognized there was an issue. The citizens and visitors of Atlanta will benefit. There are probably more good officers in the Red Dog unit, but others need to stop violating the civil rights of people. These people need to be in Afghanistan or Iraq. We are a city that is not under siege, Ramey said. Oh, God, I love liberalism so much. They're like, come on, this kind of brutality is for the Iraqi children. You know what I mean? Not us, tax-paying citizens of the United States of America. Anyway, the Atlanta Citizens Review Board, an independent body, last week made it public its full investigative report on the police actions during the Atlanta Eagle raid. The Citizen Board recommended punishments ranging from 3-day suspensions. This is why civilian boards are also fucking dog water. Written reprimands and Fourth Amendment trainings to all officers involved in the raid. Two Red Dog officers involved in the Atlanta Eagle raid were put on administrative leave after 2 men alleged they and another Red Dog officer pulled them over and fondled them. One man said he was forced to pull his butt cheeks apart in the middle of the street as an officer conducted a cavity search. He got 3 days off, dude. The suggestion from the Citizen Review Board was, did you fucking make someone spread their butt cheeks and do a cavity search in the middle of the street? Did you fondle them? Take 3 days off to really, think about that. That's crazy. The APD LGBT advisory group created in the wake of citizen frustration about the Eagle raid sent Chief Turner a letter last week asking him to follow the recommended punishments for the officers. Please take 3 days off after you sexually assaulted a patron for no reason. Turner said that at today's... Bro, kids in kindergarten get longer sentencing and like more punitive timeouts than fucking cops do. I don't know what it would take for a cop to get severely punished for like that genuinely meets the crime that they are engaging in. You know what I mean? The actions. Chatters get longer time off for making bad jokes. Anyway, the Red Dog unit was created in 1987 and named after the football move of blitzing a quarterback, according to the fact sheet distributed by the Atlanta Police Department after the press conference. Clearly, after the settlement was done, it forced our investigation back to a different point, so we had to do various things, and after the settlement, we are in the process of completing that investigation. Yeah. Anyway, they disbanded it because this raid was the final draw, but a lot of these units get a fuckload of complaints that fall on deaf ears. So I'm sure CJ was, very good at avoiding hearing about how fucking awful the Scorpion unit was, as we already know some people actually did turn around and file complaints, which were not heard by people in positions of power. So, dude, do you think it's the right time for me to turn around in the middle of like covering police brutality in America, talking about systemic issues, to talk about Cutie Cinderella's tweet? Do you think this is the best time for this? Why are you spamming this over and over again? Especially if Cutie's tweet itself implies that no coverage should be afforded to the matter. Like, you're literally like, hey, can you cover this tweet that says, please don't cover this shit? Do you think you're doing it because you genuinely care about it? Or do you think you're doing it because you just want drama and you want to fucking get a nice little clip for LSF? One of the facts seared into my head is that when Derek Chauvin was convicted for murdering George Floyd, he was only the 7th cop to be convicted of murder since 2005 out of the 15,000 police killings in those 16 years. Yeah. Yeah. The 6th one was also Mohammed Noor from the same city, ironically enough. A Somali cop who was pretty new and killed an Australian yoga instructor on a police call, which, by the way, he deserves to go to prison for that. Do not misunderstand me. Just, just some things to think about. I gave We Own the City on HBO watch and is highly recommended. Based Will take on police. Yeah, Will literally Will's job was literally to scour 10,000 hours of police brutality footage to find the worst bits. That was it. That was his job back in the day when I met him. Yeah. Hasan intimidates me more than the mean girls in high school did. Wait, why? Anyway, so we know her background on the Red Dog unit and like the special weapons and tactics that she worked on. Okay, let's continue. CJ was fired from the Atlanta Police Department in 2008 for her alleged involvement in a sex crimes investigation into the husband of an Atlanta police sergeant, according to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. Okay, this also doesn't like offer a lot of information on it, unfortunately. But yeah, she was the Atlanta Police Department's internal affairs commander. She was fired in 2008 for her alleged involvement in a botched sex crimes investigation into the husband of an Atlanta police sergeant. Another police employee was also fired, and the Sergeant Tanya Crane resigned before the department decided how to punish her. 2 detectives accused Davis of telling them not to investigate Crane's husband, Terrell Marion, T.C. Crane, after the department obtained sexual photos of him with underage girls. A federal grand jury later indicted T.C. Crane on charges of producing child pornography. He pleaded guilty to 1 count in January 2009. She was fired for telling detectives not to fucking investigate someone for CP. I love protecting and serving, dude. You know what I mean? Protecting and serving, baby. I think this is truly heinous. Obviously. Like, what she did is heinous. What she did is gross. Regular police, by the way. That's just how police operate, okay? If this shocks you, then you don't understand how cops work. Straight up. However, what's additionally heinous is that the media did not do this due diligence. Like, I first heard about this a couple days ago on Twitter, man. Like, that's crazy. It's crazy that, like, Twitter is where I found out about this. And not fucking CNN, as Don Lemon is standing next to her going, oh, yeah, it's really, how gruesome was the footage? What other job can you put covering up a coworker's crime on your resume and still get hired? That, but it's also like your job literally is to like uncover crime. You know what I mean? Like on paper, your job is to literally stop crime. And when you actually stop the investigation from being conducted, you're still elevated to a higher position. She retired from the department in 2016 to take the job as the Durham, North Carolina police chief. And in April 2021, Davis was selected by Memphis Mayor Jim Strickland as the department's first female chief, and her appointment was confirmed a month later. They did this as a PR move, by the way. She's a telegenic black woman with 30 years experience on the job. That's why they fucking put her in that position. And one of the things she did was create the Scorpion unit. But of course she created the Scorpion unit. Okay? Wait, elevated? I thought you said she got fired. Yes, she got fired. Then it doesn't matter. She became police chief again somewhere else. And then she was appointed to be police chief of Memphis, the city's first female black police chief. Cops and priests, baby. Part of the job. Cops and priests. You ever see a motherfucking cop get relocated? Know that they've done some fuck shit, okay? Good rule of thumb. Couple good rules of thumb at the HasanAbi broadcast. I'm going to go over these again. When you hear a story about a police overdose or a police dying of fentanyl or some shit, not dying, but like ODing on fentanyl, that's bullshit. Immediately. Don't believe it, okay? In all of my years of covering cop shit, I've never seen a singular cop that unironically got like contact poisoned by fentanyl. It's always a lie. That's number one. And it's done specifically to continue the war on drugs narrative. Number two, cops also always lie about being harassed by fast food workers, okay? By being harassed by the service industry. Anytime you hear about a story about a cop being bullied for being a cop, that's also a fucking lie. If you go by these rules, you are going to be correct like 85% of the time, okay? You might get it wrong sometimes. Obviously, still maintain your skepticism. Maybe, there might be some truth to the matter. Who knows? Look into each individual story. But if you go by that rule of thumb, you're probably going to be right most of the time, okay? I'm not even 85. Fuck it. 95% of the time, you are going to be correct, okay? And lastly, but not least, of course, if you see a cop that has been relocated from one station to another, treat it like a fucking priest. Okay? There's a reason why they did that. There's a reason why that happened. And that reason, well, sometimes in the case of CJ Davis, can be literally covering up like pedophilia. Okay? Just like priests. Or more routine things like brutality, racism, murder, things of that nature. Okay? So remember that. People talk about training all the time without understanding that police are literally trained to kill. There's a widespread assumption that police are trained to de-escalate as such, but they're not. They're trained to neutralize threats and minimize risks to themselves. Exactly. And the system unironically reinforces this mentality. The system protects them when they behave like this. One of the first things CJ Davis did in Durham, by the way, was send cops to Israel for training. Oh, perfect. Yeah. You got to learn how to kettle and corral, baby. There's one thing. If there's one thing American cops need, it's training by the IDF so they can become more brutal and treat every fucking person that they interact with like an Israeli defense person treating a motherfucking Palestinian child, with a bullet. IDF, notorious for de-escalation. Many reverting to the same stale demand for more training are cynical. Some are just bullshitting to CYA. What is that? Until this latest outrage blows over, some are Zoomers who haven't heard this debate 900 times yet. Whatever the reason, I recommend you actually read what they're trained to do. Yes, this is something that I cover your ass. Oh, okay. Sending in Ivy League kids to patrol under-resourced and hyper-surveilled poor communities won't alter the fundamental and institutional function of police, nor will it address the underlying reasons as to the why the United States has such high crime rates and high incarceration rates. In any event, the idea that problem with police is that they're simply too undereducated is a very phoned-in take, clearly pandering to overeducated credential humpers. One reason the Globe Emoji Twitter loves it so much, technocratic, unfalsifiable, and fundamentally conservative. God, Adam is so fucking good at his job, dude. Truly, he is so fucking good. He's been doing this shit for many, many years, and he does not miss. This motherfucker rarely ever misses, okay? As far as, on the independent media side, Adam Johnson, always, his media analysis is always on point, and his analysis on crime and policing, always very, very good. Highly recommend it. Highly recommend giving him a follow. He is pretty good at this stuff. His podcast is the Citations Needed podcast, also very good. Podcast on the media, power, PR, and the history of bullshit, hosted by Why to Sleep Nima and Adam Johnson. But yeah, he is absolutely correct on this. Noah Smith, of course, goes with the bad take that he always has. More and more, I'm convinced that big policing reform need to professionalize the police. What most people refuse to understand is that the police are trained to specifically kill people. I mean, Dave Grossman, one of the most popular and celebrated police trainers in America, describes his discipline as killology and wrote a book on killing. For the last several decades, Grossman has presented many thousands of trainings to hundreds of thousands of police, including officers in large departments run by police chiefs that the media portrays as progressive and respectable. Like, we have watched this guy. We have watched a killology seminar on this broadcast. You know it is insane and unhinged. In any other circumstance, if you weren't so fucking geared to think cops are supposed to be doing this because of the endless amounts of propaganda that actively and desperately tries to normalize that kind of behavior, okay, you would look at that and go, that's insane. Actually, fuck that. You still look at that as a normal person who's not a cop and go, that's insane. Why is that a part of the training? Demon Stasis, thank you for the 5. Get the subs. The problem is not an absence of training and professionalism. The problem is that lying and killing are at the heart of the profession. Exactly. The stop resisting and show me your hands is the most common thing that they fucking say. Not because they genuinely want you to stop resisting, because in most of those circumstances, and I can tell you this as a person who has, again, reviewed thousands of hours of police brutality body camera fucking videos, okay? They always say that, and the motherfuckers are not resisting. The victims never are resisting. They're saying that as an alibi. They're saying that because they are going to kill you, and they want to make sure that it looks better on camera when they end up doing it. Cops lie also so much and so frequently. Another HasanAbi broadcast classic. They have a terminology for it, for lying on the stand. It's called test-lying. Okay? It is so much a part of being a cop that they literally fucking have a term for it. Test-lying. Anyway. No, they don't. Stop playing. Test the lying. That's not a real term. Is that what you just said? Like, lying on the stand is not a real concept. Police perjury is the act of a police officer knowingly giving false testimony. It is typically used in criminal trial to make the case against defendants believed by the police to be guilty when irregularities during the suspect's arrest or search threaten the result in their acquittal. It can also be extended to encompass substantive misstatements of fact to convict those whom the police believe to be guilty, procedural misstatements to justify search and seizure, or even the inclusion of statements to frame an innocent citizen. More generically, it has been said to be lying under oath, especially by a police officer, to help get a conviction. I'm surprised that there is no Supreme Court decision that specifically dictates that test-lying is adequate. Oh yeah, the famous words from Dave Grossman is that sex after a kill is the best sex of your life. That's one of the things that he teaches you, Dave Grossman. As I read about the disbelief expressed by some prosecutors, I thought Claude Rains' classic response in Casablanca on being told there was gambling in Rick's place. I'm shocked. For anyone who has practiced criminal law in the state or federal courts, the disclosures about rampant police perjury cannot possibly come as a surprise. Test-lying, as the police call it, has long been an open secret among prosecutors, defense lawyers, and judges. That's what, by the way, everyone's favorite fucking defense lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, said. God damn it, you know? You hate to see it. The Dersh! He's back! This motherfucker's been around for so long that, you know, it's inevitable that he's going to be right on some shit. The Dersh! Alan, I always kept my underpants on when I was hanging out with Jeffrey Epstein. Dershowitz. What do you mean, he said that. I didn't say it. Alan, there's a Alan, constitutionally speaking, if there is if a 16-year-old can consent to an abortion, a 16-year-old can consent to sex, Dershowitz. I didn't say that. He did. He wrote it. You can go search it if you want. Alan Dershowitz famously fucking argued that the age of consent should be lowered, constitutionally speaking, because a 16-year-old can consent to getting an abortion. You also got Norm Finkelstein fired for defending Palestinian dignity. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Alan Dershowitz's defense op-ed suggesting the age of consent for sex should be lowered. That's a real thing that he did. God, he's such a fucking insane person. He, by the way, gets this bright legal mind, okay, who was Jeffrey Epstein's close friend and, you know, trial lawyer. He's always on Fox News. Like, he's on Tucker Carlson's show all the time. I thought these motherfuckers hated pedophiles and pedophile defenders. Meanwhile, he's on every fucking night. Anyway, let's get back to this. I can't believe I spoke for like an hour off of 2 minutes and 23 seconds of video. Holy shit. That's what you miss out on the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break, okay? That's what you miss out. An incredible amount of pausing and commentary. Now, of course, if you don't want to miss out on any of that, if you want an uninterrupted broadcast experience, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free because the top of the hour is upon us. And there is a 3-minute ad break that's coming. Now, if you no longer want to see them, like I said, you can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. But here is the 3-minute ad break now.
Former Memphis police officers are facing several charges, including second-degree murder, aggravated kidnapping, and official oppression. All are out of jail on bond. Nichols' family says anyone on the scene who did not help Tyre should be charged.
There were other officers that you saw, and they did nothing to help.
Also, I have to pee. I'll be back in a second.
To be charged as well?
Yes, I do. You saw them all walking around while my son was on the ground. No one went to assist him. That's a dereliction of duty.
My son loved me to death, and I loved him to death. Yeah. We just had a special bond.
They always say no parent should ever have to bury a child. No. What does it feel like to bury your son after losing him in this way?
I have no words for that. I am still trying to wrap my head around all of this. I'm still in disbelief, really.
Now, a lawyer for one of the charged former officers told CBS News a thorough investigation of all angles must be done. Meanwhile, loved ones and civil rights leaders will say goodbye to Tyre Nichols at this church here in Memphis on Wednesday. Vlad?
You know, we are all trying to wrap our heads around this one. Elise in Memphis, thank you very much. The Memphis PD announced over the weekend it is permanently disbanding the specialized unit involved in the death of Tyre Nichols. All 5 officers charged in his death were part of the so-called Scorpion unit created in 2021 to target violent crime. At first, it was seen as a success, but as Jeff Pegues reports, there are questions now about what successful police.
Yeah, why was it seen as a success? I want to ask that question. That's a good question to ask. So successful. Stop saying go back. Stop. I know the dad said, wait, the question they asked a crazy question to the mom too?
Help. Do you want those officers to be charged as well?
Yeah,
Yes,
I heard this.
I do. You saw them all walking around while my son was on the ground. And no one went to assist him. That's a dereliction of duty.
My son loved me to death, and I loved him to death.
Yeah.
We just had a special bond.
They always say no parent should ever have to bury a child. No. What does it feel like to bury your son after losing him in this way?
I have no.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, we got way too callous and careless with the way that we cover police brutality. No, you don't ask questions like that unless it's like so firmly a part of your fucking life and your existence. Like, no, I'm serious. Dude, I think we are becoming like very unhinged in the way that we like analyze this shit. It's so commonplace that like people don't even second guess themselves before they ask questions like that. I'm not even kidding. That's what it is. It has to be that like we are so fucking desensitized to especially black trauma, but like police brutality in general, that it's just like that's like a normal question. I don't get it. I actually don't get it. She said, what does it feel like to bury your son, especially after he was murdered in this way? It's also odd because like she's been responding to that question for like the past couple days now. Like that's a question we've heard other people ask her too, or other versions of that question. We're running out of headline questions to ask. Sorry.
No words for that. I am still trying to wrap my head around all of this. I'm still in disbelief, really.
The Memphis PD announced over the weekend it is permanently disbanding the specialized unit involved in the death of Tyre Nichols. All 5 officers charged in his death were part of the so-called Scorpion unit created in 2021 to target violent crime. At first, it was seen as a success, but as Jeff Pegues reports, there are questions now about what successful policing really looks like.
Scorpion, which is short for the Street Crimes Operation to Restore Peace in Our Neighborhoods, was created to reduce rising crime in Memphis. The police department's 40-officer unit focused on violent offenses like homicides, assaults, robberies, and carjackings. But just over a year after it was created, The squad was disbanded permanently on Saturday after 5 of its officers were fired and charged with second-degree murder in the death of Tyre Nichols.
You guys are really doing a lot right now.
The brutal tactics the officers used are on display in the...
Stop making fun of his voice. He has like a throat condition. Oh my God. How many times have we covered this guy? How many times have we watched specifically CBS Morning's very own, I forget what the dude's name is, but like he just, yeah, he has a throat condition. It's okay. Like, yeah, he sounds like he's crying. I know. It happens every time. I mean, even I've made fun of it at first. I was like, what the fuck's going on? And then, you know, now I'm explaining it to you guys. He's the throat guy. Not choking up talking about it. He's got an issue. But it happens every time. Why point it out? Wait, what do you mean? Why not point it out? Literally everyone in unison in the chat was saying the same shit, making fun of him. I'm just telling them so that they don't, you know, they're not being mean. It's called spasmodic dysphonia. Oh, okay.
The video released on Friday. After beating and pepper spraying Nichols, who was unarmed, the officers were seen chatting as he sat propped up against a police car.
Hold on, where y'all see him? Right here. He was running through the yard, bro.
Culture is an issue that has to be looked at, and there has to be a surgical look.
Memphis Police Chief Cyril Lynn Davis told CBS News members of this unit somehow strayed from the mission.
It wasn't set up so...
Yeah, it was set up to cover up pedophiles, actually. So I don't know why the fuck they decided to do like so many violent things. Because like originally their goal was to cover up, you know, and protect pedophiles, which is what I did in the Atlanta department, right? For those of you who don't know, if you're literally just tuning in, that's what she did in Atlanta. That's why she got fired. Somehow they strayed from their mission. The fuck? Their mission is literally to be additionally brutal. Every big city fucking has one of these task forces, man. Why the fuck do cops act like that's not the case? She's been a cop for 30 years. She literally oversaw, as we talked about, another brutal enforcer that was disbanded in Atlanta. Fuck you mean?
That officers can be heavy-handed, and these officers were supposed to have laser-focused sort of priorities on repeat offenders. Those are individuals that were committing violent crimes, and they had great success last year.
How do you really quantify success?
Retired NYPD Detective Mark Claxton, now with a Black Law Enforcement Alliance, says in his experience, these specialized units can breed their own toxic culture.
When you have these smaller...
It's just funny because it's like police culture is already insanely toxic because the institution demands it, right? It's organized and created to be that way. But he's not wrong, okay? Ironically, these specialized units are basically like, hey, go all out, dude. Go buck wild. Fuck it. YOLO. You have a negative vibe. Brother, it is an unfortunate byproduct of like consistently covering the news. No matter what happens, I try as best as I can to like bring the vibes up. But ultimately, when we're talking about like a group of violent psychopaths, okay, who have all the guns and can do whatever the fuck they want and end up killing at least 3 Americans a day, yeah, that shit's going to not be very vibey. I'm sorry. You know what I mean? There's going to be a negative vibe associated with me covering police brutality. I'm sorry. It's fucking Monday. It's not the immaculate vibes of a Friday. Now, if you were to come to me on a Friday and say, Hasan, you're ruining the immaculate vibes of a Friday, then I would agree with you. I try my best. Like, I try to make it like a little bit more funny, humorous, even in all of this darkness, you know, a little bit of gallows humor or something like that. But it's, you know, you can only do so much when this is the subject matter.
Individualized units that can develop this subculture, but they all operate within the purview of that larger toxic police culture. It's just that they're more insular, they're more secretive.
While advocates applaud the disbanding of the Scorpion unit, some are now calling on Washington to act on police reform after a bill named for George Floyd failed to get through the last Congress.
It had many elements in it that are important, banning chokeholds, dealing with no warrant searches, dealing with accreditation of police departments.
But without
why is Dick Durbin talking about this? What? Shut up, bitch. The fuck are you gonna do about it? Mr. Beast executes 1,000 crooked cops. I want to imagine a socialist Mr. Beast. You know what I mean?
the chairman of the House Judiciary Committee on board, it will be a tough road to passage.
I don't know that there's any law that can stop that evil that we saw.
The chairman of the Congressional Board.
Yeah, Mr. Beast shuts down all specialized police units around the country.
Black Caucus is requesting a meeting with President Biden this week to discuss police reform issues, specifically police misconduct. A date, though, has not yet been set. Vlad.
Jeff, thank you very much.
You know, guys, as painful as that video is to watch, I'm actually glad there is video, because without the video, there would be a different story. You see them on the tape at one point saying, well, you know, he tried to grab my gun. You see that video, you know, there's no way that guy tried. He's 140, 150 pounds with those officers who are clearly very large.
Yeah.
It's heartbreaking, though, to watch that
It's
video.
incredibly disturbing to listen to officers trying to get their stories straight
yeah.
as to what happened when we have the video and we can see with our own eyes what happened.
But as a nation,
Ay, ay, ay. What is this? I'm not saying you should watch this, but just look at the title, Hilariously Anarchist. Time management is capitalist propaganda. I love that. I think complaining about YouTube is praxis. Who are you supporting in the Super Bowl and why is it the Eagles? Honestly, I'm supporting the Eagles. I actually am. Specifically because I want to see people in Philadelphia eat horse manure again. Like, living in Philadelphia is kind of like eating horse manure every day. But I find it pretty funny that, like, you know, Eagles fans literally do that as a celebration. I mean, I guess, like, they do that when they're angry, too. They just kind of do that regardless. One guy, one time, dog. Yep, nope. That's how it is, baby. You fucking... Sorry. I'm sorry. You can't... That's not a defense, man. You literally can't fucking say that. You eat horse shit one time on camera in celebration of a Super Bowl victory. That's what people are going to remember about your fucking city, dude. That's not a response. Oh, come on. I killed one fucking guy, dude. Why are you calling me a murderer? You know what I mean? That's it. You can't do that. Oh, yes. Philadelphia has public transport better than LA? Pfft, sure. Bro, one bald guy gets arrested for sex trafficking in Romania. Now, every time Romania gets mentioned, you know who else gets mentioned? He one guy the whole country in the same way he's from freaking Indiana. That's true. Nobody's talking about Gary and Gary's fault for this. Or Luton, really. I will eat that motherfucker easily to get another ring. Jesus Christ.
We have breaking news from Memphis. We are learning that a 6th police officer with the department has been relieved of duty in connection with the death of Tyre Nichols. NBC's Ellison Barber is back with us. Ellison, what more do we know about this officer?
Hey, Lindsay. So not a whole lot of details at this point in time, but a spokesperson for the Memphis Police Department confirming to NBC News that a 6th officer, as you said, who was involved in some way in the arrest, detainment, the incident and death of Tyre Nichols has been relieved of duty. They say that officer's name is Preston Hempel. And again, they say he has been relieved of duty. The spokesperson would not go into details about whether or not he is on paid leave or on unpaid leave, but she did tell NBC News that the investigation is ongoing and that once there is additional information available, the department will provide an update on their social media platforms. This officer, again, his name is Preston Hempel, was hired, according to this spokesperson, in 2018. That spokesperson would not tell our colleagues, Priscilla Thompson, whether or not he was relieved prior to today or exactly when it happened. Again, only confirming that he has been relieved of duty and that this is the 6th officer to be relieved of duty from the Memphis Police Department, specifically as it relates to the detainment, the incident, and the death of—
Yeah, it's the white guy from the first stop. Yeah. Which is a question that I kept asking. I'm just like, why the fuck is the white guy not responsible when he was definitely... Remember, it's weird. It's weird because a lot of people in the chat were saying that he wasn't a white guy, but instead he was wearing yellow latex gloves. So I guess they somehow found a random white guy who wasn't responsible. You know what I mean? I will never let that go. I will never forget that. When chatters were just like chiming in going, actually, that's probably latex gloves, actually. No, it's like the cops.
of Tyre Nichols. Online, there have been some local activists as well as a local paper, the Tennessee Holler, that were talking about this particular officer. One of those activists and then that local paper noticed and mentioned that this individual's name, this officer, Officer Hempel, that his name appeared in one of the affidavits. They were raising a lot of questions online. It was getting a lot of traffic on social media, asking what the status of this particular officer was. Through that, different papers reaching out, the police department then began confirming that this officer has been placed on leave. But again, the extent of his involvement, we're still waiting for more information on that. Lindsay.
Okay, Ellison Barber, thank you.
Joining me now is the attorney.
Yeah, he's on desk duty, or not desk duty, but like, you know, they're running the. They are. I didn't watch the video, but you're probably wrong. Yeah, exactly. They're running the classic defense on them, which is when they hit you with a paid vacation. You know what I mean? Hey, you were one of the people questioning it. You got mentioned technically. Yeah.
Attorney representing Tyre Nichols' family, Ben Crump. Thanks for joining us this morning, Mr. Crump. And I want to start by asking you how Tyre's family is doing. I know you spoke to them just moments ago.
It's still very emotional.
Bro, honestly, I was thinking about it. You know how like whenever Twitch streamers get banned, people call it a vacation? Man, Twitch streamers don't get paid vacation though. It's not like when Twitch streamers get banned. Like when I got banned for saying the C word. You know what I mean? It's not like that was paid. It was unpaid. Oh, thank you for calling into attention this incredible take. Bruh, why always is black guy every day? There is like 10 white people are getting killed by cops and no one give a damn shit. But when it's black guy, everybody goes nuts. Bro, you guys are supporting the idea of racism a way or another. Says Dimension Thug. Thanks, man. Average W stream enjoyer. Yeah, dude. Boomers had a version of this. They would have like Bob Marley posters and shit, and then they would be just like deeply racist. You know what I mean? And now it's like the Zoomers that do this shit. It's the same shit. They're like, yeah, on God, dog. Kai's my favorite streamer, dog. But also, when we're talking about like black people being murdered, why is nobody talking about white people being murdered in the hands of police? Like, what the fuck? That's kind of racist, dog. You know? Here's the thing, okay? And I've said this so many times, like, but I'll say it again. Of course, the police kill more white people than they kill more black people. There are more white people in this country. I have never said that it is acceptable for the police to kill anyone. When I talk about how cops kill 3 people a day, I'm talking about white people that are being killed by cops too. You're the only one who cares to make a point about it when you get upset when they're killing black people. I talk about it when white people are killed in the hands of the police as well. I've never once said that it's okay when cops kill white people. Hasan, you a good guy, but Joe Biden also good, not bad. Like, why bad people not like you, HasanAbi, BLM? What? This guy's Turkish, I think, or something. I don't know. All right, stop pointing out like dumb chatters. Unban him? What? Oh, come on, dude. Stop. You're going to get your ass cheeks clapped too. You're so stupid. Common Beşiktaş grammar. I covered a white dude, a disabled white guy, almost getting executed by a fucking SWAT team, like literally last week. The problem is, I cover police brutality regularly, and in a lot of those instances, I talk about white victims of police brutality as well. The issue is, you only come in here to chirp when there's like a black guy that's been killed by cops. You know what I mean? That's the problem. I cover white victims of police brutality all the fucking time with the same fervor and same anger that I reserve for black victims of police brutality as well. Cops ultimately are in the game to do untold amounts of violence to all members of the working class. Okay? That's it. That's their job. Doesn't matter. Yes, they target disproportionately black people. They kill black people more. Okay? The criminal justice system is racist. But yes, of course, they do it to white people too, especially poor white people.
His mother is having problems sleeping, but she continues to pray with understanding as she believes in her heart. Tyre was sent here for an assignment, and there's going to be greater good that comes from this tragedy.
And speaking of trying to make changes, the Scorpion unit, as Stephanie just mentioned, has now been disbanded. Do you think the officers being part of that unit contributed to this?
We certainly do. We know that there were other members of the community that had been assaulted by this Scorpion unit. One young man who said he was assaulted just 4 or 5 days before Tyre was killed, simply going to get pizza, Martha. He said they attacked him, pulled him out the car, yelled profanity at him, and put a gun to his head. And he tried to report them twice to the Memphis Police Department. His calls were not returned, and it is our belief that just maybe had they paid attention to him, that Tyre Nichols may not have been killed in this tragic manner.
I know you want more reforms, Tyre's Law. There were already reforms in place in Memphis, in particular, a requirement to de-escalate.
To be fair, these are good questions. I mean, I'm not kidding. These are like, the media is actually surprisingly asking decent questions here, because it's like, what's going on? These reforms are not fucking working, huh?
Escalate or intervene if another officer is using excessive force. And yet you saw those officers, the brutality, the profanity, the lack of humanity. How does that happen?
You know, as I've said, I believe it's part of the institutionalized police culture that makes it somehow allowed that they can use this type of excessive force and brutality against people of color. And it doesn't matter if the officers are black, Hispanic, or white. It's part of the culture, this biased culture that said this is allowed. And so just as much as those officers are responsible for the death of Tyre Nichols, so is the implicit biased police culture that exists in America.
So you believe there was racial bias towards Tyre, even though all 5 of those officers who've been charged with second-degree murder are black?
Absolutely. Because when you think about it, as I've said previously, in my 25 years of doing this civil rights law all across America, Martha, it is not the race of the police officer that is the determining factor whether they're going to engage in excessive use of force, but it is the race of the citizen. And oftentimes, it's the black and brown citizens that bear the brunt of the brutality. You don't see videos of our white brothers and sisters who are unarmed having this type of excessive force levied against them. I mean, think about all the videos we've seen, Martha.
Back to Rodney King. So how do you change that culture?
Well, you know.
No, he's not wrong. It is disproportionate. It is disproportionate. It is disproportionate. It is disproportionate. Anyone who claims that, like, white people get treated in the same exact way that black people get treated in the hands of the police are wrong, objectively, okay? It's disproportionate. Do white people also get brutalized by cops? Absolutely. Okay? They do. They do. But objectively so. When you look at unarmed black people and the rate of police violence with respect to black victims versus white victims, yes, it's significantly higher. Especially because the duty of cops is to separate. The duty of cops is basically to separate capital and those who are in the working class, who are poor, right? And for that reason, they are occupying. They're operating as like occupying forces, especially in black neighborhoods.
A big part of it is what we talked about with President Biden when he called the parents of Tyre Nichols. I asked the president to use this opportunity when America saw that horrific video, because we talked to him before the video, to marshal back in the United States Senate and have Senator Cory Booker, Senator Schumer, put the George Floyd Justice and Policing back on the table, and then talk to leader Hakeem Jeffries and former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi,
thank you for the 5
and
gifted
have
subs.
the House also push efforts to get police reform, because without federal police reform, I think we're going to continue to see these hashtags proliferate so much, Martha, that we can't keep up with them.
Okay, thank you. And we will be talking to Dick Durbin in just a minute and ask him those very questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Martha.
Hi, everyone.
Do you think radical reform is necessary? I think we're going to begin. You got to change everything. Matt Walsh's demonic take on the murders. I kind of don't want to read this. I don't know what's going to happen to me if I read this. I might perish. Okay, if I read this, it might make me lose my mind a little bit.
In this hour, with a conversation about policing in America following the death of Tyre Nichols. As you heard, there are.
Why does it still feel weird even when the Memphis Police Department took swift action and the media has a better portrayal in this case? Because they're still running defense. The Memphis Police Department is still bad. Police are still bad in this country. And them trying to separate what these 5 dudes did, everyone in the media and the police department trying to separate themselves from the actions of the 5 officers that are now charged is actually doing propaganda to make it seem like this is not. What the fuck is this, dude? HeyOrca.com? Dude, Philadelphia is like literally on a different plane of existence, brother. Like the most normal chatter from Philadelphia going, hey, check out this Hey Orca link, dude. What the fuck is Hey Orca, man? Anyway, the point I was making before I got rudely interrupted by yet another fucking Eagles fan in the goddamn chat, okay, was that anyone that works to try and separate the actions of those 5 cops from the rest of policing in this country is doing propaganda. Because what those 5 cops did was not unique, okay? It was not unusual at all. It is so usual that cops kill 3 people a day in this country, a fact that you should never forget, okay? And remind people whenever they say stuff like that. That's crazy. It's not unusual at all. It's so not unusual that they originally didn't even charge the first cops that were also being insanely violent to Tyre Nichols that caused him to try and save his life. Okay, it's so not unusual that the cops that engaged in these violent actions literally stood there on camera and talked about it. They didn't think that they were going to get punished for it. Okay? It's so not unusual that the other 10 cops or so and the EMTs on scene did not go, oh my God, you're beating the shit out of this guy. You're going to kill him. How about you stop? Not a single person stopped them. Because it's commonplace. Nobody thought that they would get punished for it. What's unusual about the case is that the 5 cops got punished for it swiftly. That's what's unusual.
There are a lot of people who want change. With us now are Keith Taylor, a former assistant commissioner of the NYPD, who now teaches at John Jay College of Criminal Justice, and Alexis Hogue Forger. She's a former civil rights attorney and federal public defender in Tennessee. She is now co-director of Brooklyn Law School Center for Criminal Justice. We welcome you both to the table this morning. I want to know what struck you most about this case.
Outrage.
Keith, you go first, and then Alexis, please.
Outrage. Absolute. Unbelievable that such inhumane treatment would be conducted by professional law enforcement officers. It really was awful to the discipline.
Holy fuck, my heart dropped, dude. Mirage just walked in without telling me he was coming in, and I literally was like, what the fuck? I just heard the door. I ran up. I was like, all right, it's home defense time. Like, you know what I mean? Holy shit. And then he looked at me like I'm the weird one. I'm like, bro, why don't you fucking tell me like you're coming ahead of time? Oh, Jesus Christ. What's the stats on cop deaths today? Man, I don't fucking know, but I can tell you one statistic. The overwhelming majority of cop deaths on the line of duty are not fucking victims of shooting, okay? It's COVID for the past, 3 years now, obviously, okay? Aggressively COVID. COVID has been just murking the police force. If you want to understand how hard it's been fucking defunding the police, holy shit, dude. The ranks are bare. Yeah. I can also tell you that citizens are not killing 3 cops a day. And lastly, heart disease. It's actually, I think it's what are the rankings? It's like COVID, heart failure, traffic accidents because they drive like fucking pieces of shit. And then I think getting shot is one of the lowest ones on that list. Friendly fire is a good one. That's a fun one. All right. I guess we're going to look at it. Also, one of my other favorite fun facts is I believe they used to put canine deaths on there to pad the numbers. But there it is. Total line of duty deaths in 2021 is 666. Okay, 666. 9/11 related illness, 26. Assault, 6. Automobile crash, 23. COVID-19, 474. Drowned, 3. Duty related illness, 4. Fall. Stop. We don't know what happened. But yeah, it's COVID for the most part. The shot and killed gunfire 62. But my favorite gunfire inadvertent. Because neutral language is a must when you talk about police gunfire, right? So you know what that means. Gunfire inadvertent. You know what that means. It's supposed to confuse you when you hear it, but you know what that means. That's a team kill. Okay? Now, because of the neutral language that they use whenever cops shoot someone, okay? Whenever cops shoot someone, they use neutral language. They got to make it seem like one of my favorite ways of describing a police shooting is when they say a bullet happened to strike the suspect. It's what do you mean? Who shot the bullet? Was it just flying around on its own? So I guess that's how it is when they shoot each other. A bullet happened to be. Yeah, the suspect was incapacitated after arriving on scene and dealing headfirst with a bullet that happened to be traveling in his vicinity. Training accident. Struck by vehicle, stab 3, motorcycle crash 3, heart attack 23. 23 heart attacks. 2 law enforcement police servicing the public enforcement officers of the law became entered into an interaction during which time a gun became fired off and bullets became entering one of the law and police officers at this time. Someone said died in tutorial. Stop. It's not funny. Just kidding. It's actually pretty funny. All right, 2022, 230 total line of duty deaths. Only 74 with COVID, but still number 1. Now, of course, part of the reason why is because they were either forced to vaccinate or quit the force. The ones that were not vaccinated retired. So that's why the number of cops that are dying of COVID are smaller now because, one, better treatment for people who get COVID. The ones that got COVID and died off already died off. And And on top of that, they were, I guess, immunized, Aaron Rodgers style, by getting COVID multiple times already and not dying. However, gunfire inadvertent has doubled in 2022. Not a good year. Number of heart attacks are down, though. 11 heart attacks. 2 died from a heat stroke. COVID is still the top killer of cops in 2022. When you look at numbers like this, you also probably understand why cops are they don't even make it into the top 10 most dangerous professions in the country. But at least you know now. 9/11 related illness is actually the probably the most valid and worst one out of all of them, which is usually still what do you call it? People who first responders that went in to the burning buildings on 9/11 that ended up getting cancer from all the toxic inhalants that they inhaled. That's like not a funny one. That's actually the one time where they were like literally doing the right thing. Just curious, where are the Fent debts? They're hiding that from you, brother. I don't know what the animal related is, but that's a wild one. Hitting a deer? Is gunfire inadvertent literally them shooting each other? I didn't say that. I said 2 law enforcement police servicing public enforcement officers of the law became entered into an interaction during which time a gun became fired off and bullets became entering one of the law enforcement police officers at this time. That's what I said. If that confuses you, I don't know what to tell you. I could not be more clear about what happened. It's obviously inadvertent gunfire. People know it's hailing bullets, okay? It literally hails bullets, man. That's what it is. And gunfire can be anywhere and everywhere at any given moment. And sometimes it enters the body of a law enforcement officer.
Yeah.
Speaking as a retired officer yourself.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's painful. What we heard and then what we saw, if we chose to watch, was the devaluation of black life at the hands of black officers in a majority black city.
Was that?
Oh, by the way, this training accident was insane. An LAPD officer who was killed in a training exercise was targeted, a lawyer alleges, because he happened to be investigating other officers for sexual assault. I remember this. Yeah. And of course, there's no video recording of the incident. This training accident wasn't like they accidentally shot him, by the way. Tipping was role-playing the part of an uncooperative suspect and charged an unnamed officer in the scenario. The two tussled for a short time before the unnamed officer allegedly dropped Tipping on his head, causing a catastrophic injury to his spine, according to the department. The incident caused Tipping to go into cardiac arrest, and he died 3 days later, having never regained consciousness. An investigation states that 18 officers and 1 sergeant witnessed the deadly tussle. LAPD officials have repeatedly stated there was no video or audio recording of the training. The department did not respond to NPR's request for comment regarding Gage's claims about the incident or the alleged sexual assault. Gage disputes the official account, arguing that Tipping was beaten by several officers who repeatedly struck him in the head, body severely enough that he bled, required stitches, suffered a lacerated liver, and 3 broken ribs. That's interesting. That the UCLA medical experts who reviewed Tipping's autopsy report concluded that the officer's injuries do not square with the department's version of events. So odd. that the department said, oh, no, he just accidentally got dropped on his head. And yet the autopsy showed that, you know, he didn't just get dropped on his head. He had broken ribs and shit. So, oops, we just dropped him on his head multiple times and punched him in the ribs in the process. During training, by the way. If it happened the way they say it happened, how did he end up with 6 staples in his head and a lacerated liver? Gage asked. The LAPD has said many of Tipping's injuries were the result of attempts to revive him at the academy. Gage, cops were like, we're trying to revive him. So they were beating the fuck out of him, beating his ribs in with a baton to try and revive him. So, remember, this is consistent with what I've told you already. This is what happens to, like, cops that want to even be good cops. He added, the LAPD also tried to claim that the broken ribs could be a cause of the perforated liver, but as I understand it, the ribs were on the opposite side of the liver. And regardless of the training, differing accounts given by officers who were present, Gates said LAPD training guidelines state that the person is not supposed to be lifted off the ground. Broken ribs are very common when trying to resuscitate someone, though. First of all of those fucking cops have literal first responder training. Okay? If there's one group of individuals who know that you are not supposed to push so hard that you break fucking someone's ribs, it's supposed to be cops. And also, that doesn't account for the 5 different scars that had to be stitched up on his head. Broken ribs isn't that often. It only really happens with smaller bodies. Wrong. You are supposed to break them. You're supposed to break ribs in CPR. Ribs breaking from CPR is very common. Really? Why are chatters not defending the cops, but you are expected to break ribs during CPR? Medicare, yes, you break ribs when you do CPR. Okay, well, regardless. The main point in contention is the 5 scars that he had on his head that were all stitched up, not the broken ribs or his liver. I apologize for my, I don't have first responder training, so. Doesn't seem like that's a byproduct of CPR. I'm just saying, unless they were also doing CPR on his head. The incidence of rib fractures after CPR is reported in over 70% of CPR cases. Holy fuck, a mean number of 7.6 broken ribs per person. Despite their rarity, these fractures can result in fatal injuries such as cardiac laceration and precardial tamponade? What the fuck? Did you just make that up? What the hell does that mean? Yeah, also, why the fuck did chatters literally say you're supposed to break the ribs? That was crazy. Anyway, regardless, I guess they did a brain CPR as well, like I was saying, and lacerate the liver because they were doing liver CPR too. These are all... That is what I was taught in CPR class? Wait, what the fuck? People are saying you must break ribs during CPR. What the fuck? Yeah, yesterday or 2 days ago, we talked about a New York City cop who committed suicide by jumping out of a window. Oh no, that wasn't. Was that a cop or was that no? That was a federal. No, that was an FBI guy. I think that wasn't a cop. But a cop did actually tape other cops doing like saying insane shit, racial profiling, talking about illegal shit, and then that cop was was sent to the psych ward by the NYPD, who literally went into his house and unlawfully searched and seized his everything, and then ended up sending him to the psych ward. That was another one. You're mistaking the two different things. You're mistaking federal cops for regular cops. They meant you're supposed to go that hard where ribs break easily. It requires a bit of force for up to 40 minutes sometimes. Okay, got it. I'm glad that there are a lot of CPR Andes in the chat. It's good. Again, you know, we gotta move on from that. Okay, the ribs could have been broken during CPR, but it doesn't make sense because it's, you know, many of the other injuries are not consistent with CPR. And it seems like the other injuries make it seem like they were not trying to do CPR. The other injuries make it seem like they were trying to kill him. Does that make sense? Let's be honest. No one did CPR. Yeah. I don't think they did CPR on him, man. I'm just going to say it. Fuck it. I mean, I'm saying it. I don't think they did CPR on his head or his liver. And I think they just kind of killed him by beating him so mercilessly that he died 3 days later and never actually like got out of the coma. Okay. The same scenario had been run about 10 times before tipping took a turn, she explained. Who? Oh, they also did that. Rhodes told the commission that tipping was instructed to aggressively attack a trainee officer pretending to be a suspect. According to witness reports, the trainee struck tipping in the leg with a foam baton, and he reacted as he was supposed to in the scenario by going down on one knee to stimulate a successful baton strike. Tipping did not stay down, according to Rhodes. Officer Tipping then lifted the student officer, from the ground, and the student officer's arm went around Officer Tipping's neck, wrapping toward the front of Officer Tipping's cheek and throat. As the two fell on the floor, Officer Tipping's neck remained in that grasp. She said it was immediately clear that Tipping, who was struggling to speak, was injured, prompting the officers in the training session to begin first aid efforts. Wait, but that's not even consistent with what they said. The coroner's office determined that this was an accident, as did the department, Rhodes said. It was a tragic accident, and again, we express our condolences. What? The department has made recommendations to improve the bicycle patrol school. Oh my God. They killed him during bicycle patrol training? That's literally the worst. Gage is calling on the LA District Attorney's Office to launch an independent investigation into the matter. Yeah, that's embarrassing. I would haunt them. Yeah, dude, you deserved. Actually, they deserve to be haunted for sure. Like for multiple generations. I'm not talking one generation. I'm talking like at least 7 generations of haunting is due here.
That's surprising to you.
This was recent. This was like last year, I think.
Well,
that story.
It wasn't.
It was not.
It was not.
Wow. Why not?
Law enforcement, and I know my colleague can speak to this, is premised on control, subordination, and violence. These are tried and true tactics, regardless of the race of the individual officer. And society at large carries a presumption of dangerousness and criminality when it comes to encountering Black people. And again, regardless of the race of the individual officers, this is what they see when they see a black motorist.
Yeah, Ben Crump said it, he's been saying all weekend that it's not really about the color of the officers, it's about the color of the person that's being pursued.
Exactly.
But I think many people, black people in particular, thought, did you not see him as your brother, as your cousin, as a nephew? I think many were struck by the inhumanity of how this man was treated by anyone.
There was a former president said, trust but verify.
Yeah.
You can have the best wishes or intentions for situations, but you need to have accountability measures. They have to be strong. As Americans, we should be outraged that American citizens are subjected to this type of treatment.
There is outrage. There's also body camera footage, and there is in other cases as well. And yet the body camera does not seem to restrain people in all cases. So we come quite quickly to the question.
Dude, of course it doesn't. Dude, it's the body camera will never restrain cops when they're not supposed to be restrained. They are supposed to be this violent. That's the point. So that's why on the body camera they were just like, yeah, fucking, I cracked his skull, dude. It was so sick, you know? That's just how it is. It's a part of the job.
Of what do you do to fix policing, given what you're describing when it comes to when the person that they encounter, the thoughts in their minds. How do you fix the culture of policing?
This was a perfect example of how an intervention like body-worn cameras, which are conversations happening all over this country, as a type of reform, don't actually work. These officers knew they were on film from their dash cam, from their body cam, and from the aerial cameras, right? And so it did not prevent any of their unlawful conduct, making commands that they knew Mr. Nichols couldn't.
Yeah, that shit does not happen, okay? If that was the case, since body cameras have become more commonplace, police brutality would have decreased, but it has only increased. So how does that work? You know what I mean? I'm old enough to remember Jim Comey himself, when he was the FBI director under Bardock No Bummer, okay, who famously once said, body cameras are responsible for more police brutality, actually. He said, if you put more cameras on cops, they're going to be more brutal because now the public is going to be more aware of how brutal they are. Well, he was right. What is this? Youngest Hasan fan? JK, we don't read?
Comply with, even though it was all on film. And so my really strong sentiment is that to decrease violence between law enforcement officials and the public is to decrease the.
Brother, what if we ban people who had military duty overseas from police service? There's a couple of things there. One, the military, like the military rules of engagement is literally more restrictive than the American police. That's one. Two, not that they fucking follow it, because like their enemies in that circumstance are still subhuman in the eyes of most people that are there. But also, the problem isn't like veterans becoming a part of the police force. When you are training the cops, regardless of whether they were a part of the fucking military or not, to be insanely violent, oftentimes by even more brutal veterans in the IDF. It's just like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you stop all the vets. First of all, it'd be funny if you said no more vets in the police force. Impossible politically, because these are two groups of individuals that are the sheepdogs, right? Like most people would never, ever fucking be on board with that. But secondly, it wouldn't even solve the problem. I guess it would technically solve the problem because there'd be no fucking cops left. So that'd be pretty funny. Also, the two Memphis Fire Department emergency medical workers and a driver have been fired in connection with the death of Tyre Nichols as well. Yeah, also veteran status is protected under employment law. It's also, fun fact, veteran status is literally protected under TICH terms of service as well. Did you guys know that? I don't think they enforce it that much, but it is definitely a thing that exists. Which is wild to think about. Like, what the fuck? Wait, what do you mean? Yeah. You can't shit on someone for serving in the military. Which is, of course, something I would never do. I serve you the top of the hour ad break. I tell you can avoid it by subscribing for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime, but I never shit on our honorable service members, okay? The boys in the blue and the boys in the green, I suck all of them off. You know what I mean? Veterans, however, are not protected under the top of the hour ad break clause. Unfortunately, you will need to subscribe or get gifted a sub. Instead of saying in a video game, say in the service. I am old enough. What are you talking about? You're like 20, lol. Oh, thank you, Walter White. What an incredible thing to say. I'm not, but thank you for saying that. Wait, what? I never knew that. You can't criticize veterans or active service members. It's a part of the terms of service that, like, it is a protected category. It's true. I mean, I'm not one of the motherfuckers that's like, oh, dude, America KKK. Like, if you join the military, you're a fucking violent murderer. Like, there's a lot of people who say that. Some of those people do actually come from countries like Iraq and Afghanistan. So I understand why they're so angry and say things like that. I am a little bit more privileged in that field. I also understand that there's a concept as such as poverty draft. The real poverty draft is the top of the hour ad break, if you want to be honest, you know? Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
Contact and intervention that police have with the public.
Fewer traffic stops.
Exactly. They don't need to be, police do not need to administer stops in basic traffic violations. I know all of us, I can confidently say, have engaged in a minor traffic violation. Mm-hmm. And to be pulled over and told to get down on the ground and to be immediately tased, we don't need that level of escalation from an armed police officer.
It's not about training and who was hired for this job?
Exactly.
Doesn't that matter?
The Memphis Police Department is a department that has been under federal court monitoring since the late 1970s for violating the civil rights of Memphians. DOJ has had, and the federal court issued a consent decree in the late 1970s. There's been continuous federal court monitoring. This is a department that is engaged in de-escalation training. Chief C.J. Davis, first black female police officer, came in on a wave of reform. But where was the de-escalation there?
Yeah. Keith, you're a former NYPD officer. Why do you think, after all of that, the other first responders and even the police officers themselves...
What do you mean poverty draft? I didn't want to bag groceries, therefore I went to kill people. Do you think that follows? Well, first of all, there's a reason why Army recruiters predate, like literally fucking go to low-income neighborhoods, okay? I am a firm believer that we are a product of our social conditioning. And if the system itself is white supremacist, if the system itself is violent, if the system itself is unironically completely fucking oblivious to the realities of American imperialism as an overall negative thing, then yes, of course people are going to think like, oh yeah, I want to join the military because I want to protect and serve. But even then, a lot of people in the military are upper middle class and come from military families as well. It's not the only type of people that join. Okay? But, you know, ultimately, there are plenty of people who join because they come from troubled backgrounds. They're poor as fuck. They're not like joining because they think, oh, this is my goal to go out and kill people. If that was the case, then plenty veterans would not come back and go, oh, fuck, this was really bad. There would be no organizations like About Face, Veterans for Peace. You know what I mean? These organizations would not exist because they'd be like, yeah, I went there to kill people and get a fucking communications degree. And I killed people and now I have my comms degree. Oh, things are great. You know what I mean? Oh, yeah. That is true. I think that a lot of people also see it as like their only form of upward social mobility, which is insane. So like even middle class people, and not just like bagging groceries or whatever, but like people don't have money to pay for a fucking college education. And they just think like, you know, I'll go join. They don't think about like the recruitment propaganda is not like, dude, you're going to go kill 14-year-old Iraqis. Okay. The recruitment propaganda is just like the benefits package that you get. You get, you get your life in order. You get to travel abroad, see different cultures. They're not teaching you, they're not telling you you're going to eat crayons if you're in the Marine Corps.
Failed to do anything to help him once he was where they wanted him to be?
Because often in situations like this, if you intervene, then you may be seen as someone who is not part of the team.
Is that right? By other police officers?
Or other first responders. So national standards would go a long way towards making accountability the priority.
I've seen this, by the way. I'm addressing it already. Implies individuals from more disadvantaged socioeconomic backgrounds lacking the skills to compete in the job market have more to gain and less to lose from joining the military. The majority of recruits have, in fact, come from middle class. That's why I said middle class. Upward social mobility for the middle class. But also, middle class in the United States of America is still a part of the fucking poverty draft. You understand that, right? Because we have no benefits. That's what I'm saying. That's my point. These motherfuckers are like, I have no benefits. I literally don't have any college prospects. Can't go to college. Can't pay for college. So I'll just go do this shit. You are guaranteed free travel, money, a job, education, and healthcare for life. Every military recruiter. That's what they say. So it's always weird when I see studies like this and people go, what? Didn't you even have community members send you their medals as and shit as a way of saying they get your criticism? That's crazy. Yeah, I did. In the United States of America, absent of any social safety net, middle class isn't exactly killing it. You understand? Yes, in comparison to those who are even poorer than the middle class, they are, technically. But that doesn't necessarily mean that they're caked up. That doesn't necessarily mean they have their shit in order or they have, access to healthcare, a job. It is seen as a vehicle for social mobility. Also, another thing I got to mention is the factor that, weirdly enough, a lot of people don't mention, which is veteran families. If I were to say that like a primary force in recruitment for the American military is military families. Your dad's in the military, you're in the military. You know what I mean? You don't know anything else. Also, if you are looking at this, you're looking at post 9/11 U.S. military, which you have to understand, highest level of recruitment that the United States had since the fucking draft. That was entirely different. That was people literally gearing up and thinking like, oh, we're defending the country. That's entirely different than like who goes in the military now. Which is why there's that soundbite of me that exists, the famous soundbite of me being like, we need another 9/11 to whip these people into shape. Don't the USA have a mandatory military service? Just asking outside the US? What? Why did you at me? No, chatter. The answer is no to you. Why is chat spamming Hasan again? Any context? Wait, what? When this motherfucker puts a snake, does that immediately, are they thinking that there's just me now? Is that what the juicers think in their offline chat? Chat's so dumb. Juicers are so stupid, bro. Please. A big thing people forget is that joining the U.S. military is not a viable option because you will not get the ability to see the top of the hour break. I already ran the fucking commercial break, my friend. 9 minutes ago, as a matter of fact. I think a lot of juicers hate me. So for that reason, they like hope that XQC also does. You know, they're like, oh man. So they'll like grab on. I mean, not the juicers that are in here. Obviously, the juicers that are in here don't hate me. But a lot of the juicers that aren't in here, that are in his offline chat, even when I'm live, they're like, oh man, I hope XQ hates him again. It'll be fucking sick. Juicers are XQC's fan base. Dude, I mean, yeah, we covered this before. Student loan forgiveness undermines one of our military's greatest recruitment tools at a time of dangerously low enlistments. Yeah, there you go. Why didn't you answer his "Are we still friends" call? Wait, what was that? Yeah, they say it, man. They say the quiet part out loud all the time. You don't have to be particularly good at hearing it to know.
Of police leadership regarding.
Fun fact for the actual U.S. military history versus what it looks like now, of the 2.5 million enlisted soldiers who served in Vietnam for the U.S., 80 came from the poor/working class families, and only 80% had only a high school diploma. Yeah, I mean that was the real poverty draft. That was just a draft.
These things happen to begin with.
You're talking about the George Floyd Policing Act.
George Floyd Policing Act. And it's
Do you really think, Keith, they didn't want to intervene because they didn't want to seem like they weren't part of the team? Or do you think that they agreed on what was happening?
I don't know exactly what they were thinking, but it could range from indifference to agreeing with the abuse.
But Keith, one of the pieces of pushback on the George Floyd Policing Act is that it changes qualified immunity, which is what protects officers when they do something that they get in trouble for. And some say if you take that away, we already have a recruiting issue in policing. We already have a morale issue. If you take that away, you're going to even have a worse recruiting issue.
Accountability standards should not have anything to do with recruitment. You need to hold individuals accountable when they have awesome responsibilities over communities, especially communities of color and poor communities, which have dealt with the brunt of police excessive force and corruption for many years. It is incumbent on our elected officials to do their job and to figure out how to get legislation passed that makes meaningful change to these police departments across the country.
Alexis, Ben Crump in the last half hour called this a watershed moment in policing. Do you agree?
Indeed. And we had a watershed moment just 2 years ago, 2.5 now, with George Floyd's murder. And we saw the swiftness of the video release. We saw the swiftness of criminal charges and indictment and trial. This was a new wave. And we've turned a corner. But I don't want to live in a society in which we're just quicker to respond after lethal violence has happened. I would rather prevent that lethal violence on the front end.
Yeah. All right, Alexis Hogue-Fajor and Keith Taylor, thank you very much for being here, both of you. Appreciate it.
Tensions between Israelis and Palestinians fueled by a new surge.
All right, we're moving on to Israeli-Palestinian tensions, which are on the rise after deadly attack. Actually, you know what? I kind of want to do fucking cop watch before we do it, because I do want to talk about this. Skip Intro did a video on my favorite TV show. Well, I love The Wire as well. And then we'll talk about Israel. which made me mauled so fucking much earlier this morning. Israel now has an incredibly, intensely right-wing government, okay? They put Bibi Netanyahu back in a position of power. He's trying to cover his own ass. And Netanyahu, who is almost single-handedly responsible for so much right-wing radicalization that has occurred over his watch, under his watchful eye in Israel, has now aligned himself with Ben Gvir, who is literally was too racist to join the Israeli military. Like, think about it that way. Okay? The Israeli military was like, yeah, dog, like, you are such a fucking fascist. You are too racist for our military. Like, that's how fucking insane he is. So since then, Israel has been particularly brutal in its already incredibly brutal occupation and already brutal, theocratic apartheid state that it has been cultivating for some time now. And it's so commonplace. It's kind of like American police brutality, which ironically does get training from the IDF. But it's so commonplace, it's so routine that like people rarely ever cover it. Okay? Note that pink jelly dildo is single use. Stay safe, have fun. Check screen. What the fuck? Oh, there's a dildo ad in here. What the fuck is the description? Oh my God. For a second, I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Anyway. Jesus Christ. I hate the fucking dead silence. That one hit me, dude. That one hit me in the fucking face. I was like, I had to respond to it. Anyway, it has become more and more intense. What, of course, regularly falls on deaf ears, blind eyes, deaf ears, and is rarely ever covered until there was retaliation in the form of civilians being attacked in Jerusalem at a synagogue where deaf eyes. Yeah, shut up. I quickly corrected it, man. What the fuck is wrong with you guys? Regardless, the point is that the violence is a constant, but the way that people talk about it in Israel specifically, like, look at this. Absolutely horrific mass shooting in Israel as Palestinian government kills 7 people. Okay, that's fucked up. Straight up, it is. It is fucked up. It's also the type of violence that happens when you have nothing else. It's not at a synagogue. That's the Israeli media's framing. Okay, well, 9 killed in Jenin raid. 9 people had been killed Thursday in what Israel described as a counterterrorism operation in the West Bank's Jenin refugee camp. It was one of the deadliest Israeli military raids in the occupied West Bank since the Second Intifada or Palestinian uprising of 2000 to 2005. Yeah. The word you're looking for is retaliatory. Yes. Israel has gotten to a point where, it's gotten to a point where, of course, it was going to inevitably become this violent and this insane. They're now there. Okay? They're now officially, they're there. It's like flying the Palestinian flag is considered to be illegal. Like, there are so many insane. Shut the fuck up. Bro, stop. I'm trying to cover a serious story. You said Mr. Beast helps 1,000 blind people hear again. Stop. Yes, I said it wrong. I said the wrong word. Fuck, man. Let me live, please. Anyway, they are, I mean, it's just, I don't even know how to describe it. Like, this is a singular act of violence, okay? This, on the right, is systemic violence. It's the same principle all over again. Okay? This is considered defensive, even though it's not. This is considered offensive. And it is singled out by everyone in the Western world as like absolutely horrifying, absolutely horrific. This is absolutely horrific. Getting gunned down is absolutely horrific. Okay? Getting gunned down is absolutely horrific. Which is why the Palestinian existence is absolutely horrific every fucking day. Okay? Now, one of the things that's insane is that they found the shooter. They got the shooter. They're breaking his home down. They're demolishing his home. And people are fucking asking to literally exile family members of the shooter. Like, they want to do collective punishment, which is, of course, ironic considering that it is collective punishment if you are a Palestinian. Your life is a collective punishment. For what crime? The crime of being Palestinian. The daughter is speaking about how Majda Neifa, 61 years old, was killed by Israeli occupation forces today in Jenin. Her mother was shot in the neck in her home through the window. This is horrifying. I mean, this is just like a part of everyday existence. And yeah, the NPR episode made me fucking lose my mind, okay? It made me lose my fucking mind. The way that they covered it was so insane. NPR is supposed to be the objective source of news, you know what I mean? It's crazy. I'm not going to sit there and defend the actions of a person who, killed 7 people. Because civilian deaths are still civilian deaths, ultimately. But goddamn, dude, it's fucking insane. What is the expectation here? What is the expectation of a people that have been subjected to so much harm in front of all of our eyes? Like, I'll just tell you like this, okay? Israel is so fucking insane in the way that it deals with its apartheid state, with the way that it deals with Palestinians, that like American liberal NGOs, like the Human Rights Watch, now considers it an apartheid state. Okay? Come on. I don't even know what else to say. Like, these NGOs are unironically tasked with whitewashing like all manner of imperialism and colonialism, and even they are like, no, dog, this shit's an apartheid state. Like, you guys are crazy. It's undeniable. And yet, American media still refuses to call it out as what it is. The Zionist entity called for a large cabinet meeting that just concluded. They have decided the demolition of the home of Qadi al-Qam, the martyred hero of the Al-Quds operation, chill. Depriving national insurance rights and other benefits for the families of the resistance fighters, refusal to grant identity cards to the families of resistance fighters. This will lead to the exile of family members from Al-Quds. A wide arrest campaign whose goal is to collect weapons. No details about the scope or duration of the campaign. Arming thousands of settlers and accelerating and expanding the scope of firearms licenses and expanding settlements. I believe even before this happened, that they were literally fucking talking about, what was it? Ben Gvir, who is now in charge of, if I'm not mistaken, the occupying forces of fucking in West Bank. or not even in the entirety of West Bank, I believe. I might be fucking this up right now. Hold on. Wanted to expand firearm licensing regardless. Like he wanted to change the rules of engagement for the Jewish settlers in West Bank. There's only apartheid in West Bank. By punishing family members who haven't objectively done anything wrong except bad speech is wrong. Yeah, there's only... Wait, what? There's only apartheid in the West Bank? First of all, there's apartheid everywhere, dude. The fuck do you mean? Gaza is an open-air prison. It's even worse than an apartheid, I guess, by if you want to measure atrocities. Gaza in and of itself is just an open world prison, an open air prison where like the population is insanely young and getting bombed routinely. The other part of it, domestically though, and there are Israeli chatters in here who will probably talk about this too. Domestically, Israel is also becoming more even right-wing in the way that like Americans understand it with respect to like LGBT laws, further segregation, further fucking depraving Arab citizens of rights that they previously held. It is insanity. It's fucking madness, okay? Today, our TikTok account is permanently banned without warning or explanation. We are one small number of independent news outlets. Yeah, I mean, TikTok. Classic. So at a certain point, it's like, I don't know where this is going to go. I don't know how to cover it anymore. And part of that was because under the leadership of Benjamin Netanyahu, who himself is a Holocaust revisionist, famously, Israel became infinitely more militant and incredibly violent. As well, Israel propaganda isn't hitting the same abroad. It doesn't matter, though, because internally in Israel is just gone insane completely. Like it was already fraught, okay? Its inception is brutal. Its inception is violent. It's Western imperialism. But on top of that, like, even if you were to look at the people that live there now and try to come to a manageable conclusion, it seems like it's becoming more and more impossible as the slow genocide of having an apartheid existence creeps in over and over again. Holocaust revisionist, what is he revising? He said Hitler didn't want to kill all the Jews. Netanyahu is a criminal as well. And the insanity here is that like Netanyahu has built a coalition with Ben Gvir, who is even worse than Netanyahu. Like, I don't know how else to describe it. Like, they're just on a, like, Israel is a great way to look at and understand what the Overton window shifting looks like in the United States of America as well. Like, Benny Gantz, who was supposed to be the liberal reformist candidate, was still running on a campaign of war crimes that he committed. You know what I mean? Like, that's the most liberal fucking guy and the most liberal coalition you were supposed to put together. And that very same liberal coalition was already working on making it illegal to fucking fly the Palestinian flag. That's the most liberal coalition in Israel, which immediately it's disbanded. It's gone anyway. And and the pendulum swiftly shifted in the other direction, swung in the other direction, and now they're even more right wing. Ben-Gvir had a picture of Israeli mass murderer Baruch Goldstein, who killed 30 people in 1994, hanging in his living room. He also fucking talked about, what's his face? Shit, what was it? God damn it. The fucking dude that was executed. Like literally a week before. I'm forgetting his name now. I'm sorry. Yeah, Rabin. Let me give you the actual quote. Hold on. For Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin as Otzma Yehudit leader MK Itamar Ben-Gvir, the man who here. This is it. Okay, this is what I was going to show you. So Yitzhak Rabin was again, like, this guy is now seen as like infinitely more liberal by current Israeli standards. Even then, not exactly peaceful. Okay, but this man who was murdered, okay. Ben-Gvir had infamously stolen the emblem of Rabin's Cadillac and promised to get Rabin just weeks before his death. Like, I'm telling you, Ben-Gvir is a radical by Israeli standards, okay? That's insane. Yeah, he is so radical that he used to be on Israel's watch list for extremists. Netanyahu is courting extremism to maintain power. Netanyahu himself is an extremist. Yeah. Just straight up fascist, dude. That's it. I don't know. Anyway, we'll get back to that in a bit, though. I do want to watch this. More police.
What happens if they don't do these things? I mean, what really happens?
A federal judge monitors compliance. If they fail to make the promised goals or the reforms don't happen, he can hold the whole city in contempt.
And then what?
This video is sponsored by Adam and Eve, offering half off and free shipping.
Fuck, is there more?
For one item. Hang around to the end of this video to watch me have a little bit of fun. This is We Own This City, the 2022 show from journalist turned screenwriter David Simon and former detective Ed Burns. David Simon.
This is my favorite. I've told you this already. If you want to fucking watch a show to understand police brutality and understand police corruption and why that is like considered to be the norm, okay? This is the best. Probably the best like anti-police agitprop you can watch. It's a real story.
Is kind
it
of
happened in the real world.
In progressive and liberal circles when it comes to the police. He covered the police for the Baltimore Sun for 12 years before taking those lessons he learned about policing and turning them into TV. First in Homicide: Life on the Street, then The Corner, and then this little show called The Wire. Maybe you've heard of it.
When you walk through the garden.
The Wire is largely considered one of the greatest TV shows ever made, chronicling the war on drugs in Baltimore in extremely nuanced detail, dissecting it from the perspectives of the police, the dealers, the local politicians, the education system, and even the media. The Wire's really good. You should check it out. I'm sure nobody's ever told you that before. Certainly not me. Not me in another video. That wasn't me, officer. That guy had hair. Simon's commentary on the war on drugs in The Wire isn't just revered by TV critics and nerds on Twitter. Then President Barack Obama invited Simon to the White House to tell him how smart and great he thought the show was.
At the front end, I got to tell you, I'm a huge fan of The Wire. I think it's one of the greatest, not just television shows, but pieces of art in
Okay, bro.
a couple of decades.
Remember when he called the
So you can imagine.
Remember when he called the Ferguson protesters thugs? Yeah, Barack Obama, that guy.
Imagine the anticipation when Simon returned to the streets of Baltimore 20 years later with his new show, We Own This City, which tells the true story of Wayne Jenkins and his corrupt gun trace task force, which robbed people, committed horrific acts of brutality, and sold drugs that they stole from dealers. At the same time, the show also covers the attempt to reform the Baltimore Police Department in the wake of Freddie Gray's murder. I mean, very unfortunate death while in the caring hands of the police, legally speaking.
I dated to the day of Freddie Gray's funeral.
Funeral and the rioting that followed.
The uprising.
Uprising, pardon me.
Where The Wire was fiction and told a sprawling story examining every aspect of the organism that is the city of Baltimore, We Own the City is a tight, nonfiction story and asks just one question. It's a simple question, but one without a simple answer. What does police reform look like? Welcome to Copaganda, a series of videos exploring the portrayal of the police on television and how that portrayal has shaped our understanding of who the police are and what they should be. We've covered how the LAPD helped start the cop show genre by providing creative input and censorship on Dragnet, before breaking down Blue Bloods, Brooklyn Nine-Nine twice, The Wire, The Shield, Marvel Superheroes, Lucifer, Spooky Cop Shows TM, Paw Patrol, and even Top Gun Maverick. And today, we're headed back to Baltimore. We Own the City depicts a lot of issues we've talked about in this video series already. It shows how insanely easy it is for plainclothes police units to become corrupted. It goes a long way in trying to dispel myths about the police, showing Wayne Jenkins and his cronies committing disgusting acts of violence in a way that assures the audience that these are not just one-off bad apples. But I've covered a lot of those ideas in other videos, namely my videos on The Shield, a show that is remarkably similar despite being based on historical events from the 1990s instead of the 2010s.
Doesn't bother you the things he does?
I don't judge other cops.
Mackey's not a cop. He's Al Capone with a badge.
These officers, I have no sympathy for them. They are like 1930s gangsters, as far as I'm concerned.
Weird how
Dude, it is so... Dude, I love every part of this fucking show, goddammit. Every part of it. I mean, it's not even a show. It happened in real life, but it's like...
police corruption.
It's so real, because it's real.
Happening. I'm probably just imagining things. Chalk it up to deja vu. But I want to talk about We Own the City because it is the most complete picture of police reform I've ever seen attempted on TV. It doesn't just say, hey, let's try reform, and that's the end of the story. It actually shows the mechanics of what goes into that process, which is something that we frankly never see on screen. It's just not that sexy. But between my analysis and David Simon's writing and John Bernthal's weird little Amish beard thing he's got going on, we're gonna make it sexy, okay? I will make you care. Like I mentioned earlier, We Own the City divides its story into two pieces. The investigation that leads to the demise of Wayne Jenkins and the Gun Trace Task Force, and the Federal Department of Justice investigation brought into Baltimore in response to civil rights violations. We will get to the Wayne Jenkins of it all, but I want to start with the DOJ, because this is exactly the kind of thing that I think police reformists want to see. The federal government coming in and providing some kind of oversight and accountability to city police departments. Nicole Steele is the face of this storyline, an attorney put in charge of drafting what's called a consent decree. We hear this term thrown around all the time on the show. It's like seeing meth in Breaking Bad or sexualized children in Euphoria's writer's room.
So this will be your first consent decree. Consent decree. Consent decree. Consent decree.
Consent decree.
Consent decree.
Consent decree. Consent decree.
Oof. Mommy, talk dirty to me. Who said police reform isn't sexy? Consent is definitely sexy. But what is a consent decree?
A consent decree is not a magic pill.
It is, however, a court-ordered and enforced mandate that will compel us to make necessary improvements to processes that have long been neglected. At times, it will introduce changes to our organization that may cause anxiety. Police, after all, do not adjust well to change.
Long story short, a consent decree is a federal and legally binding court order that demands a number of changes.
By the way, I don't know what this channel is, but I'm a fan instantly. Not only because he's like talking about we own the city. I mean, I assume this is like a typical bread tube, you know. He's got the bisexual lighting, looking like Anthony Fantano, circle glasses, the sluttiest thing a man can wear, obviously. But you know, great. It's on propaganda. It's fucking awesome.
And reforms be made in a police department, and puts that department under heightened scrutiny until a federal judge is satisfied with the results and dismisses the decree. Sexy stuff, am I right? It's like that scene in 50 Shades of Grey. You know the one with the contract negotiation.
Turn to page 5, Appendix 3, soft limits.
He's bald too, bald visibility. Well, the LGBT stands for bald, you know?
I'm all ears.
Strike it out.
Consent decrees are actually the most powerful tool for police reform ever created in the United States, replacing an old system of commissions that would create committees to appoint a task force to investigate and present findings to a panel, and, you know, hopefully that whole process just took long enough that you forgot what you were mad about in the first place. Believe it or not, consent decrees actually came from the 1994 crime bill, which is a bit like finding a delicious crouton in your bowl of razor blade soup.
So the Department of Justice was supposed to put teeth into consent decrees. They chose like a terrible name. Like, of all the things that don't make sense, like a consent decree, it just is like not sexy at all. Like, nobody knows or cares what that is. But in fact, it's the most important police reform tool that has ever been created.
That's Tim Tolka, the author of Blue Mafia, Police Brutality and Consent Decrees in Ohio. As someone who has studied and written a bit about consent decrees, I asked him to help me understand how a consent decree comes to pass.
It has to come out. So the press often causes this, and it's got to be like a cluster of like civil rights lawsuits, bad press, and viral videos.
Yeah.
That's what usually will cause an inquiry from the Department of Justice. Once Department of Justice investigators show up, they do an investigation, and then they do their report, and if they find probable cause that there's a pattern or practice of police misconduct, that's when they sue the department in the local district federal court, and they can come to either a consent decree or a memorandum of understanding. It kind of...
That sounds even less sexy.
Like, it depends on who's in office. Oh, very much. All of it is decidedly unsexy.
No, it's very sexy. Keep paying attention. Just imagine the consent decree is written with like Alexander Skarsgård's pec sweat or something. I don't know. And We Own the City does an excellent job of laying out how such a monumental step became necessary in Baltimore.
In fact, I got to Baltimore before Freddie Gray with an independent consulting team that was requested by the mayor after the newspaper here revealed a shit ton of city payouts to brutality victims. So that was voluntary. But after Freddie Gray, the mayor went all in, asked DOJ for a full-bore investigation to support a consent decree. But the truth is, she didn't have to ask. After Freddie Gray, we were coming whether she asked or not.
Consent decrees have been implemented in a number of cities across the United States, perhaps most notably in 2001 Los Angeles. This was in response to the Rampart scandal, where, and stop me if you've heard this one before, a plainclothes gang unit was revealed to be doing things like unprovoked shootings, beatings, planting false evidence, and stealing drugs to sell them on the street for themselves. And you know what that does?
What? Wait. Hold the door. Oh, whoa. Stop the presses. Wait a minute. I mean, spoiler alert, dude. What the fuck? Spoiler alert, dog. You just said you're going to cover We Own the City. Why are you spoiling it? What the fuck?
Now that I'm hearing it back, that does sound familiar. I actually covered this scandal in my video on The Shield because that show, was based off of it. It's all part of the SICU, the Skip Intro Cinematic Universe. Anyways, this LA consent decree is considered one of the bigger successes in the history of the tool's implementation. When the decree was finally lifted, the executive director of the ACLU of Southern California stated that, quote, "This is no longer your father's Los Angeles Police Department. The LAPD has made serious culture changes." Hooray! Oh, wait, I'm seeing that the LAPD killed 3 men of color in the first 3 days of 2023. Keenan Anderson, Oscar Sanchez, and Takar Smith. The latter 2 were shot during mental health crises, and Anderson was killed by a police elbow to the neck during a traffic stop. Certainly sounds like your father's LAPD. Although, I guess your father's LAPD didn't kill Rodney King, so... Culture changes. You may be wondering when that consent decree was considered successful. Well, it wasn't lifted until 2013, after 12 years of scrutiny. Originally, it was supposed to be lifted in 2006, but the judge in charge, Gary Fease, extended it, scoffing at the idea that the LAPD wouldn't backslide, saying, quote, "You mean we've got such a history of compliance to reform by the department that we should trust that backsliding won't happen? That is contrary to the last 40 years of history of this department." The Honorable Gary Fease, everyone, just spitting out here. But this kind of start and stop is par for the course with consent decrees, and is the first of 4 big major challenges that cities who implement consent decrees face. They can take a really long time to produce even modest results. Seattle has been under a consent decree since 2012 that was set to expire.
Last time LAPD had a real consent decree his name was Chris Dorner, okay? Don't talk to me about fucking cops and how they can't do cop work on other cops.
In 2020, until the city saw the police department's response to the protests and decided, maybe we should do some more work on this. Albuquerque entered into a 4-year consent decree in 2014, and today has yet to reach full compliance. Portland has operated under one since 2014, New Orleans since 2012, and Oakland's consent decree just ended last year after 2 decades.
Holy fuck, anaphase. 4 years in this broadcast. Insane. Absolute madness, dude. Imagine, I'd be embarrassed.
Ferguson, Missouri, where the DOJ found a systemic exploitation of black people by law enforcement, the people working on the consent decree were still just developing policy 4 years after Michael Brown was killed. Not even close to implementation.
Have those specific policies and practices identified the DOJ, have those stopped under the consent decree?
At least one of the things that stood out to me, there were many things, the police sticking dogs on people and biting their citizens. But one of the big things, the stat that will stand out is there were more warrants than people in the city.
That's exactly
Now, they dismissed a whole bunch of the warrants, but still, on any given night, the line is still wrapped around the building and it's full of black people. But the process has been so slow on the ground in Ferguson, they still haven't implemented policy yet. So they're still in the policy phase. Nothing has changed.
So they're just developing new policies under the consent decree.
Developing.
And this leads directly to another challenge consent decree cities face: money. The reforms called for in consent decrees, like increased and improved training and equipment like body cameras, cost cities lots of money, on top of having to pay the federal monitors who watch them. Los Angeles was estimated to have paid $10 million annually during their consent decree, and the considerably smaller city of Albuquerque spent $8.5 million in 2019. And in this regard, We Own This City paints an incredibly vivid and accurate picture of the conversation these budgets force out of decision makers.
What they're asking for isn't going to be possible without additional budgeting. The cost of upgrading the video technology.
God, another one of my favorite parts of this conversation is when they're just like, oh man, it's just too much money. It's gonna be too costly.
Technology alone is, John's run the numbers.
I was conservative, but looking at only what we've agreed to here.
If you look at the overall fiscal budget, this can only come from schools, rec centers, and after-school programs.
I'd be embarrassed about my so-called friends being exploited against their will and not addressing it, or at least showing support. You have to be literally the most insane person on the planet to assume that I'm like deliberately not talking about this off of the better interest and best wishes of the people, and not because I'm trying to hide it. Especially considering that, like, I have already talked to Cutie personally. Like, your parasocial brain rot has probably reached a level that is now unmanageable. Are you fucking insane? You should be embarrassed that that was your takeaway. You think that I don't know these people and have known these people for many, many years? Fucking idiot. Most people don't even know what's happening, and don't worry, there's no reason for you to know. Let's continue.
My babies, it can't come from my babies.
That money has to come from somewhere.
Maestro, thank you for the
Surprise,
fucking
surprise,
4 years.
Those cuts are often expected to come out of social programs that could be reducing crime, like education, rec centers, and after-school programs. But, you know, never from things like police overtime.
You cut overtime, patrol cars go empty.
Then find somewhere else to cut.
Your Honor, we're going to hit 340 murders again this year. Crime is up in every category, and I have officers who won't go out on the street to police because of the Freddie Gray case. That is the reality I'm dealing with here.
It's hard to listen to the police commissioner plead poverty when we just paid out a $6.5 million settlement to the Gray family.
No, man. You didn't just ask. Okay? You didn't just ask. You literally fucking implied. Okay? Next time, before you do that, perhaps just, I don't know, have like a sense of charitability. Maybe do a little bit more investigation. Look at Cutie's Twitter, for example. You know what I mean? Why? You said, like, I'd be embarrassed. There's no other line of work, I feel like, where motherfuckers just, like, accuse you of shit and then turn around and go, oh, man, I was just asking a question. It's like, that's not. It's not a fucking question. I hope this is a teachable moment for all of you, though, not just that chatter. Okay? Strum Dog, thank you for the 5 gifted subs.
How many new body cameras would that money have paid for?
I say if you can't get the job done 8 to 4, just stop. We Own the City is really good at giving this conversation multiple perspectives, giving shape to the kinds of conflicts that complicate decision making. From the civilian side, it feels a bit like paying for protection from the mob. You pay the police a ton of money, and then you pay them even more money when they mess up and do a bad job. From the perspective of the police commissioner, it's very hard to make the big sweeping changes that are being asked without financial support, especially when police officers themselves are so hostile to change.
I mean, you got the bosses that are going along with this consent decree, soft-ass fucking baby boy bullshit. I mean, how am I supposed to police like this anyway?
What happens after the consent decree gets signed is that generally half of the officers just quit. But Baltimore citizens were coming up against a really typical impediment. The police would be either brutal or just not work.
Mm-hmm.
And so crime was spiraling out of control, which upsets the citizens. But then you lose your reformist energy and the political will to change when the cops just kind of, because the only way we can enforce the law is with proactive policing, which means heavy-handed, typical, like the stuff that we saw in viral videos from like 1992 until today.
And again, we see this depicted accurately all over We Own the City. The show opens with Nicole Steele observing a number of police officers giving up on an arrest when confronted with citizens who start recording them with their phones.
They just quit the arrest. Cameras pointing at them in every direction, and they just cut and ran. Left that man on the pavement just like that.
Well, that makes a statement.
Sure does. Says that after Freddie Gray, if we have to police the right way, we're not going to police at all.
Later in the series, she confronts the head of the Fraternal Order of Police, who claims...
That's part of the reason why I love this fucking show, man. I highly recommend it, Steal it. Don't steal it. Murat, come on, brother. You're hella loud, dog. I'm telling you, like, steal it, fucking, whatever it needs to take, whatever you need to do it. Watch this fucking show. It's so good. Pirate it. It's on HBO.
Claims that there is no work slowdown, because, he's a super objective source on this topic.
Are Baltimore police engaged in a work slowdown because of the Freddie Gray indictments?
The union does not in any way endorse a job action. But if you're asking if there are officers who won't risk indictment for trying to clear a corner or make an arrest, I think that's probably the case.
Now is a good time to remind you that most organizers don't consider police unions to be the same as labor unions, and for one main reason. Labor unions organize in opposition to capital and the ruling class, while the police are the tools of capital and the ruling class. Protecting property rights and enforcing laws are not inherently bad.
Bro, if you think this shit's boring as fuck, I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what to tell you. You're probably in the wrong community. This is like literally a video. If I had time, if I had more free time to be able to like cut video essays like this is the exact same video that I would try to make. Okay? It is incredibly good. I mean, it's great. It's perfect. And the show itself is incredibly good too.
Bad things, depending on who you ask, but property is disproportionately held by those with wealth, and those same people are the ones who wield the political power to write laws. The police are the fist of the state, as opposed to the working class. And that's me just throwing that in there for the 3 people who keep commenting on all my propaganda videos about that. I've served you. And the 4th challenge that consent decree cities face is also pointed out in We Own This City: administration change.
I saw enough there that I asked if there were openings in the civil rights office, and so here I am.
You better hope that Hillary wins.
What do you mean?
She means if the election goes the wrong way, you won't have any work to do for 4 years. In any Republican administration, the OCR is where good lawyers come to die.
Oh, there's no way Trump even gets a nomination. No way he can win.
Okay.
And yeah, when the Trump administration was sworn into office, Attorney General Jeff Sessions expanded private prisons, and one of his final acts in office was to make it harder for the Justice Department to issue and enforce consent decrees.
Sessions expanded the use of private prisons. He called for harsher punishments for minor crimes. And when he was pushed out of office, his final act was to limit consent decrees, hamstringing the power of the federal government to force cities like Ferguson to reform its courts and police.
When consent decrees can linger on, they're incredibly likely to see administration change. And when conservatives take office...
The worst part about this is that, like, even consent decrees in and of itself are like a Band-Aid almost. Like, I know he talks about it positively here, and it is ultimately a positive thing, but it's just like, even then, it's like it's such a fraction of a tool, like, that does not complete the story. It's bottom of the barrel type shit. Yeah, except like the show basically proves to you that it doesn't really change much. A consent decree is kind of like what happened in Memphis, right? The Scorpion unit got disbanded. Who knows where those other dudes are going to fucking work in, okay? They're not off the job. And the 5 guys went to jail, let's say, or are charged with murder. But the entire Memphis Police Department and all the people that are responsible for the Scorpion unit in its inception, all the people that are responsible for all the awful shit that they do, none of that has changed. I mean, yes, that's why he used the Los Angeles Police Department as an example of routine corruption, wanton corruption, specifically avoiding the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of every hour. It's very corrupt to do that. Unless you subscribe for $5 or for free, you're not going to be able to do that. If you no longer want to see those ads, then, you can also get gifted a sub. Thank you, Lee Creco, for the 10 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to no longer see the ads. Kind of like a consent decree for the top of the hour here, which is coming now. You're getting better at the cold transition. Thank you. I agree. I think so too. Here's the 3-minute ad break now.
They tend to roll back a lot of police reform efforts in the name of law and order.
If it's a Republican administration, there's not going to be any consent decrees.
Okay.
And if there are consent decrees, they'll try to shut it down. But they'll do memorandums of understanding where the police union basically gets together with the police unions. They get together with local activist groups and are like, yeah, we're gonna like stop beating your people or something. The Trump administration came in, and everybody who studied police misconduct and like reform knew that Sessions was going to hamstring the Civil Rights Division.
Still, consent decrees are just the sexiest little piece of police reform the American government has ever created, even if they fall flat. It's kind of like wearing a dress that shows your ankles in the 1800s. Like, yeah, it's really sexy given the other options, but I don't know, it's not doing it for me. Not to kink shame, I'm just more of a knee guy. I like the kneecaps. Kneecaps and also the back of the knees. Ooh, ooh. The real issue that consent decrees run into is that they're asking the police to fix.
Cyboss and Got a Fist, thank you for the 5 gifted subs, allowing 10 people to know
themselves. And well, I'm not sure they're really all that trustworthy.
Now, when you need to get 12 people together to make a jury, 12 people to believe that you aren't lying on the witness stand about who shot Tater or who robbed the Rite Aid, they look at you and remember when some other cop lied on them or their son or brother. And the lawyers will tell you we lost the city juries doing this stuff. They think police just lie.
Because now you do.
Now we do.
One of the main missions of We Own the City is to point out how damaging it is for the criminal justice system to function without public trust in the police. When the police abuse their power and avoid accountability by lying, it's pretty hard to trust them or to get a jury that isn't instinctively resistant.
From that experience, you feel you could not credit the testimony of the police officers in this case?
From that experience, I wouldn't believe a Baltimore officer who testified that his mother loved him.
Because of that experience, you are sure you could not be an impartial judge of the evidence in this case?
Is the evidence coming from Baltimore police? Because if that's the case, I know he ain't gonna have no problem lying.
Are there any other jurors who have had prior experiences that would cause them to disregard the testimony of police officers?
To its credit, We Own the...
By the way, this was a real issue in Baltimore. It's not even a joke.
The City is probably the only show I've ever seen that spotlights police officers committing perjury to cover up their misconduct, and that the court system is aware of that fact and simply has to work around it.
You should get a copy of the list.
The list?
Yes, there is a list of about 24 Baltimore police officers who can no longer testify in court because they have been exposed for on-the-stand perjury.
That many?
And more being added all the time.
And Herschel's on this list.
Not yet, but he should be.
But I also think that We Own the City makes this seem a little more anomalous than it really is. As it turns out, police officers lie all the time in sworn testimony. In fact, it's so rampant that there's a term for it, test-lying.
Man, that's crazy.
There's
What?
the example of Christopher Parham, a black 19-year-old who was tased by the NYPD. Officers claimed he resisted arrest, but surveillance footage showed that the NYPD's account was false. They just lied about it. The district attorney dropped charges against Parham, but the officer was never disciplined, despite having a list of abuse complaints filed against him dating back to 2012. Or take the story of Kimberly Thomas, a black woman whose apartment was illegally searched by the NYPD. The officer claimed he had kicked her laundry bag and felt something hard, which is how he found a gun, and then they searched her apartment. But there was surveillance footage. There wasn't even a laundry bag. They just barged into her apartment. Frankly, life for a police officer is a lot easier if they just lie. They get to obtain evidence without having to deal with that pesky Fourth Amendment.
That right there's a drug deal.
It's 11:30 in the morning, man. How the fuck do you get there?
Come on, man. Fucking make a car, a backpack he's wearing. Baltimore, it's all the PC we need.
They can justify disproportionate use of force.
Oh, you see that? He put his hands on me. He touched me. Turn around. I said turn the fuck around.
Arrests that lead to convictions, wrongful or not, lead to promotions. And in a lot of circumstances, it doesn't even...
Yalan ne lan? Amcı Kazlı. Ananın namı var yüzümde. Mıyala ne? Söyle lan. Köpek. Ananın amını yaladıktan sonra orospu çocuğu.
Even matter if these arrests hold up in court. Officers can pump up arrest stats while overflowing the court docket and reap the rewards.
There's only two ways to add to your city scale salary, my son. First is overtime.
My mouth is so fucked. My
Nobody's
eyes
gonna
on
approve
fire.
overtime for chasing 911 calls and making street arrests from patrol. Second is court pay. You make enough arrests, you not only get credit for the stats, you can overfill the day's docket and get paid twice.
We Own the City shows how exactly this kind of thing got Wayne Jenkins promoted to the head of the gun trace task force. He put up good arrest numbers by breaking the rules through harassment, illegal searches and seizures, and planting evidence. And regardless of whether the charges stuck or not, he put guns on the table. He put up good stats for his bosses.
Now, we are the gun trace task force. We get guns off the streets. What we do. Now, with a little more personnel, a lot more overtime, there's no telling the effect that we could have reducing the surge of violence in this city.
And the lying, well, that was taught to him by his superiors in order to keep him on the streets producing those same stats.
You're an earner and you work your ass off. We are always going to protect you. But seriously, you could have been nailed.
See, it has to seem standard to anyone looking at this that you and any other officers were in serious danger.
I know.
These are all your talking points, Law? Yeah, that's why I love the show, man. It's a great show because all of my talking points about police are built off of real police misconduct, okay? Or they're built off of how police operate. The reason why I love this show is because it shows a real unit and what actually happened to that real unit. It shows the legitimate talking, they're not my talking points. They're just facts, objective facts about police misconduct, police violence. They're not my points. They're just what cops do. That's why I love the show, though, because it so perfectly demonstrates everything I've been saying for years and years and years.
I don't even see the part in here about the broken bottle. I'd hear about that from your partner.
Yeah, look, that fucker, he didn't just drop it. I mean, yeah, he did. He threw it right at me.
But it's not just the Wayne Jenkinses of the world. Because of the way prosecutors rely on the police to do their jobs, they're unlikely to ever challenge lies or to investigate them when presented with clear evidence. Instead, they create lists like the one mentioned in We Own the City, shadow banning those officers, but still keeping them on the street doing whatever the fuck they want.
We go get those guns, you understand? Because as long as we do that, as long as we produce, as long as we put those numbers up, they don't fucking give a shit about what we do. We literally can do whatever the fuck we want, you understand me? We own this city.
As Mark Joseph Stern lays it out for Slate, quote, as long as officers' lies cannot be proved false, prosecutors have little reason to question their account of events. As a New York assistant district attorney told the Mullen Commission, taking money is considered dirty, but perjury for the sake of an arrest is accepted. It's become more casual. This rampant lying isn't a bug in the criminal justice system. It's actually essential to its function in the United States.
Kid, there's no dictatorship in America more solid than a beat cop on his post.
As Bennett Capers, a former federal prosecutor and Fordham law professor who studies police lies, told Stern, quote, in all honesty, I think my initial reaction would be that the system cannot exist without it. It would grind to a halt. Run-of-the-mill policing would have to change. We are doing about 13 million misdemeanor arrests a year. With a lot of those small crimes, there's fudging. Nobody's paying attention. An investigation by the New York Times found 25 occasions between January 2015 and March 2018 where, quote, judges or prosecutors determined that a key aspect of a New York City police officer's testimony was probably untrue. The Times identified these cases, many of which are sealed, through interviews with lawyers, police officers, and current and former judges. Sealed, not prosecuted. Isn't perjury supposed to be illegal? What's up with that? Like, it's only crime.
Cops are, of course, above the law. They're above the law. They can perjure themselves. They're above the law. They can kill people and get away with it. They're just above the law.
If someone else does it. If the police do it, it's just, you know, they're the good guys. Wayne Jenkins got so much crime off the street, unless you count all the crimes that he did. And these are just confirmed ones on cases that went to trial, to say nothing of the roughly 95% of criminal cases that are resolved through plea deals and never go to trial. Besides, it's not like the police just all of a sudden figured out that lying can work out for them. They didn't just stumble upon this life hack. That term, test.
Hey, remember when a warehouse containing police evidence burned down in New York? Not mentioning this for any reason. Yeah, that was so crazy. Remember when that happened and it didn't really make the news? Like, we covered it a little bit, but like, that was wild that like that actually didn't make the news. Strange. Oh well.
To lying? Yeah. The police are the ones who named it that, way back in 1994, as revealed by a mayoral commission investigating police corruption. Quote, perjury is perhaps the most widespread form of police...
Bro, how are these people alive, dude? But it's the same argument where a woman make false accusation, then ruin a man's life, then get off scot-free when it is false. First of all, defamation is still defamation. If you want to fucking pursue it, you technically could. I myself have been defamed, you know what I mean? Very openly by people who then turn around and admit that they were defaming me, okay? But the reality is the likelihood of someone lying about a sexual assault that happened to them is definitely infinitely less likely than that sexual assault being real, at least statistically speaking. Of course, there are plenty of people who lie. I don't know how you decided to bring this up. I don't know how you chose to bring this up here in this conversation. Who are you guys kidding? It was holding all those rape kits that they were never going to process. I'm sorry. The NYPD, everyone told me cops love investigating rape charges. So as a matter of fact, I think they were just about to get to them. Like literally that day. They were just about to get to the rape kits, dude, in the backlog. And fuck, wouldn't you know it? They just, the warehouse just blew up.
Wrongdoing facing today's criminal justice system. So when we talk about the changes being proposed in consent decrees, like changing the rules of use of force or protocols around engaging with suspects, it kinda just doesn't matter. The police can just lie and say they did everything by the book and face zero pushback whatsoever. A consent decree isn't even really meant to change how the police function, just improve their PR.
What the goal of the consent decree is to minimize the visibility and the occurrence, but really the visibility of the problem. Because you kind of, if you have effective internal investigations and you keep your records and you don't give the officers the idea that that's okay to commit brutality, then it shouldn't be such a big problem because you're punishing the officers who commit it, and maybe they keep their jobs and get back pay for the time that they've been suspended, but it's just unpleasant.
This is the reality of police reform, and I think that in some ways, We Own This City really captures the despair people feel when faced with these hard truths about the police.
We built this machine where half the damn country, the part with money and power, chew up the other half that didn't have anything to begin with. Next. Vincent. Watch it work.
Sean.
If this is what we want,
Resisting arrest.
then the Freddie Grays, the Eric Garners, the Michael Browns are what we get.
Not guilty.
And every page of whatever court order we write, it won't fix it.
So, what are we supposed to do? Back in September of 2022, David Simon, the prickly personality he is, got into it on Twitter with some police abolitionists who were calling The Wire conservative art. He fired off a long thread about how the war on drugs has corrupted the mission of policing, incentivizing stats over police work, driving mass incarceration, and how you can't abolish prisons and the police overnight, which again, I don't think any serious person is arguing for. If we're being honest about it, he was kind of a dick. But it echoes what Simon said in an interview with the New York Times for The Wire's 20th anniversary. All the discourse about abolish the police or defund the police. I'd be happy to defund the drug war. I'd be happy to change the mission, but I don't want to defund the police. Good police work is necessary and elemental, or my city becomes untenable. I've seen casework.
Okay. We don't separate the art from the artist. Separate the art from the artist. Also, I just want to point out, David Simon does have cop skull. Okay? Just something to remember when you think about the formative work that he's put forward, which is incredible. It's awesome. Both The Wire and this, obviously, like, must watch. Big time fan. But he literally has cop skull. You probably nailed it the moment that you saw it. It is what it is.
Done right, and I've seen casework done wrong, and it matters. This, I think, is exactly what those Twitter abolitionists were calling conservative. That even for someone like David Simon, who can see all of the issues with the police and the barriers to change, he still just can't quit them as an idea. For the record, the idea of defunding the police is that we might be able to better prevent.
Like the part, by the way, as far as like, he says nobody can do abolition overnight. I agree with that. I don't even have like an issue with the theory of like a theoretical force of enforcers, like what the cops are supposed to be doing, like being a necessity in society to a certain degree. I, however, do think that it is the most funded, heavily funded arm of thugs that you could ever think of, which is why I find it hilarious whenever motherfuckers are like, oh, I don't want to defund the police. Oh, I don't want to defund the police. Like, what do you mean, bro? Like, that's the part of David Simon's analysis that I disagree with, because it's like, dude, it's insane. Like, they're crazy.
Crime if we diverted money away from militarized police departments and used it to fund social programs. As the theory goes, people would commit less crime if they were less desperate, which makes
societies have agreed upon policy, and policy ends up being enforced no matter what. What we can do is do that enforcement without murder. Yeah, that's it. Yes. Even police abolitionists. John Hannity never burps in the microphone. Even police abolitionists will still advocate for like some kind of community enforcement. You know? You have to. You can't fucking get in a circle and say Kumbaya, my lord, to like Kumbaya, my lord, the rapists away. You know what I mean? The pedophiles away. Like, that's crazy. It's insane. Also, we already know what happened with community policing. Let's be real, okay? Chop. Yeah. We gotta take the guns away from these fucking these gangsters in the police force and give them to like other random people so they can shoot black teenagers instead. You know what I'm saying?
Makes a lot of sense to me. After all, we know that a number of sociological factors correlate really strongly with crime, and especially violent crime, like housing and food insecurity, residential segregation, mental health, employment, and so on and so forth. But it's not just in these comments. You can see Simon's resistance to siphoning money away from the police all over the show. While he's not sympathetic to Jenkins and his team at all, the show does portray them as poor working class.
Okay, Danny, might have to go in the old secret stash then.
Look at this shithole. City doesn't pay us enough to fix this.
The crabs are expensive.
But they are. I mean, it's true. They are. I mean, they're fucking well funded, better funded than the rest of the working class. That's for sure. And get fat fucking benefits, which he also personally mentions as well. But they are technically still working class. They are. They're just class traders. Class trader implies that they are working class. They're still working class, but they're class traders. They just happen to work for the wrong class and get rewarded handsomely for it and can have like all matter of brutality justified.
Expensive as fuck this year, man. That's all I could afford.
Looking to add to their meager paychecks with overtime and crime.
My base last year was 85 and my overtime was 83. Yeah, you heard that right. I don't know if y'all are fucking math wizards, but I'll tell you right now, that's 1 in 70,000. That ain't fucking bad for a sergeant doing day work,
Hell
right?
no.
It's exactly what the fuck we gonna do. We gotta keep up that good work. So starting tomorrow, we gotta work 8 to 4, but we ain't coming in till 2. Ooh.
Hey.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Like that. Yeah.
But when we do come in, we come correct. We go proactive as a motherfucker, you understand me? We come to fucking hunt.
There's that conversation about how the consent decree will cost a lot of money, framed as if the mayor's babies aren't also...
It's so funny, though, because it's like, again, like overtime is how they make so much fucking money, and it's always a point of contention with city budgets. Like, when cops talk about, like, oh, man, we're being defunded, brother, they're talking about, oftentimes they're talking about overtime. That's literally what they're talking about, because that's where they make the fattest fucking chunk, dude. Always, dude. Yeah, John Bernthal nailed this character. I mean, his fucking accent is so fire.
Programs that could help reduce crime.
Now you're telling me to cut pay from the guys who are working.
Your job is to keep crime down with the resources that are available. And with the money we're spending and the crime rate out of control in Baltimore, it will no longer be available.
No money for my babies. Fine cuts.
It's a vision that is decidedly pro-good police. For Simon, these aren't issues inherent to the police, but that can be traced back to the war on drugs. I don't think it's crazy to imagine this scene as David Simon himself reaching through our TV to talk to us directly.
Yeah, I hated this part. Least favorite, most unnecessary, almost like Aaron Sorkin-ass part.
What the hell is a war on drugs? What does that mean? Waging a war.
Because he's like, yeah, I'm a good cop, but I saw good cops become bad. Like, shut up, dude.
Against citizens. By definition, it's separating us into two opposing camps.
The colonizer and the colonized.
Ah, Albert Memmi, very good, yes. And with the war comes police militarization, SWAT teams, tactical squads, stop and frisk, strip searches, a complete gutting of the Fourth Amendment. It was like we're fighting terrorists on foreign soil.
And I don't disagree. The war on drugs was bad and continues to be bad. It has led to mass incarceration that disproportionately targets black and brown people, and the country remains awash in drug overdoses and deaths. Things would definitely be better if the war on drugs ended today, tomorrow, yesterday, immediately. But there's something kind of weird about that speech too. It's very nostalgic for a simpler time of policing.
Yeah, like civil rights era policing, man. We got to go back to the good old days where the good old boys were running the fucking, they were running the blocks. You know what I mean? That's exactly why I didn't like that.
In a way that kind of inadvertently undercuts Simon's point.
I came on in 72, walking foot up in the Northwest, and then plainclothes ops, after that narcotics, and I did my longest stint in homicide. After my retirement, I ended up back here at the academy teaching.
Sounds like a rewarding career.
It was. I loved being a cop. You know, I loved it when the job meant something, when you could make an arrest for a street robbery or a rapist or put down a murder. There was nothing finer.
Did you catch that?
Yeah. That's what cops do. Except, again, David Simon should know better. That's not what cops fucking do. That's theoretically what they're supposed to be doing.
Policing was a lot better back in the day, before the war on drugs. Except that the war on drugs started in 1971. It's been waging for the entirety of that guy's career. There is no before. We're talking about a practice that is over 50 years old. Besides, it's not like policing in Baltimore was without its racial brutality issues before the war on drugs. In 1942, black soldier Thomas Brodus was assaulted by a white officer named Edward Bender. Later, a gubernatorial commission found that Brodus was fleeing when Bender shot and killed him. Bender was charged with murder, but the charges were dropped. Brodus was the second black person Bender had killed. The police killing black people, a story as old as America itself. Baltimore police...
I mean, literally. That's why we talked about the inceptions of police in the South and the inceptions of what would be known as a police force in the North. It was always about commerce. It was always about trade. It was always about capital, protecting capital. What was the capital? What was the primary capital in the South? Slaves. So it was slave patrol. That's what the first earliest formation of policing was.
Commissioner, and I'm going to butcher his name, and I don't care because he's a piece of shit, Donald Pomerleau, who served from 1966 all the way to 1982, created the Inspectional Services Division and used it to bring the city under heavy surveillance. As Rutgers Associate Professor of History Mary Rizzo notes, the ISD monitored, quote, the supposedly subversive activities of 125 different groups, from the American Civil Liberties Union to...
I wonder what kind of activities they were monitoring. I wonder.
The Black Panther Party.
Like, not the fucking glaze up socialism, but like, or Marxist movements, but there is a very real through line between, movements that focus on emancipation and Marxist movements that was usually just, they went hand in hand.
Using wiretaps, photography, infiltration of groups, and telephone records, ISD officers were so excessive that one warned his relatives to never stop at a political rally out of curiosity, because they would be added to the division's extensive data gathering operation. Pomerleau would be accused of using this surveillance to bust unions, harass black-oriented and anti-Vietnam War organizations, and to intimidate journalists. Michael Olseker of the Baltimore Sun,
the good old days, man, when cops were doing what they're supposed to. Fuck you mean?
Where David Simon used to work, described meeting the police chief in the mid-1970s. Quote, listen, he said, I know where you've been, I know who you've talked to, and I know what you've been told. And he did. In other words, the police misconduct we see in We Own This City, warrantless searches and seizures.
I got Fourth Amendment violations, warrantless searches.
No goal of conviction.
Doesn't go to court, pulls them off the street till they see the court commissioner in the morning, then they drop the charges.
And targeted harassment.
Jenkins had this thing about anybody over like 18 carrying a book bag. You figured they were concealing drugs or weapons.
These existed independently of the war on drugs. So what policing is David Simon really nostalgic for? What halcyon period could he possibly remember?
I'll be as charitable as possible and say that this is just like boomer thinking, okay? It's like boomers that, talk about an era where like labor rights seemingly were better than now. Obviously, there were so many other components and things that were really awful. Why be charitable? I don't know. Maybe because I love the fucking work that he made and constantly say that it holds up to the test of time and that it's definitely, you should watch his, You should watch the thing that he made. Anyway. Yeah, nostalgic for an era that they didn't know better. And nostalgic in general for an era that never really existed.
Remember, there's this final text at the end of the series, which implies a pretty strong correlation between the murder rate in Baltimore and the police slowdown following Freddie Gray's death. Simon loves to use homicide detectives as his example of good police. In both The Wire and We Own This City, he differentiates between the good police solving murders and the cops who police drugs.
I'm not a narco. I don't dirty people because I don't give a shit about a possession charge. I'm a murder police. I'm here about the bodies.
He separates homicide from the rest of the police and tries to argue that the war on drugs has tainted things. Murder police can always be used to bash activists. If you defund the police, what will you do about murders? And look, the statistics We Own This City cites are certainly accurate. There was an undeniable and near immediate explosion of crime in Baltimore following Freddie Gray's funeral. But I think that the way We Own This City presents this information is emblematic of a trap that we all too often
it's funny because even in the context of his own show, the good cop still protected a bad cop, showing that there is no such thing as a good cop. Yeah, that's why I like him. Because he can't, like, especially when you are covering a real thing that happened, okay? He personally basically undermines the point that he might hold on to in the real world, because in the real world, cops are bad, whether David Simon doesn't want to believe it or not. And therefore, when covering what happened in the real world, the best cop in that story is the one that felt so conflicted about his actions that he killed himself. Like, that's not a positive fucking ending. You know what I mean? And even then, he tried to kill himself to make it seem like it was on the line of duty death. Unironically doing cop shit, even in death. That's such a cop moment. Killing yourself in the line of work is the most cop way of going out, dude. To just literally continue, like, lying even in death. Anyway. Chat, you can't spoil a 21-year-old show. Guys, this is not The Wire. What I'm talking about is not The Wire. What I'm talking about is We Own the City. And it's a relatively new show, but it's not a show at all. It happened in real life. What the fuck?
Often fall into as Americans, that we have only ever known crime to be addressed by the police. We see the world as this big-ass knob where we can turn more police or less police, and those are the only two options. And sure, with all things being equal, police are a better option for fighting crime than sitting on our hands. But that's not what defund the police activists are arguing for. Besides, the police are designed to solve murders, not to prevent them. They come in after the crime has been committed. And even if they are better than the cops on the front lines of the war on drugs, they're still part of the same system. Fruits of a poisonous tree.
Which, ironically, David Simon shows. Well, of course, maybe if it were up to him, he wouldn't show this part. But, like, this happened in the real world, so of course he has to show this part. So, spoiler alert, literally the good unit and the guy from the good unit who wants to do well, not a good guy.
Talk to police. I'm homicide. It make no difference to me. Ain't nobody born homicide. Were you one of those jump out boys?
I did that for a while, yes.
And some of y'all rob people. Hell, I got robbed my damn self. Look, nothing personal, but I've been living in Baltimore all my life. I know.
Look, there are conflicting studies about how much police presence reduces crime. There's this study, often cited by conservatives and police defenders, that implies that, quote, adding a new police officer to a city prevents between 0.06 and 0.1 homicides. The U.S. Office of Justice Programs released this study in 1985 and found that, quote, an examination of the relationships...
Yeah, they're like, dude, I love that. They're like, listen, here's how you do it, okay? Everyone's a cop. Which, by the way, of course, is ironic because, like, considering how much cops kill, okay? Considering how much cops kill, if everyone was technically a cop, the murder rate would skyrocket. There would just be no convictions. You know what I mean? What is this? In a huge leap for accessibility on Twitch, Hasan Piker has started live dubbing his news coverage in Spanish for foreign viewers.
Niños, mira dibujos animados, gráficos para hacer niño jugador. Feliz como programa para niños. Muñequito Valorante mundo con un arco iris. No come Counter-Strike con corredor oscuro y pistola realística. Valorante como casa de muñecas. Valorante jugador correr desde CSGO miedo del mundo oscuro y realismo.
Oh, God. Yes. Is that racist? Dude, this is my favorite type of thinker, okay? The best type of thinker who goes, someone speaking in a different language? Well, that's racist. Duolingo is literally creating white supremacist racists every day, dude. It is so fucked up. Fellas, is it racist to speak a different language?
Between population, number of police per 1,000 population, crime rate, and crime rate ranking for 26 major cities fails to reveal consistent relationships among these variables. There is very little correlation between police department budget size and violent crime. Baltimore ranks first by a mile in police spending per capita, yet still holds one of the highest homicide rates in the country, over 8 times the national average. And
guys, that just means they need more cops. Like, until, listen, here's how you solve it. Everyone's a cop. They go in there. How about instead of a consent decree, they consent to making everyone a cop? Okay? Therefore, we already saw the statistic. For every 17 cops, a 0.1% reduction in homicides. I'm sorry. Make everyone a cop.
And has been above the average for a long time. In that same interview about The Wire's 20th anniversary, Simon's writing partner, Ed Burns, was a bit more amenable to the idea of defunding the police, saying, recently, the Biden administration and the New York mayor's administration said they want to increase the number of police on the street. It amuses me that what they're doing is a definition of insanity. You try something, it doesn't work. You try it again, it doesn't work. It's about time you try something different. They're still trying the same thing. Granted, defund the police is not the right way of presenting the argument, but rechanneling money away from the police to people who could better handle some of the aspects of it would be good. And then doing something even more dramatic, like creating an economic engine other than drugs to help people get up and start making something of their lives. This is going to shock you, but I am inclined to agree with Burns. I am not sure we can look at
People are always like, yeah, defund the police is really bad. Here's what we should do instead, and then describe what defund the police is. Which is always funny. Is like, it's hilarious when motherfuckers are like, yeah, honestly, I think police budgets are really high. So what we should do is maybe like, I don't know, take away some of the budgets and like put it into social workers and like maybe, you know, try to solve some of the material inequalities. Like, but definitely, I don't want to defund the police. No, I don't want to. I don't want to defund the police. No. I hate that. I'm not a fan of defunding the police, actually. What I'm saying is, you know, just like their budgets are so high.
At how the police have operated for their entire existence and credibly argue that we should pump more money in the form of consent decrees and reforms and hope that this time they'll fix themselves.
You're asking me what happened.
Is it really dumb slogan just like BL? Both don't take into account the stupidity of the average American. Brother, the average American also believes being pro-life is being anti-abortion. Those motherfuckers were able to make pro-life stick. Okay? It's about how much emphasis you can put on what this slogan is and make people understand what the slogan is, okay? It's not just because Americans are dumb. It's also because most people on the left are fucking cowardly and don't want to back any kind of statement. Do you understand? It's so weird how it's never right-wing slogans that end up getting this kind of skepticism, but it's always left-wing slogans that end up getting eviscerated by the public consciousness. It's so odd. It's so odd. I wonder what it is. I mean, I can give you a million examples of this. People hate Obamacare, right? People hate Obamacare, but love that up until the age of 26, you can stay under your parents' health insurance. People hate Obamacare, but love the fact that insurance companies can no longer deny you coverage on any kind of disability or any kind of conditions that you had prior to getting that insurance. You know what I mean? It's because conservatives are so good at dissecting, undermining, and destroying any kind of propaganda, any kind of fucking slogan, and make you like associate things that are not even associated with the slogan itself. Yeah. People hate Obamacare. People love the Affordable Care Act. You know? Yeah, and also that was the point that I was trying to make. Americans are dumb by and large, but the people that are maliciously misconstruing the slogans are not dumb. Well, at least they're like a little bit smarter than the average American, and they know how to manipulate the average American, okay? That's how that part works.
Happens if the police don't want to change?
No, I'm saying that we are the people the police department hunts and kills and captures. And you are bringing me a piece of paper that says there's going to be new rules on how they can hunt us?
While We Own This City is certainly critical of Baltimore police officers, it's not critical of the police as a concept, as an institution. And by not challenging that framing, it ends up just reinforcing the status quo.
I think regardless of that though, I still think it's a fucking great piece of anti-police agitprop. Because as much as David Simon tries desperately to take a real life instance of police corruption and turn it into like, yeah, you know, but there are such things as like good, wholesome cops out there. You will not leave that piece of work with that mentality. You watch that and you go, what the fuck? You make normies watch that, they're going to leave with, oh my God, are cops this fucking violent and awful? I had no idea. So that's why I'm charitable to whatever the fuck Mr. Hogg says, because ultimately he did a really good job of showing the best piece of anti-police agitprop out there. Because again, this is not an original work by David Simon. He didn't make up the story. He just dramatized real things that happen in the real world. And when you do that, it becomes almost impossible to fit your ideological worldview into that story itself. Unless you just straight up lie. And David Simon is like anti-cop enough that, you know, he's not going to just like straight up make these cops seem good. You know what I mean?
Jenkins is a total piece of who should be so lucky as to... But the show tells us his inner life. We see the pressures on the department. We see the problems they're facing, the success Wayne is having.
Make sure we run the item on Jenkins and the gun trace task force. Make sure that's in the newsletter too. If I'm gonna sell the consent decree and change on the one hand, I've got to acknowledge the people who are putting guns and drugs on the table now.
The message is clear. This is a hard job. We need better people and more money. The more we focus on the police, the more our stories center them and their perspectives, the more we are going to sympathize with them, to see the world they do, where they are the only way to fight or reduce crime, even in cases where those stories aren't necessarily sympathetic to them. Don't go making the police sound too relatable, hating paperwork, because, like, I hate paperwork.
The funny thing is, like, after doing that book, I could really relate to police. It was bizarre. And that's what happens. Like, once you really get familiar with what it's like to be a police officer, even black people that go into office as like a prosecutor or a like public defender or a judge I've heard this term, the undercover brother, that they're gonna like be hard on the cops. They always end up sympathizing with the cops.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of a phenomenon. And I think it's because like it's a complicated issue. You know, it's not just like, oh, the police are terrible and racist and like, incompetent, like all those things are true, but they're also like the main thing we have.
We Own the City still locks us into that police snob, asking us, more police who suck or rampant rioting. That's just a false dichotomy, and one we should be cognizant of in even the most progressive of cop shows. In 2015, in the wake of Freddie Gray's death, writer Dave Zirin realized that there was something missing from The Wire, actually. Black activists and community leaders trying to lift up their community. Quote, why were those fighting for a better Baltimore invisible to David Simon? I don't mean those fighting on behalf of Baltimore, the often white teachers, the social workers, and the good-natured cops who were at the heart of The Wire, but those fighting for their own liberation. Why was The Wire big on failed saviors and short on those trying to save themselves? And if these forces were invisible to David Simon...
That is... unfortunately, I think due to like the civil rights era and the pushback and all of the fucking Red Scare propaganda, almost always invisible. The most visible activist that you see, the most visible black activist that you see in even modern day are often activists that have been literally pushed out of the same, street level activism that was happening and the organizing that was happening, and have commoditized their activism. Other than like lawyers and shit, I'm talking like straight up. And also because, David Simon is a white guy, at the end of the day. He's a white guy. He's a bit of a liberal. That is always going to be... that's always going to be hard to comprehend.
Simon, shouldn't we dial down the praise of the show as this great American novel of television and instead see it for what it is? Just a cop show. In the end, We Own the City argues the same way the police do. As Dr. Tamara Nopper told the New York Times, quote, if crime is low, the police are doing their jobs. If crime is high, we need to give more money to the police. The police always win.
This game is rigged, man. We like them little bitches on the chessboard.
Pawns. But what about good police work, you might be asking yourself, somehow, after all of this? Police reformists like David Simon will often point to things like Operation Ceasefire in Boston, which was a 1996 program that was very successful in reducing violent crime, leading to a 63% monthly drop in youth homicides in the city. How did they do that? As Rod Brunson describes it in the Washington Post, quote, it devoted increased law enforcement attention and a wide range of social services to a number of high-risk offenders who were deemed responsible for a disproportionate amount of violent crime. Focused deterrence models enjoy an advantage over more divisive crime reduction strategies, stop and frisk or broken windows, because rather than casting a wide net of criminal suspicion over entire black neighborhoods, they rely on data to identify high-risk individuals and groups for intervention and customized social.
Yeah, this part is the most important part of it, which is that it still comes from understanding why crime happens and taking the initiative in the form of social services to identify high-risk individuals and offer them, I talk about this all the time and people consider it to be like silly sometimes, but like literally after school programs, basketball leagues, shit like that have demonstrably decreased. No, it's not Minority Report. I was going to say like it's the after school programs that actually help in that regard.
Services. But the dirty secret about Operation Ceasefire is that you don't need the police to do all of it. Customized social services and intervention, that's kind of what defund the police.
Dude, you know what that's like? It's like fucking Aiden Ross working out every goddamn day, okay? Doing cold showers, cold baths, eating right, and then thinking that it's because he stopped masturbating, that he feels like his health is improving, okay? It's like, oh, look at the cops. Look at how well they're doing. It's like, bro, they're doing all the other stuff that's the correct stuff. The correct stuff that the activists are saying you should be doing. It's not the fucking cops. Cold showers, Lamau? No, like fucking, like doing ice baths and shit. You know what I mean? Like cold therapy. Stuff like that. How the fuck do you do all the good things and then think that like this additional thing that you're doing in the form of NoFap is actually what is responsible for you getting better? Okay? It's not the NoFap, man. It's all the other good shit that you're doing.
Activists are advocating for. We Own This City depicts a ton of legitimate problems with the Baltimore Police Department and the hard challenges reformist policies face. But in the end, David Simon and his show can't find it in themselves to find fault with the institution of policing, instead focusing all of their ire towards the war on drugs.
The drug war.
Exactly. And in a war, you need warriors. In a war, you have enemies. In a war, civilians get hurt and nobody does anything. In a war, you count the bodies and then you call them victories. Is the Justice Department or even the Office of Civil Rights ready to declare that we long ago lost this war?
As Stuart Schrader wrote in his review of the series for Boston Review, quote, Simon would have us believe that cracking down on drugs is the main thing police do nowadays. And if only they left that goal behind, policing would become more just, and police would be more accountable to Black Baltimore. It seems like Simon needs the war on drugs more than the cops do. It is his master explanation of what is wrong with policing. Even though it was not the GTTF's primary campaign, the police have shown us time and again that they don't want to change. They are doing exactly the job they were given.
Half the department has quit working to protest the Freddie Gray indictments, and the other half can't stop beating on people. And both halves tell me the job can't be done legally. If the job requires some of the things that I've already seen and already heard, then I think it is fair to question what these people think the job is.
She's out here dishing out fucking charges to these police officers for doing their job.
That's all they doing.
That's all they.
Dude, I fucking love that. Is another incredible scene. Dude, all of these are so good. Like their reaction to fucking any kind of pushback, even if the pushback is like literally to help them improve their PR with the public. It's just like they're so mad as someone saying, hey, bro, like you can't do all this shit.
Yeah, they did their fucking job.
Fuck else. We're doing our jobs. What do people want? For us to stop policing?
For what?
Hey, easy.
Let
a man do his job. Because if you want to do this job, then you're going to get complaints for doing this job.
We were the ones who got the guns, who brought the drugs. We were the cops they wanted.
In 2020, a number of cities said that they'd think about defunding the police, and some even promised to. But then, a violent crime wave shook the United States! Or at least that's what you'd think from listening to many news outlets and politicians.
God, the amount of fucking coverage I've done on this level of like media propaganda alone, I think this took like it shaved a couple years off my life, dude. For the past like 2 years, 3 years almost, like since the defund the police and the inevitable backlash by mainstream media, like I have nonstop covered how big of a fucking lie this was. And it's even like brain rotted relatives of mine, as you guys know, famously Uncle Jank. You know what I mean? It's like it was so successful. It was so fucking successful that I don't know, you just feel powerless when you see something. When you see something as when you see something that goes along with already like pre-established hierarchies, and the media takes like at least a little bit of initiative to just increase the dial a little bit, it's just impossible to fight. It's impossible to avoid like the top of the hour ad break. You know what I mean? You're like, fuck, how do I avoid it? And you're like, fuck, at the top of the hour, there's still a 3-minute ad break. Like, how can I avoid it? Well, fear not. You can subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free. You can also avoid it by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. These are the ways. Okay? Yeah, no, this was such a funny moment for me when the Walgreens executive just came out and admitted that they lied about retail theft. Right, Spicy, they give the 5, get the subs. Of course, the saddest part about this is that, like, no one that fucking sees this, no one's gonna see this story because they just like quietly released this in the beginning of January. And all the people that like saw, the LSF post about me being pro-crime or whatever and wrote me off as like a piece of shit monster and a liar for the pro-crime lobby, they're not going to have their minds changed. Those guys fucking hate me now. You know, what am I going to do? How will I ever be able to like, how am I going to be able to reach those guys now? I can't. Because they already made up their minds. Yeah, by the way, 920 out of 10. Let's go. Let's fucking go. My segues have gotten better. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. Become a cop. Because I can't even remember if I don't know how I would even go about finding that fucking post, but like there were so many instances where like HasanAbi defends crime, you know what I mean? Like, oh, here it is. Wait, not this one. Hold on. Trying to find it. HasanAbi wants small business owners to be destroyed in a fire. Yeah. Why is it so fucking hard to find this shit? The only one I can find is this one, and this is not the one I'm thinking of. Hasan's take on stealing from Walgreens. There was another one. Look no further. The comments are full of brain-dead socialist Azam frogs defending literal theft and calling you a Nazi if you don't want your neighborhood/community to be a dirty, crime-filled shithole. Also, he essentially brigaded the thread too by watching it on stream and mauling at the comments, and his crime-supporting followers are getting rolled. Lol W. Huh. Also, people acting like a guy would steal 40 bottles of shampoo for personal use are delusional. There are complex shoplifting rings in San Francisco with warehouses full of product. This isn't a starving guy stealing bread to feed his family. I want to know where this guy is at now. Like, what's he up to? Oh, man. Rolled. Bro, imagine getting suspended from Reddit, dude. Yo. Lots of theft happens in small business, but usually when closed are a couple items at a time. This type of brazen walk and steal massive. A lot happens to chain stores. Yeah. Have you absolute ape seen the video? Dude's not stealing. He's fucking robbing the damn place. You're all morons if you defend any stealing in the first place. But seeing idiots defending someone dumping a whole shelf up their ass to resell is baffling to me. This logic is extremely stupid. Just let them steal it, bro. Okay, where does it end? Why pay for anything anywhere ever? Everyone should steal. Fuck it. Lamau, actual zero head take. 266 upvotes. What's this guy up to nowadays? Odablock calls Amaranth a liar. This guy just earned my follow based holy. Ay, ay, ay. God, the internet is so awesome. I love this shit. Just make a mental note that if Hasan ever starts a business, he would be fine with theft or whatever he's selling. Free stuff for everyone. By the way, this is the reason why, what do you call it? These types of fucking like theft videos, these types of theft videos and like the insane amount of propaganda that was cut off of this with like, including Paul Joseph Watson talking about it and saying I'm a criminal and I love crime, was the reason why when I wrote after Miskiff won like Streamer of the Year over me at the Streamer Awards that Cutie Cinderella put together, when I said I got robbed, everyone was celebrating. Like, dude, yeah, well, you know, you fucking did that. You deserve it, you fucking idiot. Like, yeah, guess what? Remember those QRTs where everyone thought I like wasn't writing like a joking I got robbed an award take, but instead it was literally people saying like, you deserve, I'm glad that you got robbed. And, you know, I'm glad that it happened to you because you're a fucking piece of shit. Famously, no one steals your work and uses it for their own channels. Yeah. Me when I'm inexorbitantly wealthy and droves of mindless fans, but some people aren't very nice to me. A light breeze in your direction would cause you to perish from this earth. Damn, I used to have way more heat, dude. What's this guy up to? Let's see. Still follows me. Maybe his takes are better now. I'm just fucking free scrolling Twitter now, baby. I said, look at the QRTs of this tweet if you want to understand what I deal with daily. And he's like, no, you deserve it. This is a good segment. Yeah. I just like to understand. This is a fun thing to do because like you get to see where these people are. You know what I mean? Years later. It's cool to see where people are a year later, like this guy who is now suspended, or this guy who like thinks Amaranth's a liar. You know what I mean? Did you see the talk about Tylenol class action lawsuit about it causing ADHD autism? Never dialed a lawyer so fast. What? Is that real? Where are they now? No, the reason why it's fun, I think, where are they now, doing like a where are they now segment is because like history has proven this community right. You know what I mean? History has proven this community right. So it's funny to see like where all the wrong takes, where they ended up. Because a lot of people, when they're wrong, or a lot of people when they criticize you, one thing that they do in their criticism is basically say like, well, I'm a leftist, but honestly, I'm a leftist, but like I don't agree with this take. I think Hasan's a fucking idiot, whatever. And then a year later or 2 years later, when you have the benefit of like hindsight, and you have the benefit of history proving you right, you can just like take a look at those guys and where they actually ended up intellectually, ideologically, and oftentimes that makes me doubly happy when I see them like become insane right-wing shitheads. It should make me a little sad because it's like people that I wasn't able to change. You know what I mean? But also, it just still, I'm right, you know? Yeah, this guy wrote, they will usually have a system called something similar to shrink, which is acceptable losses. Not only that, but the upper management used to look into losses if a store wasn't performing. It would result in job losses and defunding of stores. Since Hasan is reading the thread, I feel like I should qualify. I worked for actual retail. The office part was 70% of my job, commercial department, not HR. Don't blame yourself. Apparently it's Tylenol's fault. Yeah, now I realize that. What? Oh, this guy. Maybe. All right, we're done with this. How do you deal with family that refuses to change / care about any of the materialistic conditions? Obviously, I am gentle, but sometimes it seems like no one cares. Yeah, there's not really much you can do there. Another HasanAbi crime banger edit. So what I'm getting is that there's no Hasan quote mild or obviously joking that's safe from LSF. It's fine to do a little crime against the wealthy. Car chases are cool or fun, and if you beat the cops, you win. I stole a knife from Jeff Wittek, and it was fun and fulfilling. Tip of the day, crime, crime, crime. I support crime. You can do crime. True. On my way to duel the Tylenol CEO. What is this? This needs
It's
to stop.
shameful to admit this, but it's the unfortunate truth that just by looking at me, you probably couldn't guess that I have been active in the gym for about a decade now. In fact, my college degree is in human science with a concentration in exercise physiology. But I'm on a 5'6" frame and I keep myself lean, so no one even knows that I'm ripped until I do like a flex and it ends up being a jump scare.
God
I keep
damn.
hyping myself up in the mirror and telling myself that today's the day I finally start wearing tighter clothing so people stop asking if I even go to the gym because it hurts my soul every time. Or maybe I just need to be shirtless.
I've known that he was fucking, you know, he was peeled though. Like we've been known. Hey kids, if you like Mr. Beast, you love Fidel Castro. He restored the eyesight of 4 million people around the world. Yeah, I mean, this is fucking fire content. It's true. Yeah. Oh no, Charlie is insanely peeled.
So that way it's pretty obvious. But regardless, the reason I'm even mentioning this is because I've noticed over the last maybe 6 months, not even that long, but like the last 6 to 8 months, the gym has gone from being a place of like working on yourself, gains, you know, focusing on improving your overall health, to a place where people go to compete for viral TikTok videos of them being a victim. Usually the content revolves around them filming themselves working out and then catching somebody.
I'm not gonna like this. No, I do think that that like TikTok clout has rotted everyone's brains. I've criticized Mr. Swole himself, you know, Joey Swole, and how he has contributed to the problem. But like, no, there are definitely a lot of people who literally gym talk people that now just straight up are just like, did someone just look over in my vicinity? Well, that guy is like fucking creepy and awful. And that's why, you know, I hate this shit. And then Joey will take a video where it's literally like not even a thing. Like a girl will like make a joke about someone looking over and being like, why is he mad? Not even saying like this guy's creepy, this guy's awful, anything like that. You know, they're Myron or whatever. And Joey will be like, this fucking sucks. Like, you need to stop this immediately.
Looking at them and being a creep and a weirdo, staring at them. Staring's a word I'm using very loosely here. And then sometimes, God forbid, that person comes over and asks them a question in between their sets. Normal human interaction has become fucking outlawed in the world of TikTok for some people. Now, I'm not saying this isn't a real thing. I'm not saying everyone that goes to the gym is an angel that can do no wrong. There definitely are creepy people that go there. I've certainly seen my fair share of weirdos in my days. In fact, one that always lives in my head rent-free is 2 years ago. a security guard at a private gym.
Yes, women do get harassed a lot in the gym. It's 100% true. Women feel uncomfortable in the gym. Women get harassed everywhere, by the way, not just the gym. Let's be real. But the gym is also like an extra harassy environment. I don't know, it's the hormones or whatever. It's just like people, or the tight clothing that causes men to like literally fucking become violent predators for some weird reason. And this isn't victim blaming, for the record. I'm not saying that. Like, you can wear whatever the fuck you want to the gym. It's ridiculous that like people don't know how to act. Okay, I'm not talking about like this being justifiable. Okay, centrist take incoming. No, I've told you this already. You know what my perspective is. I think it's nuts to constantly be like on the lookout to like film some shit, to be like, well, let's put it on blast. I also do understand why women will be on edge.
Jim kept going over and sniffing a woman's ass as she was doing rows. I can't show the video, I don't think, because it might be against YouTube's new terms, but here's just a quick screenshot of his fourth ass sniffing attempt where he's just like huffing her fumes. He eventually does get caught and fired for it. The point is, there are weird people at the gym, but what's going on right now...
I'm laughing because that's insane. What the fuck? That's like, that looks so fucking nuts that it feels like it was staged or something. That's like, what the fuck? First of all, he shouldn't be fired for it. He should go to jail. What the fuck is that?
As everyone is filming themselves at the gym, which I already think is kind of weird. There's also like this fucking perpetual surveillance here with people making fucking TikToks everywhere. But while filming, they're not catching weird people doing weird things or harassing them. They're catching very normal gym goers doing normal things and then publicly shaming them and embarrassing them for doing nothing wrong. Now I'm going to show you the biggest one that I really think started really blowing this trend up and led to me finding out how large this has become and how big of a problem it's become.
This is how to not approach girls at the gym.
Oh, God. Well, this girl already apologized for it. I hope Charlie covers that part, at least. You know what I mean? I hate that TikTok TTS voice. It, like, triggers me. Dude, we watched this video so many times. Come on. I'm sick and tired of seeing it.
The guy even glances in her general direction. What do you expect people to do at the gym? Just turn around and stare at a wall when they're done with their set like it's the fucking Blair Witch? Like, what are you expecting? The guy is in between his sets, so he's just looking around. He's not even staring at her. Now, if he was staring at her, then I could see being a little uncomfortable if he's just over there like, you know, fucking staring a hole through with like goddamn like laser beams almost firing out. Like, I'd get that being weird. But this guy is just like glancing near her. And he's still getting just attacked for it by her.
£5
I missed it. What's the TikTok? Please stop. Don't make me. It's pain.
And
It's pain. I don't want to rewatch it over and over again. I've given my take on it like 1,000 gorillion fucking times. I gave it with Bradley Martin himself in the building yesterday. I'm done. I can't.
And questioning why would he be doing that? Kind of like it's a scene out of a horror movie, like the boogeyman's, you know, you jingling keys trying to get in the door or something. But she immediately answers why he's walking over. It's because he's grabbing a sanitary wipe, showing good gym etiquette to go wipe down the machine he was just using.
Excuse me? You don't have to do that. It's okay. No, it's okay. I got it. Thank you, though.
And she even responds positive.
Okay.
An underage 21-year-old.
Okay.
Kind of thing where she has the mentality of a child, thus this guy should go to jail. Has already dunked on it. She's issued an apology about everything. But I want to give a quick shout out to Joey Swole. He's a very prominent figure in the community, and he's been doing a lot of good work calling out these kind of videos.
Okay, so he's not being a centrist about
Here's
it.
another stinky video here. So this guy gets called out because he walks across the track she's about to do lunges on and looks at her on the way by. Then she says that she catches him still staring. There's no way. I'm so uncomfortable right now. And then the caption even says, in quotes, "It's because of your outfit." I don't know if she's accusing him of saying that, like he shouts it at her across the room. "Excuse me, m'lady. I looked at you because of your outfit. You drew my..."
The underage 21-year-old thing is obviously a joke. I don't know why people are mad at that, because she doubled down on that. I originally thought it was like a joke too, but she literally was like, oh, it's because I'm very petite and I look like a child. Like, I thought it was a joke too. I was like, that's an insane fucking take. But she doubled down on it. But it doesn't matter. None of it matters. She already apologized for it. And also, like, talked about what the main reasons were as to why she's like always why she's always on guard and thinks that like people are staring at her. This is an experience that a lot of women feel in the gym. It's a very real one. I agree. It is something that happens regularly. The issue in this circumstance, or in most circumstances on TikTok, is that it's TikTok. It has the capacity to take something that is very real, okay, and turn it into a clout farming operation. And if you are looking at a clout farming operation, if you want to turn around and farm clout off of it, like, you're going to end up literally serving strays to random dudes that like literally stared in your direction for a second. And that's insane. And if you can't understand why that's insane, I don't know what to tell you. Okay? Like, that part of the process is, that part of the puzzle is what like frustrates me, at least, which is like, oh, dude, it's not undermining women's hypervigilance. It is totally adequate, totally understandable. It's the fact that, like, if you literally walk past someone who's weightlifting and accidentally look like one glance in their vicinity, then people are like, dude, fuck you, you're a creep, you're a pervert. Like, come on, man. That's crazy. It's not really hard to keep your royal you eyes to yourself. Dude, you are bananas, dude. That's insane. Even when you are not even aware of what you're looking at, you could have accidentally glanced in the vicinity of someone. Holy shit. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's a wild standard that no one can abide by. You are literally turning this into a joke that I made earlier, where it's like, if you have a fucking lazy eye and you go to a commercial gym, you should be executed. You know what I mean? Fuck, man. Hold up. What if you accidentally, with your lazy eye, looked in the vicinity of someone who's, filming a TikTok? Fucking done, dude. The fuck do you mean? No one thinks that, though, dude. You get women's need for hypervigilance, so why are you exaggerating to make fun of these women? Because, well, one of the women, the main party that we're talking about, literally openly acknowledged that she exaggerated because it corresponded to prior experiences that she had. I'm not saying her prior experiences are not real, but I'm saying that experience that she had did not meet the threshold of, like, public fucking call out, which she admits. Stop it. Stop, chat. You're doing it again. Someone coming up to you, violating your personal space, touching your weights, trying to continue to establish contact with you after you have already said no. That's unacceptable. If videos are calling that shit out, that's fine. I'm on board with that all day, every day. If it's literally like you saw that guy who was walking by and just like glanced for 1 second and continued to walk by, and you say, that's fucking so creepy, it's gross, what the fuck, then you're like violating the rules of being in a public space. You've already violated it by filming other people, okay? I don't know why people are just like, there's no nuance. Leering, staring is also not okay. That's creepy, predatory behavior. Well, luckily for people that say stuff like this, I'm going to be honest with you, you don't even go outside, so why the fuck are you having a say? Like, you say stuff like this, which implies that you're already agoraphobic and you most likely only interact with what you assume are people on the other side of a fucking Discord server. You know what I mean? So, like, don't worry about it, homie. It's good. It's all good, dude. Lamau, bro, you are so off. Come on. It's not the woman's job to gauge whether or not the guy is harmless. It's his job not to be creepy and be a normal person. What are you talking about? Like, literally glancing in the direction of a woman does not automatically mean you're a predator. What the fuck do you mean? That's insane. When you're in public, oh my God. No one will agree with you on this take. I hope you understand that. I mean, there are people who will agree with you on this take because, let's be real, which is a space that basically fucking gathers a lot of people who don't want to spend time outside. They spend time on Twitch instead. Just have some self-reflection that maybe you're not taking account properly women's experience. Oh my God. No, I mean, this is it. This is why we unironically need to do gym Sharia. I'm an advocate for this, dude. Yeah, no more women in the gym and no more men in the same gym. Men and women should be going to different gyms. Straight up. No, you can't do that. Like, if you're looking at someone's ass, okay, and you just like fucking are constantly staring at someone, that's entirely different than all the two different videos that we saw, okay? Why do you think there's women-only hours? Man, I already established that this is like an understandable thing that women go through, which is why there's like female-only gyms and shit. You're not owning me by bringing up something that you already understand. But why do you think there are co-ed gyms, you fucking idiot? Which is significantly more commonplace than what you are describing. And the reason for why they have co-ed gyms still is because not everyone's a fucking freak like you, okay? God damn it. Here, we did it already. I already created another radfem who now despises me and will make a TikTok about how I'm a fucking misogynistic, violent misogynistic asshole. On chill. Every time I see a man staring at me while I'm walking down the street or across the street, there's a difference between a stare and a glance. A glance is harmless. A stare can be a threat. A stare has brought me assault and fear. What? Okay. We're talking about what your boundaries are. I have no fucking understanding. These are like, this is crazy, guys. Please stop. If you want to police people who like look in your vicinity for a brief moment as they pass by, I have really, really terrifying news for you. That's not going to happen, especially because in public spaces, that's an insane thing to try and make happen. Okay? You will never win this, lol. Zero shot. I mean, of course I will never win this because people are so... Dude, people unironically turn this conversation into like, take a second to reflect that looking at a woman in any context is rape. Okay? I don't know how to deal with that. I don't know what to say to that. You know what I mean? As much as I acknowledge, as much as I personally acknowledge and understand that like gyms for the most part are places that are public spaces where women are constantly fucking being gazed at. Women are constantly fucking going up to. Yeah, exactly. Like, I can't look at my boss who's a woman at work now, Jim. Yeah, you can't. Oh, I love you, Hasan, but as a woman, I still feel like you don't fully get it. Public spaces need to be made actually safe for women before we can move on to what you're describing. I mean, that's... Just say, yeah, patriarchy is a rape culture. We all have to do better. Yeah, I think that's what I got to say. Also, just don't go to the gym. I will never go to the gym. Don't worry. I mean, I train in a private facility, luckily. Therefore, you know, no eyes, no wandering eyes. You know what I mean? That's just, thank God. Holy shit. Okay. I got to point something out here once again for everybody who doesn't understand. Policing normal human behavior in public is never going to, especially in a public space, is never going to abide by your own personal comfort zone. That is the reason why so many fucking people literally are agoraphobic. Okay? They don't go outside because they're fucking terrified. Okay? They don't go outside because they're terrified of these kinds of engagements. So you, if you don't want to be like that, should probably come along with the recognition that like not every fucking glance over in your vicinity is going to be an immediate perceived threat. One that you should be filming and putting on fucking TikTok and putting random people on blast. I'm sorry. If your argument literally always is about, if your argument is going to revolve around every person that glanced in your, like possibly in your like visual area while you were filming a TikTok deserves to be fucking publicly shamed, then you're out of your mind. Like that is an insane fucking take. I don't agree with it. I will never agree with that. That's crazy. Okay? It will have the opposite of the Mr. Beast video. Twitch streamer Hasan blinds 1,000 men at the gym to end glancing. Yeah. American hyper-individualism combined with increased social isolation and misunderstanding of leftist values is causing people to spiral. Yeah. I think sharing the experience and how you feel about it is all right, but that doesn't mean you can expect people to stop an accepted action you feel uncomfortable with. No, but it's not an accepted action unless you're a fucking brain-broken Zoomer who grew up with TikTok and thinks that like naming and shaming in this regard for unsuspecting random individuals who you are violating by filming without their fucking prior consent is totally adequate. That's crazy. That's insane. That's an insane thing that you're doing. And if you want to do that, I'm telling you right now, stop doing that. Okay? Jesus fucking Christ. And you're also defending a person who literally says her actions were not defendable. So I don't know what else to fucking say in this circumstance. Oh, wait, I misunderstood what you were saying. My bad. I'm sorry. No, I mean the sharing that it's uncomfy, not the video of them. Yes, thank you. Sorry. I literally just immediately went along with like what I've read in the chat nonstop, which is that like, no, this is totally something that we need to do. I apologize. You know what it's like? You know what? It comes from a place of like this kind of real fear turns into like something that is insane the moment that people forget that they are not the main villain or the main character in other people's stories. I was so insecure when I was growing up, just like many of you, that I was afraid of wearing fucking hats. I was afraid of wearing glasses. Now, I need glasses to see, motherfucker. And I was still afraid of wearing glasses. You want to know why? Because I thought everyone would look at me and go, why is that guy wearing glasses? Okay? That came from a place of deep insecurity. I literally thought I literally thought like I can never wear sunglasses. I can't even wear fucking optic glasses because I'm worried that people are going to look at me and go, why is that fucking guy wearing glasses? It sounds like such an insane thought now that I'm, 31 years old. It's like, the fuck? Like, why the fuck did I ever think that? But I remember, like, that was a very real fear, and I thought that was so valid. Okay? I thought it was so fucking valid to have this fear. And then I realized, like, wait a minute. I don't remember a single person that I am in the vicinity of that I look at throughout the day. So, of course, they don't think about me either. So, part of the time, half the time, when a lot of people think like someone is like perceiving you, okay? Especially perceiving you in a violent way, with violent intentions, with predatory intentions, they have no idea you exist. You are not even a fucking afterthought, okay? They just looked in your vicinity. So to turn around and try to like somehow use the public naming and shaming protocol to try and police this kind of behavior because of your own personal fears that oftentimes will be unfounded is insane. Even if you are correct and that some people do actually stare and some people are actually trying to endanger you. Okay? But the reality is, Most people aren't fucking weirdos, and they just don't give a shit about you. You know? And I'm not saying your fear is invalid, okay? But it's oftentimes situational. And in most of those circumstances, in almost all of those circumstances that we've seen of like people being like, this guy's fucking weird. This guy's fucking weird. This guy's looking at me. This guy's staring at me. All those TikToks that we have seen, like those guys never even approach those people. Oh, my take, Lasan. People are way too uncharitable. They don't see other people they know as a threat. It's an inflated sense of self. Stop and think. What? This is... I stole your take? That's what you're saying? Okay, I got it. You got... I did. You caught me. TikTok is entering its gang stalking 2.0 era. Yeah, like... I literally have to remind myself that not everything is about me on a daily basis because of my social anxiety. I think that is a scary reality, is that like, because we're so isolated and we're so used to only interacting with everyone else through social media, and we do have the capacity to manufacture our spaces in the way that like fits our personal desires and can be as safe as possible, that we forget that like that's not how human interaction works in the real world, right? And so when we do the surprise Pikachu face whenever like human interaction in the real world is not like the human interaction that we've designed, that we experience 90% of the time, because 90% of the time we're experiencing it on social media. It's wild. Does that make sense? I don't have time to fucking TikTok. I am feeling at risk from a creep. Peace and love, but I feel threatened. I don't have time to record. Sadly, those that are most aware can also succumb to being overly aware, buying a car, seeing it everywhere. If you're looking for your biggest fear, in this case, hyper aware, then you can often find something to worry about, not discrediting any logical threats. Yeah, look, ultimately, as a chatter also pointed out, this is ambiguous. Social interaction has a lot of ambiguity. Okay? It does. And one unfortunate byproduct of, again, experiencing everything on the internet has created people, has created a sensibility among people that like, no, it's actually not ambiguous at all. It's like literally 1-to-1. It's like totally fucking easy to document. There's rules. And like, you're violating the rules. I'm like, whose rules am I violating? Whose rules? You just made those rules up. Whose rules, you sons of bitches? Chat. Oh, the free thinkers in the chat, dude, immediately. What rules? Whose rules, you sons of bitches? But yeah, if you do have this like, if you do have this fear that like a lot of people are looking at you, they're perceiving you, they're like, they wanna fucking, you know, be a predator or whatever. Like, it's understandable to have your guard up. It's understandable to be hyper aware. I've talked about this before. It's a consequence of like, again, patriarchal constructs, being a woman in society. That's a totally, it's a totally valid fear. But one thing that could potentially help you, is just like recognize that people don't care about you as much as you think they do. Like, straight up. You know what I mean? They just don't. Like, if someone's just like looking in your direction one time for a second as they walk past you, that's not like predatory. You know what I mean? Like, a lot of those TikToks have went from like the first guy that established contact, immediately walked away as soon as she said, no, thank you, I don't want you to touch my weights, to this guy looked in my vicinity. It's so creepy. It's so gross. And because every woman has had like an actual altercation that was creepy and gross, they immediately go to that altercation and can't see the fucking thing that's in front of their eyes where it's like, wait, that doesn't actually happen in the same way. Does that make sense? Like when you watch that TikTok, you're not thinking about the TikTok that you're seeing. You're thinking about what happened to you at the grocery store. You're thinking about what happened to you when you were 12 years old and like started hitting puberty and like creepy old men started coming up to you and trying to fondle you. Okay? You're literally just going to like a real moment and you just go, Hasan, what are you fucking seeing? It's literally real. This is rape. And it's like, no, dude, it's not. You just saw something and immediately went back and relapsed into trauma. What you saw was not what happened to you. Okay? Truly, as a woman, I think some of it is just based on trauma response. I struggle with feeling very defensive and on edge too, but having my trauma does not mean everyone who glances my way is trying to hurt me. Have to be self-aware and remember how your viewpoint has been affected. My trauma can't become everyone else's. Dude, you're being ridiculous. This shit is so dumb. What? That's not what women are talking about? Why are you still taking the entirety of the issue from TikTok, y'all? Because this started off with like real TikToks of women being harassed at the fucking gym and moved on to this random guy walked past me and like may or may not have stared in my direction. What a fucking gross creep. 1 million views. That's why. Because like we watched it happen on the stream where we watched a woman get harassed by some fucking psycho at the gym at the leg press 1 week prior to this becoming a literal major issue of like random dudes walking past someone. Does that make sense? Do you understand?
My eyes to you, it's your fault. Or if she's just saying that as like a way of calling out behavior, I'm really not sure. But Joey Swole, when he talked about this video, pointed out something that I think everyone who's ever been to the gym will recognize. That not only is the guy not staring, again, the reason why he'd look at her while walking by is because he's going by her path on the track. So perhaps he was looking at her to make sure he wasn't getting in her way since she was about to start lunges. I feel like that's the most obvious explanation here, but regardless, he doesn't do anything creepy or weird. He looks at her while he's walking.
Yeah, like that video is crazy. Like that's a crazy video, bro. Like look at it. Look.
Lot of good work.
I don't even care about Joey Swallows. Hold on. Look at this. Look. I mean, dude, if you think that this like violates people's personal space in some meaningful way, and this is like valid,
now here's another
a valid call out. I don't know what to tell you. You just think that guy's not hot. Like you just think he's like kind of weird looking, which he is, and therefore he should not be in public. Okay.
Video here. So this guy gets called out because he walks across the track she's about to do lunges on, and
that's it. Like that's what he did. That's what he did. He looked over while she was like standing on the ground, and he walked away.
Looks at her on the way by. Then she says that she catches him still staring. There's no way. I'm so uncomfortable right now. And then the caption even says, in quotes, "It's because of your outfit." I don't know if.
That's crazy. Literally, that is turning into you can't be aware of your surroundings. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Nah, homie was staring a little too long. Okay, bro. Looks very thumb-like. Might be a cop. I'm on her side. I mean, he's not. I can't tell if you guys are trolling or if you're being serious, dude. I literally, I can't. Like, that's crazy.
She's accusing him of saying that, like he shouts it at her across the room. Excuse me, milady. I looked at you because of your outfit. You drew my eyes to you. It's your fault. Or if she's just saying that as like a way of calling out behavior.
People are watching 100 TikToks about creepy, pushy random men, and then someone glances at them in real life and they're like, I know what this means. No, but like, there is no way that that woman hasn't like legitimately been creeped on, okay? If you're a woman, you've been creeped on, for sure. Like, which is why I'm saying, like, that's crazy to just use that as a, like, use that as like the fucking valid moment, you know? Just wait for like the third opportunity where there's like more than just a guy passing by your fucking camera line of sight. That's crazy. You know, just wait for a good one. It's going to come. And now we've moved on to the next stage of this, though, like I said, where people are just making jokes about it finally. So like, it's just more like, it's more like, you know, just look at the ceiling the entire time at the gym. When you're doing the weights, when you don't have weights in your hands, look at the ceiling. If you look down for one moment, you might be glancing in the direction of a gym TikToker, which means you will be executed. Do you understand?
I'm really not sure. But Joey Swole, when he talked about this video, pointed out something that I think everyone who's ever been to the gym will recognize. That not only is the guy not staring, again, the reason why he'd look at her while walking by is because he's going by her path on the track. So perhaps he was looking at her to make sure he wasn't getting in her way since she was about to start lunges. I feel like that's the most obvious explanation here, but regardless, he doesn't do anything creepy or weird.
Yeah.
He looks at her while he's walking by, and once he's through, he continues going forward. Like, I don't understand where this is coming from. To me, it feels like this lady has recorded...
Someone also called this out in the chat. True crime hysteria plays a role in this too. Like, it's real experiences that women have, paired up with true crime hysteria, paired up with, like, being incredibly socially isolated, and thinking that, like, every space that we're in, no matter what, in public, is supposed to abide by our expectations. And that's, like, a combination of all three with, like, the interest of blowing up on TikTok basically fucking creates this weird, you know, powder keg where everything is explosive.
Every single one of her gym sessions for the last week or so after noticing that this kind of content was blowing up, praying that...
This is the funniest part. Thank you, Chatter, for saying this. I don't bring my glasses to the gym, okay? Which is probably the funniest part about this. Is that, like, I'm probably looking at everything when I'm in there, dog. I can't see shit. I don't have fucking glasses on. I can't work out my glasses because they get foggy. I don't have contact lenses because I can't put them in my eyes. So I'm literally walking around like this the entire time, not realizing that I'm probably fucking, you know, in 11 TikToks, okay? If I went to, like, a public gym, dude, holy shit. I'd be in the background of every fucking TikTok looking like, hey, what's up? Oh, fuck. Oh, I'm so sorry. I, you know, stepped into your personal space. It's so dumb. Sometimes I see colors, you know what I mean? I'm like looking over. I'm like, what the fuck's there?
That someone would be weird and creepy to her, but she didn't get that. So she just decided to go with the one that's almost somewhat different, where a guy looks at her when he walks by, and chose that one for some clicks. Because nothing bad happens here. There's not a weirdo here. And according to Joey Swole, a lot of members of the gym, both men and women, said that this man is very kind and is actually loved at the gym. He's a regular here. So it is pretty fucked up and shitty for her to make this video trying to shame him for doing nothing wrong.
Like, it is wild though. Like, so what's up with Joey Swole? He's just like, he just stopped working out. He's like doing detective work. He's just doing detective work. He's like going up to gyms all around America trying to fucking fix the problem individually by making counter call out posts. It's also because we are all fucking prudes. Online, we narcissistically post our ass to seek validation, and in real life, we act like humans aren't allowed to be sexual beings, and it's all taboo. Okay, that's a little bit weird, Chatter. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's a little bit weird. You posting your ass on the fucking timeline in any way that you want to does not mean that like people in a public space can come up to you and be fucking weird, okay? Straight up. I'm sorry, that's a little victim blaming. I'm gonna keep it $150 with you. I am not of that mindset.
This guy.
Wait, he's right.
Still in my progress, sir. What? Still in my progress.
Wait, that guy is 100% correct. What the fuck? What the fuck? Bro. Dude, gym talk needs to stop. Fitfluencers have gone out of control. Bro, that's insane. That is insane. I hope that guy gets fucking banned from the gym, okay? That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Now, let me tell you something, okay? I've taken mirror selfies of myself when I was looking good as fuck, okay? But I have always made sure that I'm around nobody. One, because it's really embarrassing to like take a fucking selfie of yourself, okay? Like it's super embarrassing. Like I hope no one sees you do that because then you're like, you have to live with that shame. And secondly, why the fuck would anyone want to be filmed in the fucking locker room, man? You always had to find an empty bathroom. Back in the day, motherfuckers had the decency to just like have a little bit of social anxiety and not take fucking films of themselves like this with inside of the locker room. That's crazy.
This isn't a trend that only women are doing. Men are doing the same thing. This fucking douchebag is filming in the locker room, flexing to show his progress. The guy in the back that he's calling a schmuck is 100% right. You cannot be filming in the fucking locker room. Like, what do you think this is? Brazzers? Like, what the fuck are you even thinking? What's going through your smooth brain? Everyone just loves to think.
Also, like, I'm shocked that there was not a single fucking old man that just walked dick and balls out, okay? In my experience, no matter what gym you go to, if you're in the locker room, you're going to see dick and ball, okay? Old men, the older they get, the lower their balls hang, the more they want to fucking flex it. It's insane. I've seen some of the most fucked up dicks and balls I've ever seen in my entire life because you walk into the fucking gym, you walk into the locker room, and you're looking at these fucking weird, like Jabba the Hutt looking. It's like a bag of trash with like hair sticking out of it. It's just so fucked up, man. I'm surprised that dude had the audacity to fucking pull out the camera, but I'm also surprised he had the balls to pull out the camera in a locker room when, like, you know, there are so many opportunities where you got dick and balls in the background of that.
I think that they're the main character and everyone that interferes in their story and does more than just be a prop for their TikTok videos is the villain, when that's just not the reality. You are the bad guy here, not the guy you're calling out. If you want to take progress photos,
not only saggy, but the ones that the belly fat covers so much and it looks like a worm peeking out. Oh yeah, that one too. My personal favorite is like massive balls, tiny ass dick, and it's just like basically leathery old dick skin that like it looks like a fucking clit with just the fattest sack of balls you've ever seen. It's just like 4 times the size of the fucking tiny micro penis with like the most rotund belly you've ever seen, okay? Shiny. The belly is shiny. You're like impressive. You only can avert your eyes from the micro penis and the fucking fat sack of balls because of how shiny the belly is, and it's now causing you to be blinded because the light is projecting off of the fucking shiny ass belly and it's hitting you directly in your goddamn eyes. You no longer need cataract surgery. Mr. Beast no longer needs to come to your house and save you and give you vision because that guy's belly just reflected light so aggressively into your eyeball that you can now see 20/20 vision.
And videos, which I totally understand. Just wait till you get home, or at the absolute least, wait until you're the only person in that locker room. Because right now you have 2 people behind you changing. They could have just gone whole hog, let their cock and balls flop out. And if you film them in a private setting without their consent, their nudity, you would be fucked legally.
Watch this guy try move to me at the gym. Checks absolutely nothing on his phone. Looks over at me being busy sorting my wrist straps. These fucking strats taking up too much time.
I don't know.
Bro, there is no fucking wet. Come. Chad, do you think that that's a valid description of being like creepy to someone at the gym? I mean, this is like, I'm sorry, but this is literally like, at that point, this just, I don't know what to say. I just have no take on it. It feels like, what? It feels like the cartoonish depiction that incels have of women. Okay? It literally is like incels being like, don't walk near a woman, you'll go to jail. It's like, and then some gym talkers are like, no, actually, if you walk near me, you should go to jail. Like literally, you walked by me. I think it's time to go to jail for you, sir. Like, why? What happened? Incels aren't right. Obviously, they're fucking freaks. But just like, God damn it, dude. Why are you behaving like a freak?
What constitutes a stare anymore? Like, this guy, again, just glances in her direction, briefly looks at his phone and puts it away. And apparently that's getting called out for being weird, saying he checks nothing on his phone. He could have just been checking the time. He could have been checking literally anything that's quick to get at a glance. Like, what time is it? Or if he had a timer set up for, like, how much rest he has between sets, how much time do I have left on my rest? Like, there's so many things he could have been checking on his phone, but it doesn't matter. Like, he didn't do anything weird or wrong right now. All he did was walk by, and he looked over near you.
Makes a swift return. Sad lip.
And there it is. The second he decided to ask a question, his fate was...
Okay, he was trying to rizz her up. He was trying... You don't walk up to somebody... You don't walk up to somebody and ask them a question for no reason. You were trying to rizz it up. But again, that does not meet the fucking barrier. If there is a third fucking video where he like comes back again, then it's valid. But if he just walked up and was like, oh, what's that machine? Like, here's the point. Okay? Rizz is not a crime. It's not. Even if he's like asking, because he asked like a valid question. January is noob month in the gym, whatever. I don't think that he was asking a valid question specifically because he wanted the answer to that valid question. I think he was asking a valid question to establish contact with the other person. Okay? However, having said that, okay, that's not bad. Like, that's fine. It comes along with being in a public space. Bro, just assuming questions, rizzing someone up? No, man. No, he went over there most likely with the intention of like trying to establish a point of contact, okay? That's what I mean when I say rizz it up. I'm not saying he like fucking was, flirty. I'm saying that like, yeah, I think he's trying to establish a point of contact. But it doesn't matter because as soon as she was like, that's the fucking, I don't know, Smith machine or whatever, he like walked away. Okay.
Sealed. He was getting shamed on TikTok for it. So he comes over and asks if she's using the machine behind her. As Joey Swole also points out, and as anyone that ever goes...
You have zero faith for these guys? Yeah, I mean, because I don't need to have, like, good faith for these guys because I don't think that they're doing anything wrong. I think that a guy asking someone at the gym, a woman at the gym, whether they're using that exercise machine or whatever in an effort to, like, even establish a point of contact is not illegal and should not be illegal, and it's just fine. It's just an awkward social interaction. Awkward social interactions are part and parcel of being in a public space. The idea that like every awkward social interaction needs to be punished with like the least charitable interpretations online for you to be considered like a creep and a pest and a pervert is psychotic. Unless, I don't know, you want like the most fundamentalist version of religious gender segregation or some shit, you know? Like, that's wild. It should be all right to try and have a conversation with people. Yeah, I saw this fucking tweet. I mean, it's funny, but just saw a tripod at the gym and realized I looked dead into the camera. It was nice knowing y'all. R.I.P. dude, he's done. Hey, another one bites the dust, dude. I'm telling you, it's literally like, oh, dude, listen, you have a lazy eye, do not go to the gym. I can't be more serious about this. Do not think that you can improve your physical body, okay? If you want to improve your mental health, you better figure out how to do push-ups at home, okay? You got a lazy eye, motherfucker, you're done. You're done, dude. You're done. You're done. You never know, man. There might be a fucking tripod, a camera phone, anywhere.
The gym will also point out people like to check to make sure the machines are vacant. They don't want to step on any toes and take a machine that's already being occupied. So maybe her things were near the machine and he wanted to double check to make sure she wasn't using it in addition to doing the RDLs. Like that is just being polite. That is normal gym etiquette. But let's assume this guy is new to the gym. She seems to think he is and is insulting him for it, making fun of him for not knowing the name of the machine. So don't you think someone that's a little new to the gym would like to be super certain that he's not getting in anyone's way? So he would like to ask someone that's near the machine to make sure that he has full reign to use it without intruding on their workout. He did nothing wrong, but it didn't matter. He made a slight glance near her, a split second of his eyes looking around before checking his phone, and that small, insignificant thing was enough to put a crosshair on him and for her to attack. I think she's the weirdo. You're the gym weirdo, filming everyone around you, looking for people to call out. That shit is creepy. Not this guy who just innocently asks if you are using the machine behind you. Totally normal question, totally normal interaction, and this behavior is getting so fucking out of control. People are turning gyms into war zones where they're looking at every single micro angle of your eyes and counting it as a stare.
Yeah, every single fucking TikTok trend inevitably turns into gender wars. Why is it okay to film yourself at the gym recording everyone there, but we're ready to crucify anyone who maybe looked in your general direction for half a second? Weird. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think like the filming yourself is already fucked up, which I've done many, many times over. Let's be real. I've done it to offer you thirst traps. You know what I mean?
If you happen to catch them somewhere in your general vision vicinity. It's fucking despicable. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this a little bit, and that's about it. So yeah.
Women deserve the right to train and be left alone, not rizzed and sexually harassed by random men who can't get laid. MTG Gorilla Grip. You're absolutely correct. But if you think that like some fucking dude that walks up to you to ask you about like, oh, is that equipment available, is like sexually harassing you, then, you know, don't go outside, please. Especially at the top of the hour when there's a 3-minute ad break. Like, you need to be able to make sure that you no longer see those ads at the top of the hour. And the only way to do that is by subscribing for $5 or for free with Switch Prime, or by getting gifted a sub if you're lucky. Honestly, don't even think that's this big of a deal. No one really is taking these seriously from what I saw. The girls get more backlash. This entire thing is just chronically online. The worst part about the girls getting more backlash is that, like, then dudes feel validated in that. And also on top of that, like, the people that are offering backlash are doing it in the worst ways possible. And they're doing it because, not because like, they have a valid cause here, but they're doing it specifically because, they're incels. A lot of dudes are incels online. Ninort, thank you for the 5 gifted. We're 81, thank you for the 5 gifted. Max Wellion, thank you for the 5 gifted. But yeah, like I said, I think that like everyone involved in this is insane. As I've said before, that's why I'm like a radical centrist in this. Not like Charlie, like straight up a radical centrist where I don't even like the people doing counter call outs. You know? I'm the most radical motherfucking centrist in this story. Bet your ass, dude. Someone made the Jordan Peterson wagyu.
In the dishwasher?
What?
It's not as crazy as it sounds, and it's the same principle as sous vide cooking. We started with a prime New York strip and seasoned it up with Grove beef. Then we put it in a bag with garlic and rosemary before vacuum sealing it.
People will get mad at this and say ban TikTok, but like honestly, at least like he's not, you know, this is in the same vein. This is exactly in the same vein as like the call out videos. And at least there's not like another human being that's being called like creepy or weird because they happened to be in the line of sight. Also, still better than Jordan Peterson, at least not wagyu.
Then we just
also sous videing a steak is not a bad idea.
put it in the empty dishwasher.
The weirdest is that he's doing it in the
Washing
dishwasher.
and ran it for a full cycle. It cooks at about the same temperature you would for a medium rare sous vide steak. And by the time you pull it out, it's perfectly medium rare edge to edge. But of course, we don't want to eat it like this, so we need to give it a good sear. I did that in a cast iron pan, starting with the fat cap. After I flipped it over, I added more rosemary and some butter before letting it rest and sliced.
Yeah, that's fake. He cooked up a whole different steak, in my opinion.
Slicing it up. This is as perfectly cooked as any steak I've ever made.
Like that looks great. That looks perfectly cooked, but I don't know.
And it's edge to edge medium rare with an amazing crust. Who needs a sous vide cooker?
All right, let's do the I talked about the Israel-Palestine thing when I said I wasn't going to talk about it. Let's move on to, oh shit. This made it on ABC News? What the fuck?
Sight for not just one, or two.
Yes, I can see your face, I can see your face, I can see your face.
But 1,000 people getting free cataract removal.
Don't cry.
I can see everybody's facial features now. It's a little blurry with my tears coming out.
The surgery is paid for by Jimmy Donaldson, better known online as Mr. Beast.
Why do you preach about rich people not helping when you never give a cent back? I have given more money to charities and funds that I believe in and raised more money for funds and charities and activism that I believe in than you ever will. And that's not even your fault, to be real. I probably have given more of a percentage of my income in comparison to you as well. But even then, like, charity itself is not a solution to systemic issues. You are just running off the idea that I don't do that because that makes you feel like I'm a better villain in your mind, but it's not true. If you do care about the truth in this circumstance, it's not true what you think. Why do you always answer these people? I don't know. I want to be charitable. I No, I didn't know. Lots of streamers don't. Oh, okay. So why'd you run with that argument then, if you didn't know personally? There you go. You said I never give a cent. So why did you say that? Sorry. Okay, no problem. Also, I never even like shit on Jimmy. that's the other part of it. Like a lot of people understand where they're coming from because it reeks of like poverty porn and feel good stories. And that's something that genuinely brings a lot of disdain especially from leftists. But I haven't. I think that there are infinitely worse content creators out there that deserve people getting mad at them. I don't think he himself is one of those people. I think he's just like, this is a net benefit overall. I don't have an issue with it, especially because it's like tied to real charity oftentimes. You know what I mean? If it wasn't, and if it was just like, oh, here, I found a homeless person, maybe some of his earlier work might have been like that. But like, there's a lot of people on TikTok that just like literally film random homeless people, put a fucking phone in their faces, and like that stuff is way grosser, I think, than this dude who's like literally, funding the charity causes that he's filming, ultimately. And the process itself is a self-funding vehicle.
They can't see, but we have all the technology to fix it.
Yep. And ultimately, I think he does think that it's ridiculous that these governments are not stepping in.
Half of all the blindness in the world is people who need a 10-minute surgery.
The most followed individual on YouTube, teaming up with ophthalmologist Jeff Levinson in Jacksonville, Florida. Dr. Levinson's Gift of Sight program provides free cataract surgery to uninsured patients who are legally blind due to cataracts.
Everything looks so more clear.
Yeah. To make this day even more special, since you're about to graduate high school and go to college, we wanted to give you $50,000 to put towards college.
Giving back has been important to Mr. Beast since he first started making money on YouTube.
I just got my first brand deal for $10,000. And I just gave it away. So I got it, and then I went outside and I gave it to a homeless person.
And with this latest stunt, Mr. Beast paying it forward across international borders.
Nearly half the population with curable blindness doesn't have access to this surgery. So I wanted to provide this to as many people as possible.
The video racking up more than 40 million views in less than a day. The #1 trending video on YouTube.
Did Mr. Beast double check if these people deserve sight? I mean, if they're all they're gonna do is watch anime, I don't know. Agreed, dude. I hope he did a fucking background check. You know what I'm saying?
Weekend.
So many people think this. People on YouTube are it's just all
drama,
yeah.
Exactly.
Silliness, yeah. And you guys are focused on so much.
I feel most of Mr. Beast's content is poverty porn, to be honest. Brother, listen, the dude next to him literally makes a living off of, also gets billions of views by like exploding boxes in front of like some of the poorest motherfuckers who are so desperate that they're like porch pirates, okay? Some of the dudes who are like literally stealing isn't that what it's called? Dudes who like steal shit off of porches, okay? So like, I think if you have both of these dudes on camera, one guy is literally at the very least fucking, exclusively doing content that like revolves around unironic charities that he turns into. Yeah. Also, one guy has a Jimmy Fallon deal, okay? Or something of the like. I don't even know. I think he has, right? Didn't Jimmy Fallon like turn it into a segment on his shit? Porch piracy sucks though. Like, I'm not rich either, bro. Don't take my package. No, I understand. I get it. Like, no, I mean, come on. This shit happens to me too. And I'm obviously in a profoundly more privileged position, so it doesn't really matter to me as much. But I totally get it. Like, I've had shit stolen from me when I had no fucking money. Okay, trust me. I know. But ultimately, like, I get why it creates this like weird, icky feeling when you watch that shit. I get why it creates an icky feeling when you watch like Mr. Beast videos, but like getting mad at him is insane. Like I don't know. He's just not. He's just making literally the most like bottom of the barrel, basic content, and almost all of it revolves around like raising funds for whatever charity the content is about. And I don't know what it is. I don't know. I don't get it. I'm not saying he's a real socialist or anything like that, but But like, if you watch any of his videos and you get upset at him instead of like upset at the system that has created such a gigantic fucking need for this kind of philanthropy to exist, I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's literally, it's healthcare that's not free that is fucked up. Okay, it's not him making videos off of it while also funding it too with those videos.
So many good things.
Which is something I would like to
I don't get how people thought you were shitting on Mr. Beast. I don't know either.
add. Like most creators, like I messaged thousands.
Rephrase bottom of the barrel. People are going to take that as an insult. I mean, it's like his videos, like he has complex and interesting videos, but when he does like we're giving people $10,000 while also fixing their eyesight, like that's just, it's just normie stuff. I mean, like it's appealing to as many normies as possible. And there's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, I don't mean bottom of the barrel. Lowest common denominator. So I don't really get it. Maybe people shit on him because they like, it just feels, he feels accessible. You know what I mean? I think that's probably what it is. And the reason why I always take the position where it's like, the reason why I take the position that I take on his content is because like it's inoffensive. Like it's literally designed to be inoffensive. And you are trying to find offense in an otherwise inoffensive video that also is like literally a funding mechanism for a philanthropy. I am no fan of the 501c3 process. Okay. I think that a lot of them are scams, but ultimately like, I don't know. I don't find it offensive. I don't know how to describe it. But then again, plenty of people fucking despise me because I'm constantly chirping about all the issues, right? And they say, why don't you be like Mr. Beast? Which is ironic. You know what's funny? Actually, now that I think about it, a lot of leftists who get mad at Mr. Beast want me to be Mr. Beast, but for socialism. Now that I just realized it, like, so many motherfuckers are like, dude, fuck Mr. Beast and fuck you too, Hasan. And then if I ask them like what they want me to do, they're like, literally be Mr. Beast, but socialistly. Which leads me to believe that if I completely restructured my content and didn't have to actually fucking deal with like parasocial fucking weirdos all day, every day that are 30 month subscribers so they can just like say some deeply unhinged shit, like cutting shit that like in other circumstances would make you look like an absolute sociopath. Like, can you imagine walking up to someone and being like, bro, your hairline looks like shit today. I don't know you. You don't know me. And I just walked up to you and I said, bro, your hairline looks like shit today. Like you just look old and you look like shit today. I'm going to make you feel bad about your circumstances. And that person probably didn't even do it because he was like intentionally trying to be mean. He just let it slip without even realizing, because that's the dynamic we have here, which it shouldn't be that way. Anyway, the point I was going to make is maybe it would be better if I just like quit Twitch and did that instead. Then I wouldn't have to deal with all the fucking random weirdos in the chat. However, it does seem like a lot of the people that yell at Mr. Beast would probably yell at me in the same exact way.
Almost every single one of them was like, yes, how can I help? They weren't like, what's in it for me? Or I don't know. Like they're like genuinely, I was shocked.
Dr. Levinson, the ophthalmologist, says when he first got the phone call from Mr. Beast's team in September, he had no idea who he was and almost hung up the phone. He now knows who Mr. Beast is and says he's very glad he didn't hang up. Andrea?
40 million views later, I am sure. And, at the very least, this also spreads awareness. Some 80% of, or more than half of Americans aged over 80 need cataract surgery.
Mr. Beast is like the best example of doing insane charity work and people still yell at him. Yeah, because charity is not a fucking solution, and I think everyone fundamentally understands that. I think if charity solved problems, if charity genuinely solved problems, there would be no need for charity. Eventually, you know what I mean? But it doesn't. And that's, I think people deep down, people kind of recognize that, and it frustrates them. So they see it for what it is, which is like PR for the most part. But ultimately, it's like you're doing good while you're also doing PR. So, you know, the way I see it is like Venn diagram of Mr. Beast plus HasanAbi haters. It did raise awareness and get tons of people talking. Also, what profits the average Mr. Beast video lost? 1.5 million last year. Lol. The Surfs are not a hater of mine, and they have been hypercritical of Mr. Beast. You know, this video was not great, the solitary confinement one. I've criticized that one too. People honestly praising Mr. Beast yet again. This guy does poverty tourism for cash. If he pays persons, medical bills, lottery style without informing anyone with his platform, that's fucked up. He needs to do that. He's just profiting off his ability to do so. I mean, he's he's funding the very same charities that he's like making money off of by making these videos. You know what I mean? He means one channel loss or 1.5 million or all of them? No, he's saying like the average Mr. Beast video lost $1.5 million last year. Oh, yeah, you know what? I think you're being charitable to people. I don't think most people think about charity any deeper than, oh, I'm doing a good thing. No, I'm talking about people who criticize Mr. Beast. Most people just see, oh, what a good guy. He's a wonderful guy. He's raising money. That's like what the Norman take is, which is why I also think it's like super counterproductive. It's also legitimately super counterproductive to shit on someone like Mr. Beast in general if you're a leftist, especially because like, there are infinitely worse targets to fucking criticize. And the only thing you do when you get mad at him, because it does make you feel icky, because he is like putting poor people on camera like that. It makes you feel icky, okay? But like when you get mad at him, who is like, you know, generating some level of value for the same profits that he's making videos on, okay? You sound like an unhinged person to the normies. That's just the reality. Like, if we're going to talk about the optics of the situation, yeah, most people don't even think about it. They think, oh, what a good guy. What a great guy. It's a battle that not only you shouldn't fight, because, like, why the fuck are you fighting that battle? Because there's infinitely better targets to get mad at, okay? But also, it's a battle that left is literally yelling at a guy who's curing the blind. We're never getting socialism, dog. It's like, it's a battle that you're not going to win, and is it a battle that you should win? You know what I mean? That's my point. Like, what good will come of you? Let's say all the Twitter leftists. To go with my last message, my meds just to walk around normally and open my hands normally are $60,000 a year. If I didn't have insurance, I would never get mad at a rich motherfucker helping the hopeless. Yeah. It's like this. Let's say Twitter leftists were correct and like Mr. Beast inevitably gets like canceled or something in a hypothetical scenario where people actually take Twitter leftists seriously instead of fucking immediately laugh at them and say, you're a fucking communist, you're a fucking loser, shut the fuck up, you fucking loser. I hope you go to jail in the fascist future that I will vote for inevitably, okay? Because that's literally what like the average normie's perspective to like the average fucking leftist on the internet is literally like, I would do fascism to you. I would kill you with the police force if I could, simply because you're a nuisance and all of the other Red Scare propaganda that I've been conditioned into believing. Okay? So like those normies see you, but let's say in this real world, in this hypothetical world, they listened to you for once and they fucking canceled Mr. Beast. Okay? They were like, you're right, man. He's doing poverty porn and that's unethical. What did you solve? Did you solve a problem? Did you solve any problem. Let's say you're correct and people were like, wow, what the fuck? I've been struck by lightning, it feels like. Now I believe in the principles of dialectical materialism. I'm analyzing everything from your lens now. You took Mr. Beast away. You took him down. What happened? What was the outcome of that is like literally a positive? Because I can't see it. I try, because I get that feeling, that icky feeling that you get when I watch some of these videos. I get that same icky feeling in my heart where I'm like, there's something off about this, and I can't really verbalize what it is, right? But what is the net benefit of getting people to go, fuck Mr. Beast? What would that solve? So that's why I look at this and I think, I put the pros and cons together and I'm like, there is no fucking reason to yell at this man. Like, there is literally no reason. It makes you look like a psycho, okay? It makes you look like a psycho. There is no systemic analysis associated with it. Like, I criticize the system. I watch that video and I get mad. Why do I get mad? Not because I get mad at Mr. Beast. I get mad at the fact that people don't have this basic fucking healthcare service given to them for free, okay? And people still yell at me. They say, fuck you, Hasan. You're a fucking piece of shit. How dare you bring up, like, free healthcare? I fucking hate you. You should kill yourself. How much help have you done, right? But that's my take, ultimately. They hate Mr. Beast because capitalism or something. I hate Mr. Beast because his editing gives me seizures. We are not the same. Okay, well, that's because you're too old to be watching Mr. Beast videos. That's the reality. I think the problem is that leftists don't want rich people philanthropy to seem like a good solution to the Normans to resolve or mitigate the problems created by greedy crony capitalism. We know that that's not a solution. It's a Band-Aid, but you're right. There are bigger fish to fry. Exactly. Mr. Beast pushes people away from the left? No. I think what genuinely pushes people away is like people losing their fucking minds over Mr. Beast and being like, I'm a leftist and this is what all leftists think. Fuck Mr. Beast. I think that probably pushes people away further, if that even has any sort of tangible impact whatsoever. I think what pushes people away from leftist ideas is like a century of Red Scare propaganda and also a multi-billion, almost trillion-dollar, 3 different fucking propaganda arms working in unison to tell you that, like, capitalism is good and you don't even deserve free healthcare, as a matter of fact. That's what's pushing people away from the left, okay? Anyway. I think when people criticize Mr. Beast for shit like this, it always gets lost in the discourse of, well, he's using his money to help people. I can't believe you think this is a bad thing. And that's what puts this content in sort of a force field that protects it from any discourse around why this content exists and why it might be a bad thing. Most of the people who watch him are very young and will learn about altruistic acts as like this. They're normal. Like, it's down to billionaires to fix these problems, not policy. That's a good take. I think that one thing that fixes all of this, which, by the way, would have never fixed it for the left. No one is going to fucking ever admit that, oh, this video is a good video overall, is if Mr. Beast in the end says, wouldn't it be nice if it wasn't up to me, a random fucking YouTuber from North Carolina, and instead, like, the endless amount of wealth that this government has to take matters into his own hands? I'll still do the fucking philanthropy, but goddamn, what the fuck is this shit? That in and of itself would make it a perfect video for me, at least, okay? That would also make him a brand risk, most likely. That would also alienate a larger chunk of the population that he wants to appeal to, likely, okay? But let me tell you something. It certainly wouldn't silence people who are like, you're a fucking asshole. But his tweet ultimately, as an accompanying factor, with the video is not bad. Jeez, it's like we're not allowed to dislike a dude who makes pretty cringe content and it actually isn't that talented. I don't hate what he does. I hate his thumbnails and overall delivery. Wait, what? No. I don't give a fuck about that. We're not talking about that. Don't be silly. And I know Mr. Beast already said that. I'm mentioning it. I'm already saying that. Listen. Guys, I don't give a fuck if you don't like Mr. Beast's videos. It's not like I watch any of his fucking videos. I watch the ones that are like, you know, he cured the blind or whatever. Yeah, who cares if you don't like him? That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the people that are like, this is fucking awful. You know what I mean? Like, this is horrific. Awful. And I think ultimately it's just, it makes you icky. Does that make sense? A lot of people personally, will you help perpetuate the harmless Mr. Beast lie we have been telling on our stream that a chicken sandwich from Mr. Beast Burger is called Mr. Breast? Thank you. Yes. I mean, I never gave a shit about Mr. Beast before, but proudly stating you don't like a guy that cured 1,000 people's blindness makes you look like a piece of shit. Yeah, literally. That is true, though. That is 100% true. Especially because he's like a beloved figure regardless. You know what I mean? Like, no matter what you say or do in a leftist space, and you can think this is me like glazing up Mr. Beast or whatever, I think like the amount of criticism that I launch, even as marginal as it may be, is already like far beyond what anyone has ever said about Jimmy, okay? At least in his proximity. And the reality is like, as critical as I am of all this shit, as critical as I am as all this fucking shit, I think ultimately you're coming across like a fucking weirdo about a dude who accrued 40, 50 million views in over 12 hours, which everyone likes. And everyone around you probably looks at that. Everyone around you probably looks at you and goes, you're a weird guy. You're yelling at a dude who just like did good, a net benefit. What did XQC say? Sane. Anyway, sorry. It's just like...
Wait, same goes for like medicine though, I feel like. That's like really, really cheap to make and whatnot. That is like super mega overpriced and controlled and whatnot. The people literally can't even fucking breathe or live without. It's this point. It's this point. It's the same thing though. I feel like
a deeply, deeply frustrating concept.
You pay for my surgery?
Yes.
You watch, it's insane. Oh, think fuck, it's a good take. Bro, he's Canadian, dog. I'm surprised his chat agrees. Why? Imagine leftists using this as a positive way to kickstart a conversation about how everyone should have access to this treatment instead of pointlessly mauling about it on Twitter. I mean, I tried doing that, and I think we saw what the reaction was to that, okay? So, I did try doing that. And I know Mr. Beast, like, you know what I mean? So... it didn't work. People were just like very upset at me because they are, it seems, physically It seems like people are physically incapable of reading what I say in a charitable capacity. The reason I appreciate you and think you reach so many people, you're a normal person who preaches this shit. I know a himbo is a joke, but it's so helpful. Yeah. Did you see a title that says Socialist Grifter shits on man who cured the blind? Yeah. Anyway. What is this? Austin Spanish? Mr. Beast reacted it? System.
Mi problema con el video.
I'm not mad at Mr. Beast. I'm mad at the system.
Mi problema con el video de Mr. Beast es que los millonarios no deberían hacer el trabajo del gobierno al brindar atención médica a sus ciudadanos y las personas no deberían tener que ir a un canal de YouTube para tener acceso a la cirugía y poder ver de nuevo.
I'm not. Oh my God, dude. It's happening. We're doing it. Hasanox explains Hasan's frustration watching a new Mr. Beast video. Healthcare is a human right. There are a lot of TikToks taking you out of context on the Mr. Beast. I mean, yeah. That's TikTok, brother. What I don't know what to tell you. It's just I don't know. It is a propaganda arm that I cannot deal with, and I can only ask you to fucking counter it, I guess. That's it. I can't even defend myself by posting some shit. Why don't you help people see? I do. I help people see the realities of capitalism every day. That's so corny. I'm such a fucking corn dog. I'm unsubbing. Shut the fuck up. What is it? Pack it up. Political streamer is taken now.
Questions everyone should get. 5 general knowledge questions everyone should get right. Part 6. What does the C stand for in CIA?
Secret.
Oh, dude. Yeah, he's right. Wait, what? No notes. No notes on that one. That one is fair. He's French. Bro, he's not pretending. Another one, oh no. Dude, we gotta stop. We can't keep watching vaccine injuries on this broadcast. How many more young men need to be taken?
Sorry, chat, guys. I'm just saying that. Chat, guys, I can't stop wiggling, chat. Guys, I can't stop wiggling and moving. Guys, it's something to just say, chat. Dude, I just got my 3rd booster shot. It's been
Called it. Keeping them chatters informed. Having 3 companies controlling the commerce is not a monopoly. Why are they considered monopolies? No, they're considered oligopolies if you want to be a fucking semantics nerd about it, but it doesn't matter because an oligopoly controlling the entire market. Hasan MILF Manor Mansion? What the fuck is this?
Hey Hasan, it's Disco Mommy from MILF Manor. I want to tell you happy Valentine's Day. I heard you have an amazing heart of gold. You love fitness, you love working out, and maybe you just haven't found that significant other yet. And my advice to you is just be patient. Don't waste too much time on something that you know is not meant for you. I think whatever you want in your heart, you will actually attract, but the more you think on what you don't have, the more you won't have it. So focus on something positive. Make sure you're making the most out of every single day of your life. Enjoy life, and it will finally come when you least expect it. So have the most amazing Valentine's Day, and stay tuned, and hopefully you watch tonight.
Oh my God. Oh, I wish she gave us a spoiler about who she's going to fuck. You know what I mean? That I didn't really hear what she said, but she's spitting. Bro, what? I don't. What? Why did you? Who? What? Why did you guys do this? You know who did it? Oh, here we go, dude. This motherfucker's gonna make a video about like HasanAbi has sex with MILF Manor contestant or whatever. Anyway, we got a lot of fucking reacts, man. I didn't realize that Mr. Beast made it to ABC. That's crazy. We saw Penguins though. Oh, I was on a video.
It's my birthday.
I did a YouTube video. Let's go.
And so I'm using this as a reason to have people film a video with me. Woo! There's 5 rounds, 2 teams, and each round there's 2 items in the box, and the teams have to try to guess what both the items are. This is team 1, Tina and Sykkuno. Team 2, Lily and Hasan.
Team liberals.
Team liberals.
Team conservatives.
Sand and some paper clips. Are you guys ready? Yeah. 30 seconds per round, and let's bring them in.
It is where it is where I hit the piano. This was the same day. This was like a day of activity.
Side, I'm left-handed.
Aren't you also?
I'm also left-handed.
Oh.
Is my hand gonna fit through this?
Good luck.
We'll swap.
Wait, really? You
don't
do
give
that? Okay, go ahead. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, my hand does fit through it. This is like a holder. It has paper clips in it on my side.
Who knew?
I don't feel anything.
Oh, lower?
Where is that? Why is it?
Oh, what the?
Okay, I'm feeling paper.
Yo, this feels like a paper clip. Oh, wait, okay.
There's like sand in it as well.
If I feel sand, it feels like kinetic sand.
Paper clips, sand. I'm gonna go deeper. There's more.
It's giving non-Newtonian fluid vibes.
That is oddly specific. Can I pick it up? I picked up something.
It's with
I picked
paper.
something up.
This is like a.
Am I allowed to do that?
This is like
10 seconds?
A
10 seconds?
sensory box.
Wait, are we allowed?
We allowed what?
Wait, are we allowed to like? What are we doing? I'm a little confused.
You're confused. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
That's me.
Okay, you don't need to describe the bowl.
Oh, you don't need to describe the bowl? Because I was like, I don't know what the f to call it.
Yeah, it's paper clips in like some kind of sand.
And moon sand. Moon
I
sand.
think Tina knows.
Very nice guess. All right, back to your hovel.
Like a bowl? I thought that there was like a specific name for it.
Hasan, so you filled paper clips and sand, right?
All right,
yes.
get
That's
out
it.
of here. Yeah, that's your guess. Go.
We got a plushie of Mika. and some wet. They're very wet. All right, we're ready. 30 seconds. Round 2. 2 items, Hasan.
Okay, got it.
Got
so
it.
the bowl is like not important.
Hasan! 3, 2, 1, go!
Listen, I take every competition seriously. I don't know why they were making fun of me for this, but like, yeah, I'm sorry. If you want me to compete, I'm gonna fucking take it seriously, okay? I'm gonna take it seriously. And I thought that like I needed to identify the bowl as well. My bad, okay? My bad. Yes, I'm a bit of a tryhard.
Oh, there's. All right.
Yeah, we're already in there.
Oh.
Sorry.
Some wet?
It was hairy.
Oh, what the f? That's a
Yeah.
moving thing.
No, it's not. I'm moving
No,
it.
you're moving it? Oh, whoa, why is it wet? Ew.
And I'm feeling
Why
a
is
little.
the bowl wet?
That's what I'm saying. I touched something wet.
Puppy that's wet. It's like a wet
Do
puppy.
you feel anything else?
10
that's not
seconds,
puppy?
10 seconds.
Anything else that's not puppy?
Like tennis balls underneath it that's like stuck on it.
And I've got like a snoot of an animal.
A
This is like
snoot.
this is the dog's snoot.
Wait,
Definitely
I
like-
have the rump. I have the rump.
Oh my god, it's a
I
dog.
have-
It's a dog. I've got the snoot right here, I think.
Like
All right, time's up. Time's up.
Okay, it's a plushy puppy that's wet for no reason.
Time!
I got the time. It's a
What's your final
dog.
answer?
It's a stuffed animal dog, surely.
With wet tennis.
I don't know why it's wet.
And it was
And
wet.
a rubber elastic band connected 2 balls underneath it, which I unfortunately was able to release.
I don't know why it's wet.
The stuffed animals were wet.
To the
Yeah.
hovel.
Unsure why it's
Just so
wet.
you know, these get more harder as time goes on. I'll have you know. I'll have you know.
Dude, I'm literally Sherlock Holmes with this. Like, you're worried because I'm too good, I think. Like, I can see the fear in her eyes. Like, oh, we f***ed up. This guy's literally the Rain Man of touching.
I am never asking him to be in a video again. It's gonna be more difficult, okay?
It's a bit of a double entendre.
Go!
Okay.
Heavens. Okay.
Oh god, what the?
Go!
What the f is this? These are like they're little paintballs
Ew, what
almost.
am I?
It's like boba.
Ew.
What is this? These are freaking Orbeez.
I'm crushing them.
2 different kinds of balls. There's like the very clear,
5 seconds.
hard to pick up ones. Can I blow it up?
They're grapes.
What is this? Are they grapes?
And a grape. No, this is a grape.
Time. Okay, you guys can discuss before
Yeah.
giving your final answer.
Okay,
Grapes and Orbeez. Grapes and Orbeez. Grapes and Orbeez. Grapes and Orbeez. Oh my god. Can I wash my hands? What is this?
One's definitely a grape. The other small boba ones are, I don't know what they would be.
Strange.
That actually does feel really
Put this
weird.
together.
Alright, go back.
I can't even think of anything that it could be. That's the problem. Oh, dang.
I don't know. You guys are laughing.
I want to feel it
She's
again.
playing TFD. You were supposed to be reacting to this. I don't know. What
Oh my. What? Oh, Peters.
the? Dude, what the? I'm sorry. You came in.
You didn't have to come to the video.
Oh, but I said I would. I said I would. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so grape and fish tank decoration things. Okay.
I had no idea what those things are. I don't know what Orbeez are, for the record.
All right, 2 more rounds. 2 more rounds. Got it. All right, item number 4.
I don't know what they are, yeah.
This is so beautiful. Well, it's 3 items. This is 3 items now.
Oh, what the? I can confirm this is boring. Socialists can't make content, have fun, unsubscribe. Yeah, literally. Socialism means no friends. Socialism means no YouTube content that isn't directly about advancing the socialist cause. Yeah, so I learned that this is why people know what Orbeez are. Because Mr. Beast did a fucking Orbeez video. Yeah, and I'm not a Mr. Beast watcher because I'm 31 years old, okay? So I did not know what that was because I did not see it.
Spot on every single time so far.
You know, you guys aren't doing too bad.
We got everything.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, ow, what the f?
Oh. What the?
Ew.
This feels like a
Oh my, this is a peep.
grilled marshmallow?
One of them's a peep, one of them's a peep, dude.
Marshmallow, jelly beans, peep, or whatever one of them is that. This is an umbrella.
What is this?
It's like a brick.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
What
10
is that?
seconds.
Is this a tree? Oh,
It's like a crispy. A crispy.
Oh.
The bottom thing you need to know as well, Rice Krispie, big ass Rice Krispie treat, I think.
I think it's a Rice Krispie and a peach.
What? You guys are putting like
I don't know what the third thing is.
there? Like, what's going on?
I don't know what the.
It's a big ass Rice Krispie treat. You stuck a cocktail umbrella on it, and then also on top of that, either the third thing is like a. Wait, can I lick it?
No, you can't.
A peep
Okay,
or
there's
marshmallow.
And then
Rice
there's
Krispie brick.
There's a Rice Krispie brick?
I think so. The giant brick.
And then there's also little toothpicks with umbrellas that you put in cocktails.
Wait, I said it was a peep.
He literally.
I don't care.
You wanna just like lock in one of your previous guesses?
Peep.
Okay. So yeah, solid guess. All right. This is the last item.
And then I felt some kind of.
Whipped cream.
Are we doing amazing?
You guys are doing quite all right. All right. This is the last round. 2 items.
Oh, man.
3, 2, 1, go.
2 items.
What?
Is it nasty? Wait, there's.
Ah!
This is like.
This is I got stuff on my hands. What?
You can tell she thought it would be harder. Yeah, she thought it would be harder. Yeah.
Wait, is
10
there
seconds.
a block? 10 seconds.
There's a brick, bro.
There's a Rubik's Cube in there, so that's definitely one of the items. I don't know if the thing inside of it is like mayo or...
A weird Rubik's Cube, baby. It's a Rubik's Cube. Or like a small Rubik's Cube.
Time.
Can we pull it out? Oh, it's a banana. It's a banana cream pie in a tin foil, but you took the banana cream part of it out, except for
it's weird.
That was true, by the way. Like I clapped it, dude. I nailed it. Not only was it a banana cream pie, but they had taken the banana cream out of it, and it was just whipped cream with like the outer crust. So I guess it was like literally fucking
pie and a Rubik's Cube.
It's a banana cream pie with a Rubik's
Cube in it, I think.
And it has 2 Rubik's Cubes inside of it. This used to be a banana cream pie, but I think it's just the whipped cream and a little bit of the actual outside crusty portions of it.
Good job, good job. We will tally the votes.
I'm not gonna lie, we nailed everything except for the boba thing, whatever that was.
Wait, there was a boba thing?
And that concludes the challenge. We're gonna show the item one by one and say how many points each team got. So first item was, in fact, kinetic sand and paper clips.
Paper clips and sand. I guessed it.
So you each have 2 points so far. All right. So 2 points for team 1,
That was
2
pretty
points for
obvious.
team 2.
Right, like-
The next one was a plushie and wet tennis balls. You guys both got those, right?
Yeah. Oh, I got the snoot and I grabbed the top.
You did. Okay. The
This is
next one is where things
Oh.
switched up a little bit.
I'm gonna tell you, I've never
What
seen
was
this
this
thing
one?
before. Well, I
It's
hope not.
It was
Orbeez
Orbeez. I knew it.
Yay!
Yo, second sister, you saw the Mr.
I
Beast
do
video?
not know what that is.
What is this?
I have never seen this in my entire life. I do not know what this is.
I've never seen it in
This
real
is a
life.
mockery.
So
Yeah,
team
Tina
1 is
got the
ahead
grade.
by 1 point. Fourth
This is the
item.
one I was least confident on.
This
but
one was 3 items.
If we got this right, Tina carried.
Rice Krispie bed with peeps
Oh.
and umbrellas.
Oh, no wonder.
I am literally
Oh
the f***ing Rain Man. Wait, did she get it right?
Actually got it
Everyone
exactly.
got that right.
Yeah.
I got.
So
I
team
got
1
the
is still
brick,
up by
but
1 point. The last
I
item
think they're just like marshmallows.
is whipped cream and Rubik's cubes.
Okay, we got that. We nailed that, but did you guys get that?
Yeah, we got that.
I said banana.
said banana.
Team 1 wins with 1 point.
Yo, it's because we watched the Mr. Beast video.
And that's it for this video. Thank you for watching. Say happy
I like how she pitted the oldest pair against the youngest pair. Brother, Sykkuno's older than me. And so is Lily. I'm the second oldest person here in that group. I mean, the second youngest person in that group. The fuck? People are so funny. They're like, dude, what?
birthday than Mika or else. Thank you. Have a great day. Bye. Happy birthday.
It's shameful to admit.
We already watched this one. Aren't you part of the young group then? Yeah, I guess. They all seem younger than they age and you seem older. Okay, you guys are freaks about fucking Bonanza City. I swear to God. You're literally freaks about Bonanza City. Like, you're like, I have to see Bonanza City. People have been going crazy trying to get me to watch this nonstop. Like more than they've asked me to. Okay, we didn't get to all the news stories. We'll cover it tomorrow. I'm sorry. You know, this experience fucked those kids up because one of them turned into a Malort drinker. Not even a Malort drinker, but a Malort slut. What is this? Should be illegal to profit off of somebody's likeness in sex work without consent, whether it's fake or not. Talking about it will bring those sides more attention, but I hope this will also be a step forward closer to law that can help protect people from being used in this way. Yeah. Don't talk shit about Malort the drink. I think it's because it's like new that there isn't enough case law around it. It's technically illegal. I'm pretty sure. I mean, like, people have had success in taking them down. But it is insane. Nasty as fuck. Anyway. Reminds me of the Hulk Hogan Gawker thing. Wait, what? I mean, that's not. That was a sex tape. That was illegal, but like for different reasons. And I'm not talking about Malort. We're talking about deep fakes. Not revenge porn. It's deep fake, which I haven't been talking about on purpose because, like, you know, I don't want to bring attention to it. That was like the big discourse that I didn't talk about today that some chatters thought I was like deliberately skipping. And they're right, I was deliberately skipping it, specifically because I talked to some people that did not want me to talk about it. That's why I didn't talk about it, because like I don't want to bring attention to it. So I haven't, and I won't. All right, let's continue. Common reason literally is Hasan will not cover the Atriox situation in order to respect the wishes of the people affected. Yeah. Moving on. We're going to do does anyone have a good blast off meme for the Kid Nation Bonanza is Disgusting episode? Because we're moving on to that right now, baby. It's Bazinga time. Okay. A revolution is happening in Bazinga City. Get in now for Kid Nation, episode 6. Wait, what is this show about? Child abuse. Literally child abuse, nothing else. It's a violation of everything that like prior labor movements have fought for. Abolishing. Child labor, child abuse. Just that whole nine, you know? Everything surrounding that. But also, in some respects, it's about communism. It's about the proletarian violence that is justifiable. It is about establishing a dictatorship of the proletariat. You know? It's about all of it. It's about class consciousness. It's about the top of the hour ad break, which comes at the top of the hour every hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $5 or for free. It's about getting gifted a sub. You also no longer see the ads at the top of the hour. Kid Nation's fans are called Kid Nationalists. Yes, that is true. I stole that from someone. Line Cat Master, thank you for the 5 get the subs. Allowing 5 people to no longer see the ads. Here's the ad break now. Okay, we're not doing Una Mas por favor because it's fucking late. It's late. It's 8 p.m. I'm tired. I've been live for 8 hours and 35 minutes, and I'm gonna end it here on this note. I apologize to all of you. I know you wanted me to play Una Mas por favor. I know some of you wanted me to play Dead Space, but I'm freaking tired. Okay, did a lot of commentary today. Had a lot of hot takes today. Defended a lot of positions that are indefensible. You know what it is. Can we watch the 2021 version? No, not right now. Of course not right now. Late, like I said. It's late. Tomorrow we might be playing Cop Simulator. Kind of like it. I kind of like that as a thing. But for the time being, for the duration, this is what we got going on. Anyway, but yeah, more drama, nonstop content. Love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. More news. We couldn't get to everything today. All right, peace.
Just begun. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Review in the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden Discord at prop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, on at your door. The H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments, Austin show chat advice, and all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in a lie. JCS react, Lord frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic, monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system